अरे अरे, ये हमेशा का प्रॉब्लम है मेरा। माइक खोल के मैं भूल जाता, लाइक माइक ऑफ करके मैं भूल जाता बात कर रहा हूँ करके। हेलो गाइस, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। कैसे हैं सब लोग? वैसे टाइम तो होने वाला है, 3 बजने वाले। एंड मैं थोड़ा लेट हो गया हूँ क्योंकि थंबनेल सब बना रहा था एंड टाइटल का थोड़ा सा इश्यूज था करके। अ, वैसे थोड़ा कैमरा क्वालिटी थोड़ा ख़राब है, दिख रहा है मेरे को आज के दिन। लास्ट टाइम से तो ज़्यादा ही ख़राब दिख रहा है, लास्ट टाइम तो अभी अच्छा ही दिख रहा था। बट नेवर माइंड, चलते भाई स्ट्रीम करने। EWC को स्ट्रीम करते भाई। एक सेकेंड जरा चेक कर लेता हूँ। हम्म, जरा सा यहाँ पर कैमरा का थोड़ा सा इशू हो गया। ओके, सेट। हमारा काम तो ये है, MSC स्टार्ट भी हो गया और मैं थोड़ा सा लेट हो गया।
Responded exactly how they needed to. Now after the turtle, they'll rotate down to the bot here. Yes. They want to put some pressure on Sano if they can.
Very, very nice. I like the way that Vamos is taking advantage of this.
A lot of...
Oh, wait, the dragon. Onto Zkeep's side?
I don't know if that's who you want to kick, you know? I mean...
Yeah.
Here's what...
You're
just saying hi. I'm going to kick you in the air, you know? I know you're... I'm going to kick you in the air, you know? I know you're an Atlas, but he might have wanted that here. Oh, on the turret?
I don't know. He probably would have wanted the way of the dragon. It'd be nice if he had it, but Nako still has Purify, so it doesn't really matter. Very surprising to see that despite Nako not exactly having the greatest of matchups into this Bruno, that he usually, Bruno usually is the one who takes down the first turret. This time, it's Nako. And Nako's up
700 gold, almost to the 700 point, right? This is, yeah, again, one of those cases where you see a lot of gold laners, they just kind of sit in their lane, they do their thing, they get farmed up. I call it the gold lane experience. And for a Claude especially, you want to hit that power spike, right? Those 3 items. Bruno hits a little bit faster because of just the nature of the hero. But, you know, right now, both gold laners are set off in a really good momentum in their own. This is Zkeep actually looking for a potential pick, but not going to happen. Now Nako can just go ahead and switch over sides and continue to farm up.
I think what you meant was actually Claude's the one who gets it faster. His items are significantly cheaper compared to like Berserker's Furies and Haas Claws, right, coming in from Sano. So the fact that we're seeing Nako already doing so well, oh boy, this is dangerous. Final Slash coming through and Zkeep getting Wombo combo to the ground. But let's see whether Falcons can reach for a little bit more. They decide not to after using 4 ult and they back away.
Okay, so no flicker burn. It looks like Falcons Mena. Do they still want to put some pressure here, Troll?
They're trying to call it. I think that at least for Troll's ult, it shouldn't be anywhere close. I'm not 100% sure. This Cuffin definitely can steal an ult.
A little look there at Boyette. Here we go. Turtle, third one of the game, last one here. Fighting for space.
Already, spatial migration is good. Now into the Blazing Dew. And Nako somehow is the one who actually takes away this turtle. And now they're on to Boyette. A double kill for Nako so far, and they're not done. Do they have the Fatal Links to actually pull? They've delayed enough time, and Sanji, unfortunately, cannot outplay into 4 members.
Okay, the firepower seems to be there for Vamos. They get the turtle, they're looking for more fights, potentially here.
Ooh, and now underneath the turret, stolen Fatal Links on towards Nako, but it doesn't matter. He has Purify, gets out of there quick, and now, in fast succession, from that bot tier 1, they've taken away the purple bot, they've taken away the mid turret on top of defending their own jungle.
Vamos is taken a whole lot, man. I mean, think about it. Just minutes ago, you have that 2,000 gold lead for Falcons Mena, and it's changed so quickly. You know, the pendulum has now swung over to Vamos. They're knocking down tier 1 turrets now, taking what they can to set themselves up for that first Lord here in about a minute. Looking at the items coming into place. Again, look at the lead between the gold lane.
Yeah, it's actually kind of ridiculous. I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe 1 recall is what I spotted out in the laning phase, but then after that, not 100% sure how badly it went for him. But it's great for Nako. Like, this is the gold lane experience that every gold laner prays for. Let's look at the gold distribution for a deeper look. Oh, wait, hold on. Immediately, we find a pick off the sub-bot side. The Fatal Links, I catches onto 3. Heavy spin from Boyette. It's good. They're thinking about it. The combos are just too much. Sanji able to find it into 1 more. They need to get the last 2, but Clockwind and Echo have lost their front line. Beautiful train.
What happened to Vamos' positioning on the map, man? I mean, again, we were just kind of talking about how they had this lead. Let's take a look at the replay here. Once again, they just catch out Sapat. The rest of the team gets, oh, they got heavy spun on, man. That's what happened.
Big heavy spin, no way to kind of buffer the spatial migration, and worse yet, it was literally at the edge of the mid lane wall. So a little unlucky, I think. Vamos, no sweat to break, but it kind of evens out the gold.
Yeah, that's essentially brought it to an even game for this first Lord now, as both teams fought for position. If you want to look at the upper hand for Vamos, it's they've got a couple extra turrets down, right? So they got a little bit more space to work with on the map. But Lord, and the fact that you also have Anakai in the hands of Boyet, and you have this kind of tanky front line to deal with this, you could potentially set things up off of your own initiation, depending on what Cuffin decides to do with the Fatal Links. He's got his own, so they're going to take their time with this.
Oh, look at this. Even Cuffin, Troll is looking for a flank angle. He's sitting around the purple buff, and the rest of the Falcons are actually dancing around this Lord. They don't actually want to take it. They just want to open it up. Fatal Links into one so far, right into the spatial migration. It's great, but that's already 2 fat ults already gone. And I'm not sure whether Air 404 is going to get it back up in time if Falcons do decide to rush this.
Yeah, it looks like they want to. It's half health on this Lord. Troll still trying to zone out here.
Oh, the way of the Dragon already good. Fatal. Oh, wait, Air 4 gets pushed out of it, but he's still, with a spatial migration, gets the Lord in time. Sano in the back line gets caught by Natco, and by then, this fight is already over. They chase the last remaining members, and even with a Lightning Trunget, it might just not be good enough. Cuffin, no more ways to dash. ZQ kills him, and now the score is 9-8.
Wow, what a fight from Vamos. Not only were the Lord secured by Arrow 404, but you got to give it to Sapat, man. He zoned out the proper members from Team Falcons. Not go follow through after that. You're going to look at the replay here. Keep an eye on this setup. Again, Lord is secured, even amidst all of this. But then where Sapat goes, he even burns the flicker, zones out Sano. So much of your damage profile is gone there. Natko was sticking to it, and that's how he's capitalizing on the kills.
What I'm most surprised of the fact that they were able to steal the Lord. Like, everything that could have gone right for Falcons was already in the mix of this piece of bread that they were trying to bake, but unfortunately overcooked. And now Natko getting attacked by the epic spin. Luckily, the Winds of Nature keeps him alive long enough where the Dragon's going to kick him down, but the rest of the team can't seem to finish it off. Sanji gets him at the very end. Now Clockman finds the trade. Subpot gets them back, and with the damage dealer's gone, this allows Vamos a free in on the attack. Stolen Fatal Links onto 3, but Cuffin can only do so much before he dies. Subpot takes him out, and it's over. Sano takes out 1, and this might be it. Sano finally is skilled just enough with no ults and nothing left. That should be it for Vamos.
Ooh, did it cost them though, Gideon? I mean, they lost that base turret. It's a good thing. Oh, they can chase down Air 404.
They can punish this. Yeah, into the Violent Requiem. Sano forgot the alt timers.
All right. It was going so well until it wasn't. I mean, Sano had the space to work with. Like you mentioned, he hit that power spike where he's actually being able to do some damage. Again, he was, what, 2,000-3,000 gold behind at Natko, and, you know, that's really what they had to lean on. So, yeah, he's still quite behind, but he's starting to at least do some damage. The problem is in that fight, you know, Vamos lost Natko, but they have enough damage to actually pull through the fight, enough kind of durability to still duke it out, and that's also partly due to the lead that they have.
Onto one so far, they haven't forced this. Sanji is able to get a really good final slash, but doesn't get that backline. Sanji has no way to reset, tries to get out of the fight, but it's too late. Lapu's in the wakes, and now the heavy spin, unfortunately, can't do much about the scenario. What a catch here, and a lot of battle spells just gone.
Yep, that was the mark. Troll found the mark. Purify wasn't available because it was used in the last team fight that they had trying to defend the base, so they knew right to go for Natko. They took him out. Essentially, what does that do? It buys more time for Falcons Mena to kind of get back into this game. They've whittled down a gold lead a little bit, but essentially, if they can find a pick-off, sometimes it might even be popping that Purify, you know? And that might be the case. If you can get these battle spells down, then your game plan for Team Falcons can be executed faster or better. And that's what Troll has been trying to do here. Now this Lord is up. Second one of the game. Troll's going to zone out Cocoon.
They've already used spatial migration at this point. How are they going to close the distance? The backline needs to get zoned out. Sapat jumps in with the bravest fighter, but they're immediately focusing their energy onto Sanji. 50-50 here. Who's going to get it? Sapat looking forward onto Sano, blazing to win as well. Right onto Toffin. Stolen. Fatal Lynch pulls him away, but that Lord falls into the hands of Clawkun as they clean up the rest of Falcons, who have to run back and defend the base.
Oh man, again, Team Falcons, it looked like they didn't know exactly how to execute the team fight there. And you know, if Sano is just zoned out the whole time by Sapat, what are you going to be able to do there with your damage? But right now, base turret in the mid will go down.
Oh no, trying to make this play. Clawkun even flickering forward and trying to make the wobble. Cobble Cuffin goes down, and now nobody can clear the wave in time. Sanji, he has an opportunity. He's back up with Troll. They're looking to clear these minions as soon as possible. He's thinking about it, but he needs the help. Final Slash comes on through, but how long can you sustain before it all turns black? Vamos closes out the game 18 to 11. I'm not gonna lie now, Naisu. I see Vamos as these young guns, but this is the first time I've seen them so eager to win.
Yeah, this was a game that they knew they wanted to cap out as soon as they saw the light at the end of the tunnel, for game one anyway. You know, it was very quick with how they shifted things in their favor. They adjusted their fighting prowess around the objectives, and that was the main thing. They also really excelled on punishing some positioning mistakes that were there for Team Falcons, man. But again, game one, it's only day one here, the group stage for wildcard, you know, or for MSC. You have a lot of things that can be adjusted from this as we take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think there were a couple eagerness did eventually cost them some pretty big timers, like the Winds of Nature that was early purchased by Nako after the Trinity. For the early game, obviously they had some sort of a plan. Unfortunately, wasn't able to execute it perfectly, but they always managed to kind of push the agenda. And I think that's the really beautiful thing for both of these teams.
Yeah, again, fighting around objectives was the main thing for both the compositions that were brought to the table. But I think a big part of this, you know, you mentioned it, Claude, the power spike that he was able to hit faster than the Bruno, but also just the amount of lead that he had. And being able to follow someone like Sapat on that Lapu Lapu really gave you the space to just do so many things. And again, look at these highlights, especially this team fight. Team Falcons Meta had the idea. They had to get rid of Natko. They had to pop the Purify. They had to get him out of the picture. But even then, I feel like they were just not able to go toe-to-toe in terms of team fighting, even if they got Natko out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the hard stat check, you know? You can't keep up with somebody who's got more items than you. They're naturally going to beat you if they have more numbers. But I think that Falcons have some really good ideas, and Vamos is not invincible. This over-eagerness to try and, hey, we can win this fight. I'm going to start things up. You guys have to follow up. And unfortunately, they fail to forget that these are some of the best teams in the world. They're not going to miss that opportunity to sucker punch you when you're not looking.
चैट पढ़ने के लिए फोन से यूज कर रहा हूँ मैं क्योंकि यहाँ से साइड से मेरे को
one of the
दिखाई नहीं
things
दे
here,
रहा
that's game
You and Gideon, great commentary on that game one, and Vamos takes the win, and they were not Vamosable, as we were saying backstage or on the studio. Welcome back. My name's Rain Day. I'm joined by Mirko and LaFell to break down the action in game one. Mirko, Vamos had a lot to say in that game. Sometimes it went well. Sometimes you couldn't really understand what they were talking about, and they let some of that lead go, but they ended up closing it out.
Yeah, as Gideon mentioned, man, it's just classic Vamos. Over-eagerness to make plays, over-eagerness to be aggressive in the early game, trying to utilize that composition. Got them in a few dicey situations, like that crazy miscoordination by Sapat and also Error 404 up top. But, you know, all is good. They were able to come back, you know, recover from that and do really, really well in the mid-game by taking those neutral objective fights as expected.
इन लोगों का मेरा ड्राफ्ट नहीं देखा निकिन क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा सा लेट हो गया था मैं इधर थंबनेल सब बना रहा था करके ड्राफ्ट कैसे क्या था मेरे को देखना था बस वो ट्रॉफी सब लेके आ रहे थे वो मैंने देख लिया था बट बाद में थोड़ा सा छूट गया था थोड़ा जो भी है इसको ऐसे ही रखता हूँ मैं
win, and I feel like for a draft that great, they weren't able to get the catches. There are some counter engagement that was good, but not enough.
आज लाइक भाई एनर्जी नहीं है भाई जबरदस्ती स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ ऐसा लग रहा है वुमेन्स का एकदम सही चल रहा था बट आज ऐसे लग रहा है कि एकदम जान जबरदस्ती में कर रहा हूँ स्ट्रीम इस पे क्या चल रहा है टीम टैक्टिक्स अरे ये तो वो मैजिक चेस जैसा है
You've seen it, right? Entry level job, 3 years of experience required. You laugh first and then
then funnel HP. Also slamming here the Krakens, holding the Nova angle and trying to pressure as much as possible, having the Yasuo, and maybe thinking about more Yasuos later for space lots.
Win streak and goal generation for Weibo Gaming. We'll see if he can play for a 10 win streak here as well. The 3-item of Velvet putting in a lot of work, and the Milio, I mean, a really strong carry. One upgraded in stage 3 as well.
We see the celebration there for one. Happy with continuing the win streak right here. Tianlong taking a hit. Makeshift, I mean, great ammo, and also if he has also now items for the backline, he's in a great spot. And LBTC just holding strong. The Leona is making work for him, preserving HP for now. 3 lose streak, but he's killing units right now. He has the time to do it, and of course he's thinking about the latest stage of the game with the very reunion, trying to fight that level 9, but he needs to preserve 5P. 60 right now, and the pressure will just keep getting hotter.
Ooh, really smart play from LBTZ here. On a roll, knowing he's going to be hitting Leona upgrades all the time, he can generate free rolls that way without having to continue rolling down or necessarily playing reroll in the first place. Really heads up play from LBTZ to maybe get some free rolls to stabilize his board before he goes 9 and tries to be that win out player for Weibo Gaming.
टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है ना e-sports वर्ल्ड कप पे, लाइक आज के दिन ना टीम टैक्टिक्स MSC और या इतना ही सब, यही सब चल रहा है आज के दिन। ये 2 ही गेम्स चल रहे हैं, यही ग्रुप A का और ये ग्रुप B का चल रहा है। पबजी का बैटल ग्राउंड वाला चल रहा है, BGMI वाला नहीं, लाइक पबजी मोबाइल नहीं चल रहा है, वो PC वाला भी चल रहा है।
A couple of clips that caught your eye. We have some telestration you're going to do for us, Lefel. Break down what you saw on that game 1.
So
लेट्स सी कौन कौन कर रहा है स्ट्रीम, देखते। ये तो अपना नाइटलेस गेमर है, लॉन्ग ऑन शॉट कर रहा है, इसे छोड़ो। इससे तो ज़्यादा बिग बीजे, ये मेरे से लाइक बात, ये मेरे को टेक्स्ट किया था कल रात को। अपना जीवन भी कर रहा है
आज, बहुत सालों बाद, बेसिकली कभी नहीं है, पहली बार मौका मिल रहा है टीम इंडिया को इंटरनेशनल में खेलने का। तो हाँ, अपने पूरे सर्वर की इज्जत ना उन टीम पे अभी से डिपेंड कर रही है। वो लोग 5 साढ़े 5 बजे मैच खेलेंगे, तुम देख पाओगे, लाइक इंडियन टीम को इंटरनेशनल में खेलते हुए देख पाओगे।
वही बात है भाई, अगर इधर हमने हक दिया ना तो लोग सारे इंडियन प्लेयर्स को जज करने लगे कि बोले कि ये बंदे ऐसे ही खेलते क्या, इनकी टीम ऐसी, इतना एकदम क्या बोले। और क्या क्या बात है, वो विशाल तेरे नाम के खिलाफ वीडियो बनाया था। अरे वो वीडियो बना के 1 हफ्ता हो गया ना, देख लिया मैं। वही वीडियो के बाद वो मेरे DM में आके रोने लग जाता है, भाई डिलीट कर दे वीडियो करके। लाइक वो बोलने लगे कि मैं भी डिलीट करता हूँ, तू भी डिलीट कर दे, मीसा को लाइक अपन अपोलॉजी वीडियो में दे दूंगा बना के। एंड आई एम लाइक नहीं मांगता तेरा अपोलॉजी, जो चीज़ उसने किया वो चीज़ का अपोलॉजी उसने आज तक नहीं दिया है। और वो ऐसा बोल रहे कि अपोलॉजी उसने लाइक सॉरी बोला उसने मीसा को, एंड मीसा ने उसे सॉरी बैक नहीं बोला। भाई तू क्या कांड किया और तू किस चीज़ के लिए सॉरी बोल रहा है। वो बस वो उसका करियर खत्म कर देगा ऐसे सब बोला ना, उसके लिए भले वो सॉरी बोल रहा है। वो ये चीज़ के लिए नहीं बोल रहे कि उसने उसको पब्लिकली स्कैमर बुलाया, R वर्ड से बुलाया उसे, विदाउट कोई प्रूफ के उसके और उसके पूरे ग्रुप को स्कैमर करके बोला। लाइक भाई देख, अपन जो अपने बॉयज ग्रुप में चलता ना, लाइक आई डोंट फॉलो द कोड, नहीं 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 नहीं, ये क्या हाइड हो गया अपने आप, मैं वैसे भी हूँ। अरे भाई फिर से भेजो, जो भी टेक्स्ट था तुम अपने भेजा था, फिर से भेजो। वो तुमने एक 18+ वर्ड डाल दिया था ना, तो उसकी वजह से वो शो नहीं हुआ, बट मैं देख सकता हूँ तुम्हारा वो। उसने मतलब क्या किया बेसिकली, उससे पब्लिकली वैसे सब उल्टा सुल्टा बुलाया, एंड उसके सारे वो बचकानी ऑडियंस सारे उसके DM में घुस गए निशा के, ऐसा वैसा बोलते हुए। तो मैंने तो सब देख लिया जो जो हुआ है, किसने कौन कौन, अरे भाई अननेसेसरी लोग अंदर इन्वॉल्व हुए, जिसका कुछ संबंध ही नहीं है, वैसे वैसे लोग अंदर आए, लाइक बस थोड़ा सा अटेंशन के लिए। एंड ये बंदा क्या प्रूव करना चाहता पता नहीं, अपना वो डैशबोर्ड वो सब दिखा के, जबकि पूरे फॉलोवर्स और व्यूज सब फेक है उसके। मैंने खुद देखा है, उसकी एक्स ने रिवील कर दी थी फेक है करके। हाँ भाई, फेक बंदा है भाई, कुछ
Yeah, I'm gonna
सारे
kick
लोग
it down.
बोलते
Go
हैं
check
कुछ
out
कितना
Rhino
सेलिब्रिटी
Day.
क्या मानता है
That'll be
करके।
fun. And I think
इसके फॉलोअर्स फेक है भाई, मैंने देखा हूँ इसके। तुम हर वीडियो पे देखो इंस्टा के, सारे में तुम्हें बॉट कमेंट्स मिलेंगे। थोड़ा सा स्क्रॉल करो नीचे, वो आएगी तुम्हें लाइक लाइक लाइक, यू आर प्रोफेशनल, यू आर ग्रेट, लाइक लाइक लाइक, प्रोफेशनल, लाइक 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 लाइक, भर भर के आएंगे। एक टाइम ना ज्यादा हो गया था उसका, लाइक वो ज्यादा कर दिया था उसने। तो एक स्टोरी डालता है, बोलते हैं कि कौन कौन कर रही है, मेरे को पता चल गया है, जो भी कर रहा है ना मेरे पास आके सॉरी बोलो। भाई कौन आके सॉरी बोलेगा तेरे को, तू खुद कर रहा है। और चोर जब भी चोरी करेगा थोड़ी ना वो बोलेगा कि मैं चोरी किया हूँ।
These prio picks away from Vamos before they get their hands on.
crowd pick's going to be important here for Vamos and for Falcons Mena. Vamos in this best of three have a chance to close it out right after this, but of course Falcons Mena trying to push it to a third game. They're going to have to come with some adjustments for sure. A lot of time to check things out too, and when you're on a stage like this, LaFell, we mentioned the stakes and we also mentioned the bigger narratives of these teams. Wild card was not easy and they got here. They do not want to go home or at least lose this first game on their first time at this stage 2-0.
Something that I do have to say is a lot of teams, they suffer from the fact that there's 16 teams and sometimes
वो उसका ना पूरा ध्यान बस वो एक कमेंट पे सबका लेके आया, मैनिपुलेट करके बस इतना दिखा रहे कि लाइक ये मेरा कमेंट था, ये मैंने बस एकदम मजाक में डाल दिया। भाई तूने बाकी का कांड किया वो तो बता दे, वो नहीं बता रहे। बस उसका फोकस मेन है कि मैंने मस्ती में ऐसा डाला था, इसने मेरे को एग्रेसिवली रिप्लाई दिया। भाई सबका दिमाग एक जैसा नहीं रहता है, कोई किसी को अच्छा लगता है, किसी को अच्छा नहीं लगता है। मिसा के केस में उसको अच्छा नहीं लगा था। भाई डिटेक्टिव शिंड्रा इन द चैट, भाई हमारे साथ शिंड्रा भाई है, कास्टर शिंड्रा।
this is the reality when you're going up against competition where many different teams are here. You can't have the same mindset. You can't have
फ्लाइंग क्लाउड्स रहेगा शायद, फ्लाइंग क्लाउड्स
have
या
the same
डेंजरस
strategy against every
Broken
other
wall.
team for the simple fact not everyone has the same habits.
Broken walls again, Mirko.
Back to back. Oh, I don't know. I mean, they played so well, Vamos, in that game. They were even like double down on some of these ganks as well. So I think go back to the drawing board, do exactly what you did in game number 1. And for Falcons Mena, again, it's all about stealing those picks, maybe even stealing blues.
मेरे पास बोलने के लिए बहुत कुछ है विशाल के अगेंस्ट, बट अगर मैं एक ही साथ में सब चीज बोलूंगा ना तो वीडियो विल बी लाइक मैं उसे टारगेट कर रहा हूँ, एंड मैं वैसा चाहता नहीं कि मैं टारगेट करूँ उसे। वो भले कुछ भी बोलेगा, उसको स्ट्राइक लग जाएगा अपने आप, लेकिन मैं सेफ गेम खेल रहा हूँ तो मेरे को एक भी स्ट्राइक नहीं आएगा। वैसा मैं दिमाग लगा के खेल रहा हूँ जो उसके पास नहीं है। क्यों? क्योंकि वो इमेच्योर है।
Even a Nolan. So yeah, we definitely got to see how really shapes up here. For now, Falcons Mena looks like they're on the same side for Vamos when it comes to Phobius. Phobius is something that they do not want to deal with, and now Vamos themselves ban on the Atlas. So they're really respecting control here, making sure that Marcel and the Atlas is not there. And I feel like that's setting up just in case if Era 404 does want to use a more assassin-based hero. But I gotta say, shout out to Era 404. He is basically an assassin main. But going into the competitive scene, he was very open to use utility junglers, use fighters in the jungle, and I feel like that really stepped him up in terms of his career growth because it makes it so much easier for Coach Valdo to draft for the team when you have such a willing player to do whatever it takes, whatever hero he needs to win the game.
And at 4 Val, though, it's looking like more of the same, I would imagine, Mirko. Try to get Vamos in a similar position where they have control. You're noticing that ban right there. What are you seeing?
Yeah. Hirara banned out.
And that means they can use it.
That's why.
Yeah.
They banned on first phase and on red side as well. It's a big question mark now. I mean, even if they get past Vamos, right, all the other teams will be looking to abuse that later on. So Falcons Mena, what's first pick? Is it the Guinevere take now that the Atlas is gone?
I honestly don't know. Like, the thing that I was kind of surprised at was that in the early phases, we don't see any Eve at all. And I still feel like Eve is one of the stronger picks here.
Juicin actually could still be.
Yeah, but the thing is now Hilda has been banned, right? Hilda, Atlas, as well as Marcel. I'm really looking at Vamos like they want a very fast game.
And this is just already very, very tough. They banned out the Phobia, so at least they can pick up the Freya here and flex it to XP Gold. That's what I'm thinking right now. Vamos. They clearly did that intentionally. They also have an Esmeralda to play with if they want to deal with the Freya. There you go. Freya first pick for Falcons Mena. Now Vamos. Do they still go for the Eudora? That was the question.
I feel like even if the Eudora may be the third pick here, because I feel like whenever Freya is present, there's really no mid that's completely safe. You know, maybe a Zushin can protect yourself, maybe an Eve can protect yourself. Eudora, you're probably hoping for your roamer to back you up just a little bit so that you have enough damage to make the Freya a little bit scared. But I haven't seen a scared Freya in a long time.
It's hard. I love that character. Actually, one of the few I've got some hours on in this game. And
Pro Freya.
Yeah, Pro Freya. Sub me in, guys. No, Team Falcons meta going to handle this one themselves, but obviously a lot of presence there from
very early.
I love it. And the Eudora, see, I know it sounds strange to the people watching, you know, but I've been saying, I've been talking about this Eudora pick, and I've heard, shout outs to my source, that this is first pick, like this is first phase prio. It's not just that one time on blue side. It's really good against assassins, so you also want to snatch it away from your opponents if you want to go assassins, and that's what we see here with Ling and Eudora.
And I feel like that's also just a takeaway, just to make sure that this Ling is going to be able to survive. So this is very, I would say, interesting coming in from Vamos. Looking at the bands, you know that it's going to be assassin. You're just wondering which one. And considering it is broken walls, they still go for the Ling. I'm very excited to see how Air 404 pilots this, because it is one of the heroes that he used quite a lot in his amateur days, but we haven't seen his Ling on the pro field just yet, just because Ling hasn't been meta for a very long time. And now the Cho, I can understand, but the Valentina quite early on, we'll see how this works out.
This just seems like an easy Belleric pick for Vamos, right? Oh no, they just go for the, obviously, just the winning matchup. And
just all the power picks for Vamos here.
Because I'm thinking Falcons Meta can still pull off a Yi Sun Shin and then flex the Freya into gold. But maybe Vamos are thinking we can also flex the Esme to gold. We'll just match it wherever the Freya goes. So, all right, fair.
Zeke, Nako, obviously two important players for Vamos. They both had good games, a good game in game one. I feel like Sano's pace, how do you feel about this, Lafell? Was it enough for you? I mean, obviously going against Nako, it's a tough matchup, but different styles. But I think in general, Team Falcons meta was a little slower in terms of those fights, despite starting off with 4 kills. What do you think they need to get Sano going?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like maybe 2 more gangs they'll be able to deal with Nako. I mean, like, it's a good thing at the end of the game that Troll with the Cho was able to catch Nako a few times, so Nako wasn't that big of a factor in that one. I feel like it's just in general, Falcons meta in the first game, they look, for lack of a better term, like scared to do anything. So I feel like hopefully in game number 2, they're like, okay guys, wake up, you know, game number 1, it's whatever, it's a warm-up game. Now we actually got to lock in. With this kind of draft, they have a Freya. Any draft that Freya, you're supposed to be a little bit more aggressive, so that's what I want to see. But I think Vamos already knows that, and they're already having a lineup that can fight early, honestly.
Could also be the Harith pickup for Vamos later on. A signature pick for Natko. Moskov gets banned out again. The Claude Snatch Away is also still there. I think for Falcons meta though, again, Belleric, I thought it was gonna be red 3. They eventually ban it out. They know how much of a threat it is to their composition. All very short-ranged. So it just comes down to this. Do they want to go Yi Sun Shin on Boyet or no, right? Because if they don't, that means they're gonna have to go back again, maybe on a Guinevere or some utility, another utility pick. They ban out the glue, so I think it's kind of like a, are they going for Fredrin?
I honestly,
I don't like it.
I hope not. I hope not, because then if they pick up a Fredrin, their mid trio doesn't really have a lot of kill pressure, and now the Minotaur is there as well. This is gonna be pretty interesting because Minotaur is strong, but he's kind of strong when he has the Flash of the Oasis. Before that, he kind of feels like he's mostly just a support, which is funny to say because the Flash of the Oasis is, the heal is great, but the more important thing is actually that cooldown, right? Once you get a little bit of cooldown onto Minotaur, then it feels like a real hero where you're chain CCing with your team. So now Vamos, I feel like they have a pretty good pick. If this Valentina was swapped with the Zushin, I feel like they could have dealt with the Minotaur much easier.
And it's so good because, all right, the Harley comes around. Okay, so it is a Freya in the gold lane. Alice goes to XP. Now, Vamos, do they answer the Freya with a carry, or do they flex the Esme into the XP, or sorry, into the gold lane. Oh!
Wow, okay.
Okay, this is crazy because my boy told me that this was showing up in scrims. I didn't know we were going to get to see this early.
I mean, I also heard it's good seeing a few in-ranked games, but yeah, honestly, this is a big surprise for me. I want to see how this Melissa really turns out.
What's the expectation kind of with the shock happening? Why is Melissa showing up here and making a big impact?
Firstly, that's my favorite hero. Secondly, they're all melee here, so they can't get past this ultimate Melissa to go away. It's such a clean front to back with a little bit of spice to enter the back line.
Yeah, the thing that I like about Vamos Drive is that they have multiple win conditions. If the lane doesn't work out, you got the Melissa. If somehow the Melissa doesn't work out, you still got the lane. So it's very interesting.
Gonna be tough for Vamos to lose this one based on the draft. The studio likes it. We'll see if our casters like it as well. As game 2 underway between Team Vamos and Team Falcons Meta. Vamos, if they win, they take the win overall.
Hey, we like it just as much, man. Me and Gideon also looked at each other at the Melissa last pick, but we're talking about Ling, Eudora, and Melissa in this game 2 from Vamos. Gideon, is this very Vamos of them?
This is the first time that I'm seeing it, honestly. And if Vamos want to take this angle, I don't think it's actually that bad. I agree with what LaFole's been saying. Look at the emblems. It also reflects the exact same thing. They want to make sure that this early game actually goes well. What I am curious is about Hawkwood as well as Zcreef. They had a bit of a tough time at level 1 and level 2 in the previous game. And then by early mid-game is when you're expecting them to start, winning out on these fights and looking for these lane ganks. I want to see whether they can improve upon that.
Ooh, nice little aggression here from Troll, but Era 4-4 is going to be fine. Again, the Ling has popped up a few times now through the course of, especially back in MWI, right? We saw the Ling come through. Oh, okay. And it's one of the things, again, where you can actually kind of hyper snowball on this hero and this sort of a risk in itself, but in this case, I feel like it's supplemented really well with that Minotaur pick, even hell, the Eudora pick, because like Lafel said, once you get that Flask of Oasis locked in and you do get a little bit of cooldown reduction.
Oh, the Deadly Magic, it's almost there. One more auto attack, but he can't actually get it. And now the Tempest of Blades comes down right onto Boyette. First blood instantaneously. Arrow 4-4 showing some mechanics. Traded flickers, but we're not going to punish that. That one, that's just ego. That's just by the way. We both don't need this.
Let's just hold on our flickers. Let's use them, right? But yeah, it's one of those things where, as you saw, the support from the whole team synergistically for Vamos is what's so important. They really have to work with their kits together to make this, where then again, you kind of just rely on Natko to do his thing in the lane, scale up on the Melissa. We don't see the Melissa often, but we've all been there. Once that Melissa scales up, gets the items that she needs, like, it is very annoying to deal with her. That go away ultimate, pushing people away, especially the melee heroes that we talked about.
Let's see how this fight. The Deadly Magic's already out. Sipot takes the damage, but Throne Ruin catches onto 2 in the backline. Hawkwood in trouble, can't run away. No Flicker dies to Sano as they start running down the individual members of Vamos one by one. Era 4-4 thinking about it. Oh, the getaway just in time to deny the angle, and Sanji has to get away. Despite everything that happened, Vamos actually now have primary position over this turtle.
Vamos should be able to get this. Boyette's trying to get his purple buff. I'm not sure if he's going to get in range here. So Turtle's secured for Vamos. They'll win the objective, but there is some fight here from Falcons.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. Again, especially, I'm curious about what Natko is going to go for his build, because he is doing phenomenal in this lane, like really surprisingly well. I would have imagined that when you were on that Freya, especially when you start thinking about the later stages of the game, the added range that Freya gets after using her ult actually is just a little bit bigger than the get away from me coming in from Natko. Well, unless they start spacing them out, but he's playing this lane perfectly.
Yeah, he is. So support, Troll wanted to visit, gets spotted out. The rest of the team from Vamos down there protecting Natko. Again, one of their winning angles, and there's multiple of them that they can play into throughout this game. So we got to see Team Falcons Meta kind of come up with their own game plan. Where is that game plan, I think, is the main question here.
Well, I mean, the arsenal is ready, the flickers are up. I think it's about finding the picks, right? Because here, Natko can only trade back against Sano for a certain amount of time. At this point, Sano should be strong enough to win out these trades. His natural base HP is pretty high, so he is strong side. I think for Vamos, it's about trying to deny Troll. If they can put Troll, make him lose his like flicker, kill him early, get the way of the dragon out, it becomes a lot lot easier to deal with some of the other problems like Boyet or in particular Sanji and Sano.
Part of that game plan for Team Falcons also might be, again, for Cuffin. This Valentino was talked about quite a bit in the draft, you know, now that's come through twice. And, you know, most likely from the other side, what ultimate's he going to take? Probably the Minoan Fury, right? Try to set things up. Not sure if there's much else that he can utilize there, but that's one of the things. If it's Troll trying to get a pick, and let's say he's, hold on, bottom.
But this is guaranteed kill here. Nako tries to get away, but Sano says, it's all right. You know, I can still throw my abilities through your shield. It's not considered an auto attack. It's good enough.
Yeah, as soon as I said, if Troll can get a kick, he gets a kick on Natko. So good play made there down in that bottom gold lane. Perfect timing for this turtle to be up too. He's going to be back up, but they'll try to blitz this.
Oh, Troll right immediately on top of Clockwood, even though he had some peel. It's just not good enough with Throne of Ruin on top of him. Air 4-4 now cannot join this fight. He's thinking about trying to go for the steal, but he's getting blasted between the walls in midair. Now Tempest of Blades already up, looking for a trade onto Sano's side. The kick already came back up, and immediately Nako gets punished for it. They're looking for anything, but unfortunately the timings are all wrong. Subot getting doled by 4 underneath the turret. Oz Esme, and finally Cuffin secures that kill.
Phenomenal fight there from Team Falcons, and I don't know, man. Natko's got to be feeling it. He's been kicked twice now by Troll. Definitely not feeling too good. And just when we thought, you know, as we look at the replay here by STC, you can see how this fight breaks out. You even come to this fight, Natko just revived, dies again off of the kick, and so now you're further behind. So that same scaling that we see in Game 2 is not going to replicate what we were able to see from Natko in Game 1.
Yeah, I think that Vamos might be allergic to getting purifies at this point, right? Everybody needs that flicker to make a play, to get out of some pretty tight situations. The more reliable spell usually is supposed to be purified, but at the same time, that makes you a susceptible target. Everybody is going to target you as soon as your abilities are down. And that should be said about everything, because now with quick rotations here, Sano should be able to take this top tier 1 without much contention.
Okay, turret down, Sano is able to do that. He is a menace to deal with. He's even got the Vengeance, which kind of just helps him, you know, dealing with if he decides, like what we've seen with the Freyas most of the time, they're able to go 1v2, 1v3 in some cases, and you get a start like this for Sano, you're going to be a big obstacle in the way for Vamos to deal with when it comes to these team fights breaking out, especially when we get past this next turtle, then the Lord. So now it's Vamos' idea to, you know, how do we make this work? Troll has been doing a great job just either zoning out, like being a threat, utilizing his kit, and whether he kicks someone or not.
Oh, wait, Tempest Ablaze, they've already thrown out some good abilities and a combo Boyet, and then into the Minoan Fury. Oh my god, it's a massacre! And now Sano looking to clean up the backline. Overbrin does not connect, and Zeke, he knows he's done for. Oh, gets the heal just in time, and now Supa and M44 need a 1v2. Sano and Sanji is trying to peel them off, but luckily they've got the DPS from Natko's side. Oh man, the reinforcements from every single angle. They might not be a professional team, but afterwards they should be paratroopers. They are dropping in hot.
Oh man, they have the clear signal to drop in. They went through. Unfortunate they could have capped out the kill. Last one on Sanji, but he is an Alice. That is a quick turnaround for Vamos. I mean, granted everything that happened there, they did have to expend a whole lot. We're talking about battle spells, the ultimates that they needed. They took them to the bouncy house, right? That's what the Minotaur does, man. He sends everyone into the air. You get thrown up there. That's a clear signal for Arrow 404 on the Ling to come in with that Tempest Blades and pick up some kills. So again, it's the nature of making these kits work synergistically as they now focus on Sanji here.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at the way that they're zoning out. Like, what is Sanji supposed to do? If they play a traditional front-to-back, Vamos wins that every single time. So Falcons are trying to just snap their elbows, break their joints to kind of open up the formation.
Yeah, a whole lot being broken here at this point. An attempt from Boyet.
Oh no, the flank, it's good. Sano's trying Minoan Fury to try and buy a little bit of time as Nako repositions. Subot trying to peel the best of these camp, but they've already lost Clockhood, and now Arrow 404 needs to make the difference. Way of the Dragon already kicked, and the Terrifier as well, but luckily able to get the Blade of Tempest in time. Nako needs to be a threat. They take out Troll, and they should walk away from this, but they get Sano on the way out.
Oh man. It was almost so good of a team fight there.
Oh, whoa.
go.
Whoa! Throwing Ruin into 2. Can he actually get enough to kill?
Oh
1 HP! And Sanji gets Natko.
What happened with that fight, man? We went back and forth, back and forth. I thought Vamos was going to go ahead and disengage after that. They end up going for it again. So Falcons Mena ends up capitalizing a couple kills. That's better for them than it would have been, but still, what a bloodbath it's been. Lord's coming up in 10. Both teams showcasing they just want to fight it out. This Throne of Ruin initiation able to go ahead and take out Natko. Delaying a little bit more was crucial here for Falcons Mena.
Man, that was definitely a never back down, never what moment. Both sides just refusing to let the kill score get anywhere past them. 1.4k, no big deal. But if they get one more kill than us, nah, we're going to throw everything and see whether it sticks. Wait, Troll actually spots him up. Can they actually intercept this? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to. I think they just have that vision on him again. Trying to keep tabs on Air 4. Mind you, he has not died. Look at this.
Oh man, it's gonna be Bruiser Harley and finally some damage, and that's the third item with the Divine Glaive. Let's see how they play this out, because Air 4 is definitely going to be able to get that Lord first, considering the positions of Falcons. Like, they've got a widespread net, but they also understand the main damage dealers just don't have enough stats to finish the job.
I just can't picture that Brute Force breastplate under that wizard robe, man. He's like, I can't be getting all these hits.
How much you want to bet it's underneath the hat?
For some odd reason, right? So Lord secured, it's going to be marching its way with Vamos here in just a bit. But that's something that Falcons Mena can go ahead and defend against. They have to be able to clear this out. Do they have decent clear? I think that's the big question. When you look at the heroes they have, how long can they clear out waves and defend? Maybe this one's fine. You know, first Lord push, they will lose some tier 2 turrets. But ultimately, defending in the base is a composition to actually capitalize on that.
Really, it is, and I think the only one who has decent wave clear in the later stages has to be Sano, but that's a big risk. He's melee, right? So if he goes up to touch that wave, Vamos is looking to capitalize on that wave. Wow, how did Troll get there? Why is Troll sitting in the mid lane here? He's got a bit of a flank. He's trying to make it happen with Seal. He finds it. Natko's head. Throw the rule out to 4 straight into the set of Valkyries, and now the backline's getting attacked. Arrow 4-4 looking to try and get something underneath the Vamos banner. 10-10, and now it might be 11-10 here as Boyette finds Suppot.
Hey, Troll does it again, man. Yes. Troll goes off on an angle you wouldn't see. Oh my, with the conceal as well. Finding Natko again. You know who? There is no go away from me if it's Troll's Cho.
Dude, Troll, he is a sniper here. He is just finding crazy angles. And for now, I would say that these two teams, the power of friendship is strong.
Whose sound? Mine or the game sound? My sound or the game sound? Which one you are talking about? Live stream का sound थोड़ा low कर दो.
Basically dealt with. It did get the shield, you know, but ultimately Vamos on the first Lord wasn't
now
able to get
अभी देखो.
too much off of it. Much better for Team Falcons Mena.
Maybe अभी ठीक हुआ रहेगा.
Stop that push from happening. They do maintain the tier 2 mid turret for now, but off of that, again, leading into this next objective.
Better. Thank you. अरे वो रात को बैठ के लेटेंट देखना पड़ता है ना, तो फिर उसके लिए मैं हेडफोन पूरा वॉल्यूम हाई करके देखता हूँ.
He's been able to set up Troll again on the hunt.
Oh man, they find an insta-kill, and Natko just disappears into dust. His Clawquin is the only damage dealer next to the Blade of Tempest, which you haven't seen me use yet. Arrow 4-4, he was too busy clearing those waves, and it's forcing Falcons to make a choice. There's no wave to deal with right now, and they might lose an inhibitor on bot side for nothing. All for this purple buff.
Okay.
रायन एमएलबी भी मेरे को तुम लाइक क्या बोलूँ मैं, तुम्हारा नाम देख के मेरे को किसी और बंदे का याद आता है. तुम कोई क्रिएटर हो? तुम क्रिएटर हो क्या? ये तो या तुम्हारी ये स्मर्फ आईडी है क्या? क्रिएटर रायन हो क्या तुम?
Your damage is really expended. Yes, you still have a Ling. Yeah, you still have the Eudora for that magical damage there.
Is this Rian Rail? वही मैं इसके लिए मैं डाउट है मेरे को. Like ये लास्ट स्ट्रीम में भी आए थे and मेरे को उनका नाम देख के वो बंदे की याद आ रही है.
Troll's been just everywhere. When you don't even
वो बंदा भी बढ़िया बंदा है भाई, काश ये वही निकले, बट मे बी ये कोई और है, बट ये भी सही बंदा है.
Really tough to see the conceal, especially when you're so close to a wall. It just looks like a just a moving shadow.
No bro, I'm another one. Oh okay.
Not great. He needs to heal back up by
I thought you are that कौन आर्लोट वाला, आर्लोट प्लेयर ऐसा लाइक क्योंकि तो सारे गाइड वीडियोस बनाता है मस्त.
He's able to start kiting them out. This was the problem. And Owen Fury catches onto one, but the backline Asano needs to get at least one, but it's too late. Clockhood, really good peel. No flickers being used by Zkeep or Clockhood as the rest of the team now takes advantage of Falcons.
Yeah, again.
Falcon का भाई तू ये देख रहा है क्या, लाइक एकदम डैमेज बहुत एकदम ये हो रहा है, बहुत ज्यादा ही डैमेज पड़ रहा है.
You know, that's the nature of having a Ling, but then this was a really good play as we
वो
look at the play
रयान,
here brought to us by
अच्छा
SDC.
रयान
made the quick decision to go for
difference,
it.
हाँ.
Nagomi was already dropped down. That is massive in that fight there to keep Natko protected finally.
Yeah.
And to be able to stay alive. Again, that's what I was talking about, man. The damage.
Look at the poor man. He's just he is force feeding him water. But luckily
एक गलती होएगा वामोस से अभी, किधर ना किधर एक गलती कर देगी ये.
I'll tell you. Wait until GORD gets picked up and I'll show you the Mystic Gush. But in the meantime, this is the big problem with sieging, especially with Melissa. One of her greatest strengths is throwing muddles past the wave so that Falcons can't walk up and you can poke them out early. Conceal out, okay, Deadly Magic too, but Zkeep, he's already in that front lines. He's paying attention.
Okay, Cuffin's got the Minoan Fury. Are they going to go for this mid turret?
Minoan Fury coming out. Oh no! But the back line getting it
बोला ना,
Zkeep is already
एक गलती होगा.
But the Blade of Tempest might just be a little bit better. Boyet
okay.
down to the ground.
अरे नहीं, उल्टा हो गया. अरे गेम 2 भी जीत गए.
Only Troll alive. He's going to try to clear out the waves. He kicks Arrow 404. Uh-oh. There's nothing he can do.
अरे नाइस भाई, हो गया गेम खत्म.
And that's the danger of Ling in these assassin matchups. Ling is so good at one-shotting you. You can be the most mobile hero in the world, but if you don't got those iframes, it's a dangerous game of ball.
Very tough first match there for Falcons Mena. Off of it, Vamos, they knew the game plan. They got stalled out a little bit. But it was just one of those cases again where this composition, man, worked out in their favor. You're talking about a 10-0-4. This is probably
बोला था ना भाई, वही तो वामोस ही जीतना है. मैंने लेकिन पहला प्रेडिक्शन लगा था फैल्कन पे. देन मैंने उनका फर्स्ट मैच का थोड़ा सा देखा, देन मैं समझ गया नहीं भाई वामोस ही जीतेगा.
The rigidness of this composition is what makes it so good. But on the opposite end for Falcons, they gotta figure out ways to.
भाई मेरे प्रेडिक्शन कॉइंस पूरे वेस्ट हो गए.
To be fair, they were great. Sanji and Troll, by far, amazing engages into the backline, and that's what dragged this game out for so long.
Yeah, this is, they had their moments in the game. You know, as you're looking at the highlights here from STC, there was multiple moments where it looks like they had this game in their hands. They were able to go ahead, take the team fight over to Vamos, but then they also got into these instances where I think they maybe
अभी शायद से सेकंड टीम आएगी भाई, ये अभी इसको मिस नहीं करना है. वो अपनी अपनी कीज लेके आएंगे, फिर अब इनका की शायद से क्रश होएगा मे बी. अगर ये बेस्ट ऑफ 3 का मैच है तो अभी खत्म हो जाएगा, की क्रश हो जाएगा. अगर बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है तो एक और गेम खेलना पड़ेगा इन्हें.
Well, let's go ahead and throw it over to our interview for this matchup.
An amazing opener match coming up from Team Vamos, and right now with us on stage, we will be having a quick chat with Error 404. How are you?
Very good.
Okay, now you know what? Let's talk a little bit about the game because prior to
Best
the
of
game,
3
we saw
है.
an
ओ भाई
interview
तो
with
फिर
you
हो गया
and
इनका
you looked very stressed.
खत्म.
You look very tense.
My favorite team
Now
is
that you won
TLPS,
your opening
but
match
I
in
want
MSC,
True Reapers to win MSC, which is very hard but not impossible. Yeah, it's hard but possible तो impossible नहीं बोल सकते, लेकिन बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ेगा. ट्रू रिपर्स का पिक लाइक इट्स लाइक बहुत बेसिक है. हमें लगता है कि बहुत एकदम अच्छा खेलते हैं, बहुत बड़ी टीम है, लेकिन वो इंटरनेशनल पे जाएगी तो भाई बहुत उनसे भी तगड़े बंदे आते हैं, लाइक मैक्रो वाले होते. एंड ट्रू रिपर्स का पिक लाइक इट्स लाइक एकदम अर्ली में तुम गेम खत्म करने देख रहे हो तो अर्ली हीरोज ऐसा ले लेते. वो एक फॉरेनर भी एक ने कमेंट किया था, लाइक सी टियर दिया था ट्रू रिपर्स को. लाइक इट्स नॉट बैड, इट्स नॉट गुड ऑल्सो.
Your win today. Now, let's talk a little bit about and picks making a comeback this MSC. I know that you're an assassin user yourself.
Yeah, for me, I'm happy because
तू तो हैप्पी रहेगा ही भाई, जीत गया मैच.
I'm a assassin user, so it's my time to show my heroes.
Oh, I cannot wait. Is there anything you want to say to the Malaysian fans watching back at home?
Thank you for all the support, and I hope you guys can support us for the
भाई
next
पहली
match
मैच
as
ही
well. and we
हारेगी
will do
टू
our best.
रिपर्स.
Aw, thank you very much, Era 404. I'll see you on your next match. That's it from us. Let's show it over to the studio to break down what happened in this amazing
Next match?
match. Throwing it back to you guys.
बेस्ट ऑफ 5 था ना, सॉरी बेस्ट ऑफ 3 था ना, तो फिर 2 मैच जीत गए.
Time to show my heroes. Error 404 puts that on the screen of every single player from Team Falcons Meta because there's something that they just could not compute in that win.
तो शायद से खत्म हो गया लगता है इनका मैच. की क्रश अभी नहीं होगा क्योंकि अभी अभी स्टार्ट हुआ है ना भाई. पहली बार जैसी आया वैसी की क्रश कर दिया भाई. खत्म हो जाएंगे फिर ये बंदे.
Malaysia man here. I mean, that was a team win for Vamos. That was, to me, it left no question.
ये सेकंड मैच है. ये टीम फैल्कन पीएच के, ये वो मलेशियन का था, ये अभी पीएच के बंदे. इसमें मोस्टली पीएच की लोग नहीं किया है, इसमें मैंने भी पीएच ही किया है. ये सेकंड टीम को मैं भी नहीं जानता कौन है करके.
Right? Even despite a lot of people thinking that it was going to be, look at these predictions, 92% vote for Falcons coming up, but it was a 50-50 for ours. If you didn't see that, most people thought this would be.
भाई बुरा लगना जैसा क्या है भाई, जो है वो है. टू रिपर्स लाइक बोल नहीं सकते भाई, बहुत हार्ड रहेगा. हारा तो भी लाइक चलेगा ना, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. किसी को बुरा नहीं लग रहा है, which is true. टू रिपर्स के पास एक्सपीरियंस कम है compared to other teams, but we should support our team. Exactly. हमारी टीम को भी सपोर्ट कर सकते, साथ में मेरे को भी सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं लाइक और सब्सक्राइब दबा के, और मेंबरशिप लेके भी. इसे बोलते हैं इंटीग्रेशन.
It's uphill from here. The meta is gonna look so good.
Bro, two Reapers lost against SFQL as well.
Already 2
And
assassins
it's
man down.
international.
Then we see the link contested as well. We don't get to see the items here. I actually came into it. All right, so we got in game. I saw the Melissa pick and I was like, all right, Melissa. Then I went in, I saw the battle spell and I was already disappointed because hey, usually on Melissa you go Inspire. I would know. I'm a one
मैं
trick.
स्पॉन्सर भी कुछ कर नहीं सकता लगे लाइव स्ट्रीम पे क्योंकि अलाउड नहीं है.
We see the build path and
नहीं तो मैं मेरा ब्रांड का स्पॉन्सरशिप कर देता साथ में बीच में, मेरा काम तो हो जाता था लाइक.
here it is. He goes for, so it is. Wait, he still goes attack speed, but I've heard that in scrims the reason they don't go for flicker
एंड जियो
is
गेम्स
because they go
भाई,
corrosion into
जियो
crit.
गेम्स का बात ही
So
मत
now,
करो भाई.
in this case, they
बहुत
saw
बेकार
both
मैनेजमेंट
guys,
था.
so he
उन
wanted
लोग
to
ने
go for
कैंसिल
Shrek.
कर दिए थे
But
मैच
what's the
लाइक
case, but again,
जगह का
if we
मैच
go
उन लोग ने
quick,
कैंसिल
if
कर
we go
दिए थे
for Purify, then we'll see. I guess we'll see.
क्योंकि वो लैंड में मैं था ना,
It was interesting to see
मेरे यहाँ पर ही था वो
Purify
जियो
and
वर्ल्ड.
Razor to choke.
I mean, maybe also because again it's their first match. It's one of those things that they just forget.
इन लोगों का लाइक वो सीधे मौत का वो था कॉन्सर्ट था, वो लास्ट में लोग ने रखे थे. कभी 9 बजे से 10 बजे तक लाइक 1 घंटा कुछ तो कराए थे.
That was fine, but against other teams we might get punished. So let's remind ourselves to change the spell when we get into the game.
And I feel like now the interview with Boyet, it strikes us a bit
और
different. Now it's
फर्स्ट
like, yo,
अगर
we
उन्होंने
didn't have enough
जीतना,
practice, so if you didn't scrim too much, you don't know what the meta picks are, right? And the Eudora,
भाई
Melissa,
ड्राफ्ट
it
पे
definitely
देखो
messed with
होएगा.
them.
ड्राफ्ट पे लाइक लोग एकदम बहुत सोचना पड़ेगा बंदों को.
And kind of the decisions before the game, you're kind of like, wow, wait, are we ready for this? And now it does kind of make it seem like they knew they were going to have to go back to the drawing board, study up a little bit, and get ready for the
ये
next
सब
match.
करप्टेड
Good thing
ऑर्गेनाइजेशन
is we
है.
still have
करप्टेड भाई, कुछ करप्टेड बोल नहीं सकते है लाइक उनके उनकी जगह से वो सब ठीक है. मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता भाई इस चीज के ऊपर. लाइक होता है अंदर थोड़ा बहुत गप्पेबाजी होते, हर ऑर्ग में होता है.
more games for Team Falcons.
मैं खुद देखा हूँ भाई, मैंने भी खुद देखा हूँ. और बड़ा हो या छोटा हो, गप्पेबाजी होते हैं हर जगह पे.
Kyle, Niall, Kyrie, all of these guys on Assassins, man, I am so excited, seriously.
फॉर एग्जाम्पल तुम अभी SR12 के अंदर भी देख सकते हो क्या चल रहा है अभी रिसेंट पे. गॉड लाइक में भी कुछ ना कुछ हुआ है. मेरे साथ एक पर्सनली हुआ है गॉड लाइक के साथ, लाइक मेरा पेमेंट का. लाइक ये लोग अपना काम करवा लेते एंड फिर पेमेंट मांगने जाएंगे तो जल्दी देते ही नहीं है या इग्नोर कर देंगे, वैसा हो जाता है. मैं पीछे लग गया, फिर बाद में मेरे को मेरा पेमेंट मिला गॉड लाइक से.
Up next, we want to show you a little something from our game.
मोबा का सीन भी 2007 के बाद टूर्नामेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सब करप्टेड ब्रो। ये सब बात हम पर्सनल में बात कर सकते हैं, स्ट्रीम पे नहीं, क्योंकि नहीं करना है। लाइक हाँ, मेरे को बहुत कुछ पता है इसका वॉर ड्रम्स के रिलेटेड भी। तो या 25 लाख का प्राइस फुल था भाई। सेकेंड प्लेस को एटलीस्ट 5 लाख या 10 लाख, 5 लाख या 7 लाख मिलता तो भी ठीक था, बट 1,50,000 सेकेंड प्लेस वाले को।
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it. They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! He knows nothing but football! Tyler Wine, you're done.
दिल्ली के बारे में क्या कहना है भाई? दिल्ली का मेरे को पता नहीं भाई, दिल्ली के बारे में मैं कभी आया नहीं हूँ, बस सुना ही हूँ लोगों से। बट मैं खुद आऊँगा, लाइक कभी दिवाली के टाइम पे शायद से मैं आ सकता हूँ। लाइक मेरे और मैं ऐसा वो बूट कैंप पे मैं आऊँगा दिल्ली पे कुछ दिनों के लिए रहने के लिए, ऐसे ही आ जाऊँगा। व्हाट डू यू से अबाउट दिल्ली, अबाउट प्रोटेस्ट ऐसा जंतर मंतर का?
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here.
थोड़ा बहुत पता है मेरे को। लाइक उधर प्रोटेस्ट हुआ था एंड वहाँ पर पुलिस वाले लोग मारा दाड़ी कर रहे थे। अचानक से लोग ने सीधा गांधी जी को स्पॉन करा दिए, लाइक रिवाइव कर दिए। वो तो सीजन 1 के पहला का प्लेयर था। एक्विरिस, थैंक यू फॉर 2 समोसास। भाई पेट भर गया।
Now, the proud founding partner of EWC.
I guess मैंने सही नाम पढ़ा। Aquaris, thank you for 2 samosas.
And MLBB MSC at EWC26 with all of our streamer and join in on the action. If you want to do so, make sure to check it out and go to our creator
परसों लाठी चार्ज हुआ, हाँ देखा मैंने। अरे उसमें से एक बच्चा, लाइक एक बच्चा लाइक अपने ट्यूशन से कि जैसे तो वो जा रहा था, उसको भी लोग मारे। लाइक वो तो चुपचाप से वहां से जा रहा था, उसको भी पकड़ के लाइक मारे और वो रोने लग गया था। वो न्यूज़ में मैंने वो भी देखा था। लाइक वो उसने तो कुछ किया ही नहीं, उसे मार रहा।
So help to have you here. Rain Day back on the desk with Mirko and LaFell as we start to preview our next matchup in today's 4-game series. And we've got Team Falcons yet again. This time PH versus Guangzhou Gaming. Fellas, just some initial thoughts on what it looks like to see Team Falcons after missing all of the international events last year. Finally back on the stage versus Guangzhou and their first international here.
Well, I think, they fixed a lot of the errors. They
पंजाबी एंड मुस्लिम सब आ गए।
I think Team Falcons PH are looking very, very strong coming into this. Yes, they did in the grand finals, but I think it was also a different meta. In the current meta, I really feel like Team Falcons PH has what it takes to do what they did.
हाँ, फोन भी तोड़ दिया था, बराबर। उसका फोन भी तोड़ दिया था, वो भी देखा मैंने।
Something that I do have to say, where I feel like I talk about this backstage, it kind of feels like they're trying to go back-ish to the 2024 meta, right? Because in MWI, even the grand finalists are the same, and that's why for Falcons PH, that's where I'm like, wait, hold on.
पहले ये लोग खुद एक मूवी बनाते, लाइक बोलते हुए कि सोनम वांगचुक से इंस्पायर्ड ऐसा वैसा करके। फिर जब वो प्रोटेस्ट के लिए ऐसा अपने राइट सब मांगेगा तो उसे सीधा बोल देते कि ये तो चाइनीज एजेंट है। भाई अगर तुम कुछ आवाज उठाएगी किस चीज के लिए तो तुम या तो पाकिस्तानी हो, या तो अफगानिस्तानी, या तो तुम चाइनीज। ये भाई ये बहुत सही है अपना इंडियन का।
I mean, like, it went all 7 games, and at the final game, the $1 million pick happened. We'll see if that happens again.
I mean, there's $1 million on the line here as well, so anything can
या
happen.
तुम ज्यादा कुछ बोलोगे तो देशद्रोही बोल देंगे तुम्हें।
Roster filled with great players who want to make their mark here, especially at MSC. We mentioned Guangzhou. We'll talk about them a little bit later.
All these things were not shown in the news. What comes in the news?
In the chat, it's time to hear from Flap as we got a chance to catch up with him.
भाई let's end this topic है भाई, क्योंकि controversial हो जाएगा अपना स्ट्रीम। हमारा स्ट्रीम तो MSC के ऊपर है।
EXP laners, it's Flap. Welcome back.
Hello guys.
How's
How's Paris treating you?
It's all good.
Let's just stop talking about this matter. इसे हम चाहे तो पर्सनल में भी बात कर सकते हैं.
This is the best.
Oh, this is the best, and we are with one of the
वही
best, right?
controversial हो
So,
जाएगा.
Flap, we haven't seen you in quite some time. I think the last time we saw you on an international stage was MSC 2024
रुको मैं जरा एक चीज देखता
runner-ups.
हूँ.
What's different for you this time around?
The difference is that
वैसे हाँ
I'm
10
more
डायमंड का
hungry
कोड
to
आया है.
win this championship.
But you had breakfast, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just, making sure. How did you prepare for your next match here against Guangzhou Gaming?
We just train.
ये कोड तुम कॉपी पेस्ट कर लो गेम के अंदर,
Train in the
तुम्हें
hotel.
10 डायमंड मिलेगा.
Anything else specific to Guangzou Gaming that we should know about?
शायद से रिडीम हो भी गया रहेगा ये.
Nothing specific?
Yeah, we're ready.
They're ready. We're ready as well. Flap, good luck. Thank you so much. Over back to you.
Flap, a two-time M-Series world champion, M2 and M5. He's got to play a big role in today. Mirko Falcons are going to do well.
Absolutely. He's crucial to Falcons winning. And what the heck? You might be right. What's going on with these players when they get interviewed by Eterna? Who is that? That's not Flap.
Hey, I mean, here's the thing.
Flap does the thing. He always taunts
अगर
and
मैचेस
poses,
जल्दी
but
खत्म भी
Eterna's
हो
posing some
गया
problems.
तो मैं शायद एक दो पीसी गेम भी खेलूंगा.
She
Stream पे.
She might have just arm wrestled him right before that. And with two hands as well. And then he was like trying to catch his breath and just get ready to go. I think that could be it.
That could be it.
That could be it, honestly. You guys haven't seen Eterna. Like, she's strong.
Yeah.
She's like, what, 82 kgs now?
पुलिस वालों को तलवार में मार रहे थे. अरे भाई छोड़ तो भाई ये बात अपन बाद में बात करते हैं. ये बात पे छोड़ दो अभी के लिए.
On the desk, we got plenty of time to talk Falcons, and we got plenty of time to talk Guangzhou as well. As a roster, these guys have been really effective, and obviously, coming from China, this is a very important story for them. Yes. It is their first international event this year, and
Bro, this is Hook Gaming. कौन भाई हुक कौन? उसे मैं जानता हूँ. कौन है यहाँ से? चैट पे है क्या? प्रीति प्लेस भी है यहाँ पर. उसका भी देखते स्ट्रीम क्या कर रही है.
Voila! Die! Ah! Oi! Which pose, buddy?
ये स्ट्रीम नहीं कर रही.
My leg is zing.
कोड भाई कोड मैंने दे दिया ना उधर. चैट पे देखो.
Hello, Kovila. Hi, everyone. Welcome. So the second match will begin very soon. We will watch very soon. Okay.
स्ट्रीम पे स्ट्रीम चल रहा है.
Hello, Toli. Hello, Yuka. Viewers, let's go to another.
स्ट्रीम पे स्ट्रीम चल रहा है.
स्ट्रीम चल रहा है. वही तो. ओ तुम्हारा भी है ना.
Already live. Ooh. And now watching
Isana, I like
you.
this white. I like this team white, guys. मैं नाम नहीं पता. स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो ऑलरेडी लाइव को. हाँ मैंने देखा था.
And now watching you.
Hello, Imo. Thank you. Big shout out to everyone for their gifts and time that they're investing on my stream. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Brother, it took me 2 hours timeout while redeeming the code. मेरे को तो नहीं मिलेगा वैसे. ऑलरेडी मैं लेट हूँ.
Wrong timing. Use Mia. I'm requesting. Okay.
शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम भी अच्छा ही है बट मेरे लिए अच्छा नहीं है.
He's wishing them both. Hello, Samira. Hello, nice Ria.
ईबीचू कुछ बोल रहा है क्या? Falcon coach is current coach of Chinese team Guangzhou. Ex coach of Falcon now coaching. अरे भाई धोखा. इतना बड़ा धोखा. I already have redeemed 70 diamonds. मैंने भी इसका उससे like 80 diamonds something मैंने कुछ redeem किया हूँ. ये अभी इसका मैंने redeem नहीं किया. 80 नहीं 70 कुछ मैं किया मेरी. 70 या 60 कुछ. 80 नहीं गलती से बोल दिया. एक क्वेश्चन है, ये मोबाइल लेजेंड अभी भी कंपेंसेशन में हीरो ट्रायल सीएम ट्रायल कार्ड देता है? भाई बोलना तो नहीं है, बट हाँ तो वैसे बोल तो सकता हूँ मैं. अभी मेरे पे कुछ रिस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं है, मैं कोई प्रोग्राम में भी नहीं हूँ. मैं बिंदास बोल सकता हूँ अभी. भाई टू बी ऑनेस्ट, मोबा ना विस्टा ना बहुत कंजूस है. लाइक ये तुम्हें पैसे नहीं देगी, तुम्हें डायमंड्स देगी. सिंपल सी बात है. और डायमंड्स देगी भी ना बहुत डिले करेगी, तुम्हें टाइम पे नहीं देगी. इतना ही है. और तुम्हें स्किन का ट्रायल सब देके लाइक उल्लू बना देगी बस.
XP, and I feel like him and Maze, they're gonna have to
time by time and time again. So yes,
ऑल स्टार इवेंट कब खत्म हुआ और अभी तक उसका रिवॉर्ड मिला ही नहीं.
two-time M Series champion, like
उसका क्रिएशन इवेंट रहता है, उसका अपन खत्म करके कब हो गया वो, और अभी तक डायमंड नहीं आया उसके.
Now that's the bigger statement. Like that's one of the things where even if you lose, it's fine. You can say you beat flat.
And that's also, I think,
मैं दुकान पे काम कर रहा हूँ, साथ में स्ट्रीम भी देख रहा हूँ. भाई दुकान में वाईफाई है तो सही है, अदरवाइज तुम्हारा नेट भाई बहुत जाएगा, क्योंकि ये स्ट्रीम 6:30 बजे तक जाएगा. ये
this is one of those trophies that many of the players do not have, right?
Yeah, not gonna lie, a bit annoying.
6:30 बजे तक मैं करने वाला स्ट्रीम. फोर्थ मैच मैं नहीं करने वाला, थर्ड मैच तक मैं छोड़ दूंगा. थर्ड मैच अपना वेटालिटी वर्सेस टू रिपर्स, बस उतना ही. अनलिमिटेड भाई सही है.
Yes, you're right. Vitality champions for sure this one.
Undefeated at EWC across 3 years and M Series across 7 years.
Never lost a single game.
Never.
Wow. Well, in the hometown org at this point, with Paris being the home of this
Vitality.
MSC. I mean, and that was one of the things you guys talked to me about as well, learning the game this week and having the privilege to speak to you guys about the importance of this tournament. One of the things that was echoed was the fact that this is in Paris now. It wasn't always global, and the fact that it is, it adds.
Release a manager. भाई manager खुद स्क्वाड छोड़ के निकल गया था.
Absolutely, I think you heard from the players as well, man. They feel like it's the best. Flapteasy literally said it's the best because, man, I think for them it's just a dream to visit Paris at the start. They would have never thought that MLBB would bring them here.
या भाई तो बोल सकता हूँ, क्योंकि MLBB ज़्यादा करके ये इंडोनेशिया, मलेशिया, फिलीपीन, ये सारी साइड को एकदम ज्यादा ये करता है.
Speaking of Team Vitality, speaking of Navi, speaking of Team AG, and all of those orgs, they're playing for something maybe even bigger than just a single championship. They're playing for the club championship trophy. We've got Chris ready to give us an update on.
और क्या बोलते, मैंने थाईलैंड का देखा था वीपीएन लगा के, जो क्रिएटर इवेंट होता है ना. इंडिया की तुम देखो, इंडिया में जो फर्स्ट पोजीशन पे है ना, फिनोमिनल ऐसे सब होते हैं ना, इनके ना कितना 17 मिलियन, 18 मिलियन या 20 मिलियन व्यूज ऐसा रहता है फर्स्ट पोजीशन पे. एंड थाईलैंड में देखने का भाई फर्स्ट पोजीशन नॉट इवन 1 मिलियन, नॉट इवन 8 लाख, 7 लाख पे भाई है 1 के कितना फर्स्ट पोजीशन. ये तो 7 लाख तो ऐसे ही हो जाता है यहाँ के इंडियन वालों का. तो
how things are faring so far.
Competing in all 4 games. So that's a massive moment for them to potentially catch up and see if they can do something about it.
Falcons तो मेरा दिल से क्यों निकला भाई. मैं विली के लिए आया था और विली खुद निकल गया, तो फिर मैं भी निकला. मैं फिर मेरे ऑर्ग में चला गया था. मेरे को ऑर्ग से मिला था, एंट्री मिला था मेटा निंजा का. फिर बाद में मेरा मेटा निंजा वो गिल्डी जो था वो खत्म हो गया ना, लाइक लाइनअप ही चला गया. एंड फिर स्क्वाड के क्या करेंगे, तो स्क्वाड भी लीव कर दिए. तो अभी मैं मेरे दूसरे एक टीम में हूँ. ज्यादा टाइम नहीं रहूंगा और एक इसमें स्विच हो जाऊंगा. जब तक मेरे को वेरीफाइड टीम नहीं मिलता तब तक मैं स्विच करते ही रहूंगा.
Thanks a bunch, Chris, and also reminding us all that Falcons are back-to-back winners of the club championship. Will we see a new club championship winner this year? We'll find out. Stay tuned for all the action. We'll keep you covered with what's going on in the CC. Now, as we head back to MSC, on the desk, Mirko, as we preview this lineup, what to you stands out as the biggest narrative? Again, we've talked about Falcons being winners. We've talked about, them representing the Philippines. We've also talked about the story with Guangzhou Gaming. What rings the most important here in game 1?
I think it comes to just understanding the meta right now.
Both teams.
धोखेबाज
Understanding the meta. We saw earlier a
पर
big
विली
contrast
तो
of one
मेरे
team
गिल्ड में ही
really
है
pushing.
भाई बजर्क फाइटर में विली निकल गया था तभी एक टाइम पे वो निकला था और 2-3 जन और निकले थे फिर मैंने भी निकल गया था उसके बाद मेरे को मेरे ऑर्ग में ले लिए थे अंदर
All of it, you know, all of the meta picks from scrims that they said as well.
How does that play into maybe feeling comfortable, LaFell, that they kind of know what's going to show up for Falcons, or for Falcons feeling that they know some of their opponents?
Yeah, it's good for Falcons for sure, because at this point, they know the identity of Guangzhou Gaming, and that's also the other thing. Like, meta is very important, but you cannot stray too far away from your own identity, because you might end up making mistakes just because you're breaking out of your habits. There are some habits that's good for you to break out.
एटलीस्ट M8 में तो 2 स्लॉट मिलना चाहिए इंडिया से वो 2 स्लॉट रहेगा तो या तो गॉडलाइक या तो SA12 या तो ट्रू रिपर्स और ये कॉम्बिनेशन लगा के जाओ बट अगर SA12 में भी रोमकॉम और ये एपेक्स सब अभी एक साथ में है तो फिर मे बी चांस है SA12 ही जाएगा आगे RNTX का भाई कुछ ये नहीं है
You can just see that assassins in the jungle, Mirko, I mean, if they're played at that level, they are going to need to be dealt with.
Another moderator just handled this. He can't just leave me, brother. Sara on top. अरे भाई कौन है कौन सा मॉडरेटर ने रोक दिया है तुम्हारा वो कमेंट नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है मेरा दूसरा मॉडरेटर आके रोक दिया लगता है तुम्हारा नहीं हो गया आ गया
It is a pick that they've actually found a lot of comfort with, playing it a lot in the M7 qualifiers for the Chinese teams, and coming into this, I still think it makes sense with the identity that they have. If it wasn't for that, a lot in the M7
मेरे को कुछ अजीब क्यों लग रहा है
qualifiers for the Chinese.
ये बंदा मेरे को और ही सस्त लग रहा है इसका स्माइल देख भाई मेरे को बहुत अजीब लग रहा है
teams, and
ये तो भी ठीक है
coming into this, I still think
ये भी
it
ठीक है
makes sense with the identity that they have. Play around team fights.
Yep. By the way, I gotta say, Mirko as well as Rain, this is gonna be our second match, but I'm already seeing that
true Rippers are next match's winner, while the loser will face the loser in an elimination match. Remember, we are going into an upper and a lower bracket for both Group A.
True Rippers, भाई नाम ले लिया.
That would be maybe different if you're used to certain upper brackets and lower brackets that combine
Release my brother.
Groups,
He will not.
Be different. So Group A, the teams you're seeing here are going to be playing against other Group A opponents. So every single match is going to impact every single other match. There's something to learn from every single game that we're watching here, especially if you're one of the teams that didn't do well. It's going to be waiting in the wings like Team Falcons Meta previously against Team Vamos. Guys, I just got to say, predictions. Do you think Falcons is taking this one to start off? Yes. They're coming in stronger?
Yes.
Believe me.
Is there
pretty confident, yes.
Very confident, yes.
Yeah, no hesitation, yes.
If Guangzhou is going to steal it,
तुम चैट करते रहो मैं जरा सा WhatsApp देख के आता हूँ.
They got to shut down Kyle, but that's one of those things that's easier said than done.
They got to shut down Marco, Kyle, Haji, Owen, and Flap.
They got to shut everybody down. We'll see if Guangzhou Gaming can impress yet again as they face off versus Team Falcons PH in our Game 2.
Yes, my friends, that is the setup for our second matchup for today. But first up, quick recap, right? We have 2 dark horses to open things up for our matches zeros at MSC. And happy for Vamos. They got it in.
Yes, indeed. Hala Vamos for the Malaysians back at home. That was an incredible series. 2-2. A lot of amazing picks off the board. But now we enter the second match
clean
of the day
sweep
where we will
Vamos
be
के लिए तो.
seeing Falcons Philippines going up against Guangzhou Gaming.
Yes, this is a pickup in its own right. It's a
ये
fight
थोड़ा
between a
टफ रहेगा
giant
क्योंकि
and
देखो
newcomers in there.
जो फैल्कन अभी PH का जो कोच था ना फैल्कन का कोच अभी गॉन्जो गेमिंग का कोच है अभी लाइक ये टीम से वो ये टीम में अभी स्विच होगा इसलिए मैं बोल धोखेबाज मैं बोल रहा हूँ पार्टी बदल दिया.
The last time that they were on this very stage, they went all the way to the grand finals. Now the question is, this time, will they be able to start their journey on the right foot after not being in MSC 2025?
That is indeed a lot of pressure on their back, but of course, no game is complete with only one team. Please join me in welcoming their opponents, Guangzhou Gaming! From heartbreak at M7 wildcard to the main stage of MSC, their journey has been a treasure to witness. As the rising tide lifts the ships of their region, their goal is clear: show the established powerhouses that there's new challenges
मैं जरा सारी
for
चीजें
them
क्लेम
to
करके
fear.
आ जाता हूँ मैं गेम
Ooh, this
मतलब इस
matchup
पे.
is going to be interesting because, like I've mentioned, Falcons Philippines went all the way to the grand finals, meaning they are veterans, they are contenders. However, Guangzhou Gaming, on the other hand, they are the newcomers. Will an upset happen in today's match?
It's the cool part of it. Everybody loves an underdog story, and this game has it in space. So please, gentlemen, Guangzhou, please place your keys. Please, Team Falcons. Remember, captains, to shake your hands before this game starts, and we'll see it. They're going to go to the middle, and well, the handshake. It's all love and care, but in the server, it looks different. Let's send them then to our desk to get our
देखते
game
क्या
started.
मिलता है.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milos. Man, it's a fun green room
स्वीट्स
with
मिला
those two.
एफिनिटी.
Some great talent.
कुछ काम का नहीं
and
है.
some great games.
चलो
Starting
फिर
us
मैं आ
off
जाता हूँ चैट
here
पे.
for MLBB, MSC in Paris, France. 16 of the best teams in the world vying for that $1 million prize pool. Now it's time for China to see what they can do against some of the all-stars of the Philippines, representing Team Falcons in our second series of 4 for today. As we kick off the draft, we've got Mirko and LaFell with me. And guys, this is important. If Guangzhou's going to do it, you guys said maybe an uphill battle. The audience thinks so too. 8% only thinking that they can get the job done. They're going to have to do something in this draft to surprise Falcons.
Look at him, he's locked in. Tied his hair real quick.
Right now,
मैं
I
2
do have to
मिनट
say,
के लिए था क्या
one
इतना
that if you're new
डिले
to
था मैं.
MLBB, one of the
ठीक है.
reasons why
Do I
feel
leave?
Falcons Philippines
तो
will win
at
this
some
one
point
is
फिर बाद
in the
में
current meta,
bro what
if
do you
you
do for
lose
promo
the
diamond
first 2
भाई
minutes of the
promo
game,
diamond से ना मैंने
it's
ना
actually
सच बोलूं तो
very
मेरे को
hard to come
ये
back
मिला
into the game just by how
उल्टा
the
रहेगा
jungle has
ये
changed
मिला
in
मेरे
terms of
को
the values and everything like that. And Falcons Philippines have, I would say, all across the board, one of the best laners in every lane.
कुछ नहीं
Flax
भाई
amazing in the EXP
मैंने मेरे वो
department,
रिकॉल में मैंने
amazing
डाला था
gold,
मेरा पूरा
and it makes it so that winning those
रिकॉल
lanes is
वाला
gonna be
पूरा नहीं
very
डाला
difficult.
थोड़ा सा
And
मैंने
I'm just
डाला था
worried if
रिकॉल पे फिर
Falcons
उसके बाद
just wins
मैंने
the first turtle fight,
छोड़
and then
दिया
they
भाई
start
नहीं
controlling
नहीं
the
और
jungle,
नहीं डालना है
and
नहीं
it just
मिलने वाला है
becomes
करके
an
मैं रुक
unfair
गया
battle.
फिर उसके बाद मेरे पास
I'm a fan of that.
अभी
Up until
थोड़े
I
टाइम में
think
जमा करूंगा फिर एक
a
स्किन ले
point
लूंगा
that I
पिक
want to talk about would be, I think the first 2 minutes. I don't think the first 2 minutes dictates the entire
भाई
game.
रिकॉल स्कैम है भाई नहीं करने वाला स्कैम वो पता है मेरे को स्कैम होने वाला लेकिन मैं फिर भी अंदर जा रहा हूँ
Whoever gets that, whoever gets snowballing from there, then it gets really tough to come back. But even then, I'm not too sure because we've been seeing utility versus assassin. We've seen a
बट
weird,
मेरे को
I mean,
50 स्पिन में मिल
off-meta
गया था
assassin in the hard
भाई
lane
तू
against
लकी
a
है
meta
भाई
assassin.
मेरे को नहीं
I
मिला
want to see how it looks like if it's like a Fanny versus Ling, if it's a Fanny versus Hirara versus Ling, or heck, even a Nolan, right? Because then I'd say there's going to be a lot of room for comebacks.
I'm just thinking that we won't be seeing the Fanny. Like, unless...
Yeah, probably not.
Unless the jungler is, at best, a B tier at Fanny, I don't see the Fanny letting out of the bans.
How common is it as we take a look at the map reveal? Hold that question for the draft. Will it be another broken walls? Or will we get a mix-up? It's expanding river this time around. LaFell, your thoughts on finally a new map here?
Yeah, expanding rivers make it so that winning in the lanes is going to be that much more important, making it so that you can go through the neutral objectives like the turtle as well as the lord much faster. So now the lane matchups.
If I had 1500 promo diamonds I would have recharged for 500 tokens
to the jungle, basically. It can snowball that.
Can rotate around
भाई
very, very quickly.
सपने भाई बहुत बड़े बड़े हैं लेकिन वो तो मैं 900 तक ही मैक्स देंगे अगर फ्री में भी तुम करने देखेंगे तो ज्यादा तुम्हें देंगे ही नहीं प्रोमो डायमंड लिमिटेशन रखेंगे प्रोमो डायमंड से तुम यहाँ यूज कर सकते हो हर जगह पे नहीं
going up against Guangzhou Gaming, and I guess that's good for them considering the old coach from Guangzhou went over to Falcon. So this is the advantage that we see, that we don't need to ban meta picks, we just gotta ban.
एक सेकेंड क्या बोला इसने their own coach went from Guangzhou to Falcon है एक जन ने बोला था कि वो फैल्कन से गॉन्जो पे आया था ये यहाँ पे बोल रहे कि गॉन्जो से फैल्कन पे गया
The picks that you know very good against the assassins, right? You can lock her down. So the Atlas
Moody
gets banned out there. Final ban. I think we will see more Eudoras. Maybe not first pick though. I think first pick here. Oh, Hirara got banned. Fanny got banned. Even the Freya. The only pick that we've seen banned out that finally gets open here would be like the Phobius Jusin. So I'm thinking maybe those two for Falcons for first pick.
अरे भाई इस पे ये देखो मोदी आ गया भाई मोदी ये बंदा
how many dashes, the amount of mobility in this game. It's not a great time for the Zushin. So
भाई मोदी खेल रहा है भाई.
See a lot of it. Ling for his pick here. We got to see Eudora. If not, this Ling is going to be so free.
Yeah, Eudora
मैं निकल रहा हूँ.
Go Esmeralda.
अरे
Esmeralda Eudora?
Yeah, I think they just want the Esmeralda. Quite good in the lane, but is not an answer towards the Ling. So a little bit of disconnect here where
मोदी भाई मोदी
they win the EXP so hard, you
भाई
start
तू
controlling
खुद को
jungle.
ऊपर
It's going
कर
to be
ले.
pretty difficult and a very early
अरे
harvest
हाँ
where, again, coming from the region
याद
of
है
China, they
याद
do
है
like their gold laners. But my worry is, if they pick up a Moskov, I can see it. But picking up a Harifir, they're not having any crowd control for this Link.
तो
I don't even think they have enough burst damage for the first 12 to 30 minutes of the game to deal with the Link.
Are you happy if you're Falcons to try to grab Eudora yourself?
I'd say yeah. I'd be down for it. You know, the Eudora
Just to deny it on the other side?
It's great on the deny, but it's also great with your assassin, right? Because usually when you're on the Ling or any other assassins, you need a bit of burst damage, and I was... Bro,
भूल जाता भाई भूल जाता हूँ.
I was gonna get to the Brody.
You gotta get your points in,
I'm sorry, man. I was...
गेम के टाइम पे नीचे कर लूँगा हाँ.
No, that was me. I messed you up. I messed you up. You would have said
it. Okay. Harith Esmeralda gets picked up. This is the question on the Falcons roster. We know at M5 they play strong side gold lane so well, and this is what we've been talking about as well. The Brody pick and the Dyrod. So you have physical shred, and then you have double carries on physical damage.
Bursty as well.
Oh my god.
I gotta say,
crazy.
Raid and Mirko were on track for 90
भाई मैं ऐसा तो ऐसे बैठेगा ना कैमरा पे देख के लगता है कि भाई मैं एकदम बाकड़ा तेकड़ा कैसा तो कर रहा हूँ मैं ऐसा लग रहा है.
Goes with the Hilda. Good and bad here. The Hilda should be good to pressure the Ling, but going up against a Dyrov likes it when you have a lot of armor because there's so much that he can take away. And at that point, Ling won't be punished. Ling will have enough damage to take you down.
And it's a winning matchup. I've been saying this from MWI. We've been seeing in MWI CC to answer the Esmeralda, where in reality for me, I'm like, where's the Dyrov, right? This guy just got buffed. My boy's playing it in ranked. It's pretty good. It just smashes Esmeralda in lane. Even the Hilda's gonna find a lot of difficulties walking up.
It's not great.
Your physical defense gets shredded, and you have two bursts right there with you.
And you're talking about win conditions. The Dyrod, both two characters that feel like if they get going, it's going to be hard to stop them. So a lot of
all three of them, honestly.
Yeah. And then the Eudora gets banned out, right? So they're taking away another burst damage hero.
I gotta say, this is one of those games where Falcons can end it very easily because Brody is one of those heroes. Back in the day, it's just a turret.
हाँ भाई मैं ही कॉड हूँ और कोई नहीं है.
World Championship skin. Like here's the thing.
मैं फेस रिवील वैसे पहले ही कर दिया था लेकिन ये फेस कैम फर्स्ट टाइम कर रहा हूँ मैं. फर्स्ट टाइम नहीं सेकंड टाइम है ये मेरा फेस कैम.
Wait, did the game just end?
10 minutes. Too many things to focus on.
वेबकैम एक अलग सा लूंगा मैं. कैमरा क्वालिटी थोड़ा और अच्छा बढ़ेगा.
This is already a nightmare in terms of micro.
Esme good but mid game only.
There's so much magic gonna happen in this game.
So you mentioned Moskov. Is the answer
late game melt कर देगा अगर वो कुछ अच्छा पिक करेंगे तो.
Something that's global, something that can help on those rotations when you have someone pushing a lane and you need to get over there quickly.
Dyrod gonna melt her.
Better pick over the Harith really, because like I see the Harith, I see why they want for it. Again, Guangzhou Gaming, they're known for team fighting, but
वैसे एक गिफ्ट से क्या होता है लाइक जो बेचते हैं ना जैसा वो फुटबॉल चैट पे लाइक बेचते हैं ना लाइक ज्वेल्स बेचते हैं समोसा हो गया चाय हो गया फुटबॉल हो गया उससे कि अगर होता क्या है वो भेजेंगे तो
it's a winning matchup up until the Harith gets all the free resets.
Rain, I gotta say for
like ये देखो अभी मैं कुछ एक भेजूंगा समोसा.
The MLBB draft. This is very uninteractive, where you're just picking up heroes that you want to use without considering the opponent's pickup. So it's basically like you're playing rock paper scissors, but you
समोसा मैंने भेजा. Two jewels का एक समोसा.
And you'll win a little bit of the time. But in a best of 3,
इससे पर होता क्या है?
knowing a little bit about what you do, it may not be enough. And that's the worry here for Guangzhou Gaming.
और मैं तुझे करूँगा.
Like, where's the damage?
I think right now Falcons just go for the GORD Kalea, right? Like you already reveal all your cards here. You just go for extra burst, so it's good against the Harith. You have that range to bully the juice in.
लॉल भाई ऐसे ही स्ट्रीम करते रहो हम सपोर्ट करेंगे. अरे भाई करते रहो भाई करते रहो.
You have one more pick, right? And we're talking about them playing rock.
मैं स्ट्रीम पहला चालू करता नहीं था. एक टाइम मैं किया था चालू बट उस पर इतना अच्छा रिस्पॉन्स नहीं मिला. फिर बाद में मेरे को मेरे ऑर्ग ने भी बोले कि फेस कैम करना ट्राई कर ले अच्छा होएगा। शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम में फेस कैम करेंगे तो लाइक लोग आएंगे देखेंगे, बट लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम का बहुत बेनिफिशियल है। भले 4-5 ऑडियंस भी देगी ना, तो भी वो 4-5 भी बहुत लॉयल रहेगी, लाइक बहुत अच्छा देगी रिस्पॉन्स। शॉर्ट्स तो लाइक कचरे रहते ना।
Lilia level 2 can take down basically everyone from Guangzhou, so this is a mismatch in draft.
I thought they would take the easy road of just
Yo, to
GORD
एक half
and
samosa.
Kalea. Instead, they read past the pick. They know Guangzhou Gaming
एक
only
ring
have
light ले लो।
utility jungle left in their arsenal, and they go for Lilia.
वो कैमरा पे इंक्लूडेड वाला एक मैं देख रहा हूँ वैसा। मेरे को एक वो प्रीति प्लेस का मॉडरेटर बोला है, लाइक वो मेरे को सजेस्ट करेगा एक अच्छा कैमरा वेबकैम बजट फ्रेंडली।
As the time goes on, it's like, wait, our chances of winning is going down and down and down. This is a draft that will make you feel very
The
excited.
watch time of short stream is also less.
Nolan pick
Yeah.
out of Guangzhou Gaming. Nolan, notoriously horrible pick against a Ling, and especially a Brody that can kiss you.
Short stream का watch time भी बहुत कम। भाई देखो, तुम शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम पे अगर तुम कुछ भी करो ना, कुछ फायदा नहीं है शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम में। शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम इज फॉर दोस्त जिसे सब्सक्राइबर्स लाइक गेन बहुत करना है, तो फिर करो। तुम्हें उसमें अगर सुपर चैट भी मिल गया, ये सब मिला, तो फिर ठीक है, अच्छा ही है। बट अगर तुम खुद का चैनल मोनेटाइज भी करना है तुम्हें, तो फिर लॉन्ग वीडियोस के थ्रू ही करो, तुम शॉर्ट वीडियोस के थ्रू करो मत। मतलब आई मीन अगर हाँ तुम्हें अगर मोनेटाइज करना चाहो तो लॉन्ग वीडियोस डाल डाल के करो, तो वैसा भी तुम मोनेटाइज हो जाएगा। तुम लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम भी करो, लाइक 8 घंटा 9 घंटा, ऐसा 8 घंटा नहीं सॉरी 4 घंटा 5 घंटा भी करोगे ना, तो भी लोग देखेंगे, उसका भी काउंट होता है, स्ट्रीम का भी काउंट होता है। बट तुम अगर शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम करो, शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम का काउंट नहीं होता, उसको लाइक व्यूज के जैसे ही काउंट करेंगे।
Guangzhou Gaming, they forced out an early flicker from the hero you expected to be most
Oh,
aggressive in the early
okay,
game.
एक second,
And listen,
भूल
this
गया
is
मैं।
the scary thing about this game, right? Because you're looking at everybody. There is no particular winning matchup, right? And especially in those side lanes, unless they find a big mistake. So they do need the extra bit of support. Guangzhou, especially for Mei and Xing, all they gotta do is maintain control of mid, and it's gonna be super difficult for Ogwin and Haji to have that impact that we're looking for.
शॉर्ट्स का व्यूज ज्यादा होता ही है। शॉर्ट्स का व्यूज देखो, तुम लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम में भी शॉर्ट का व्यूज लेके आएगा तो भी इतना कुछ काम का नहीं है वो बस तुम्हारा चैनल का व्यूज थोड़ा सा वो ऊपर करने के लिए ठीक है, लेकिन पैसे इतना ज्यादा नहीं मिलता शॉर्ट से।
Never mind. I just said Mei couldn't just really go straight into Kyle because of what Haji and Ogwin were doing, but with the amount of support that they've been providing one another, with this rotation you've seen firsthand from Guang.
मैं इतना बता देता हूँ, देखो मेरा एक रील था, वो रील नहीं शॉर्ट वीडियो 2.1 मिलियन है मेरा, वो सबसे क्या बोलते हैं व्यूड शॉर्ट वही है मेरा, मीम टाइप ही है वो। इनकम में ओपनली बोलता हूँ 1500 समथिंग कुछ मिला है मेरे को, कितना 2.1 मिलियन पे। एंड तुम अगर लॉन्ग वीडियोस पे अगर तुम्हें 1 मिलियन व्यूज आ गए ना, तो तुम्हें सीधा 30,000 मिलता है। तो ये 2 मिलियन हो गए तो 60,000 मिलना चाहिए।
Seems right now from Guangzhou's out there stuck with this Nolan, they too have a certain
Also has to keep up, but at least they're holding majority of the positioning here in the turtle so far. Flicker's already forced down. Ogwin actually falls to the hands of Guangzhou as first blood, and it seems to be going all the way over to Guangzhou. It's only Kyle left, and even Kyle doesn't make it out alive. What a start for Guangzhou here.
Zipper,
Nice
we
start.
need a replay of that. That was a beautiful fight coming out from Guangzhou. Like, it is, Ogwin was already looking to actually put that final nail in the coffin, but keep your eyes here as Mei flickers out and baits the entire team into an unwinnable fight with Xing, making sure that Lantern Flare was up the entire way.
ये वो फैल्कन काइल की वजह से हमारा ट्रू रिपर्स का काइल ने अपना नेम चेंज कर दिया, काइल से गर्सिया कर दिया उसने, लाइक दोनों सेम नेम हो जाएगा ना, इसलिए
Formation and preparation
ये इसकी वजह से, ये काइल की वजह से।
You know very little about this team. Even the heroes that they've used in their recent qualifiers don't tell you much about their playstyle. But what has changed? Why have they seemed to
ये मेरे साइड का प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, वो अपने आप उधर का ही है।
Despite them picking or having these heroes which Falcons attempted to counter.
Well, I think, you know, it's a lot of research, and I definitely think, you know, the length of the MPL PH definitely played a part of that.
That's true.
Unintentionally, but here, when it comes down to the meta, that's what everybody's trying to figure out. What is not only the meta game for the game, but specifically for the tournament? We need to see that develop throughout. But with the lead that they have, 4-1, I'm expecting Wanzo to play more reactively, right? Yeah. They want to make sure they punish the Falcons everywhere they go. They need a man-to-man defense and make sure that Haji doesn't scale too fast.
And honestly, that tournament meta, I feel, is something we won't really get to figure out until maybe day 3 or 4.
I mean, we can speculate.
Because day 1, first 2 matches in series have already shown us
फाल्कन मीना में भी हाँ भाई कुछ नेम्स होते हैं वैसा, अभी वो उनके ऊपर है लाइक चेंज करना है कि नहीं। मे भी शायद से उसे लगता रहेगा कि दो नाम है लाइक सेम टू सेम, तो लोग कंफ्यूज हो जाएंगे, तो उसने जानबूझ के इसलिए शायद से चेंज किया नेम, लाइक उसको थोड़ा सा अलग दिखना है।
Guangzhou going to take that first move as they send supports to the top side.
Yep, at least for Falcons and their sides, they're doing really okay. It's a Brody and a Dairoth, which you pretty much expect to win their lanes. And so, despite Falcons not really winning out massively in terms of their mid, they're not really in need of that much rotations, but that's the thing. Guangzhou might just really take advantage of this entire situation, but it's only Owen here on top, already trying to somewhat provide a bit of help. Does catch Sai, but it's gonna be
अभी वो गार्सिया क्या सोच के रखा है पता नहीं।
Do they have enough damage? Do they have enough burst? That's a Crimson Beacon in and a stun. Guangzhou eventually take him out.
तो रेपस में वैसे भी है ना, 2 इंडोनेशियंस है इंपोर्ट किए। अरे
the auto attacks just weren't big enough. He didn't have the physical damage. It is unfortunately, a magic marksman dependent on skill cooldowns and abilities. That's gotta feel so bad. When you thought you were about to kill him, guess what? Quantum charge, walk away.
Okay, here goes the replay. So he was definitely left all alone there. I think he kind of survived it for a bit longer than we expected him to, but what a play. Even their coaching staff thought it was unbelievable. For the second time around, what? Super Marco not having a great time now.
Recall said, team, we're not going to let this happen again. Let me show you how it's done on a Nolan. But on the opposite end, we're not seeing Falcons waste too much time here. If you notice at the gold lead, despite it being 2-7, for some reason it's only 900. By this stage, you're expecting somewhat of a 1K or 2K gold lead.
Oh, Black Shoes already forced out too. They get to find Haji and land another stun, forcing out the flicker. There goes Flap trying to defend, and they outplay Mei in mid. A small win for Falcons this time.
Really nice play coming in from Flap as well. Now you're seeing that the traditional lane roles, they're starting to get mixed up a lot, right? What is Dairoth doing up here to maybe try and help Owen and Super Marco? He reveals himself, but all of this is so that Kyle can scale up a little bit faster, taking the wave as well.
Yeah, they're at the least maybe trying to slow down a bit and maybe go for the farm, because clearly Guangzhou Gaming have taken charge of the early game, and that's exactly according to plan so far. So maybe less of the direct one-on-one counters, and now we see more of the 5-on-5 rotations come into play. Recall though, very confident right now on this Nolan, forcing out the Black Shoes again.
Yeah, and honestly, there's no reason to actually contest for the turtle, because they know for a fact, hey, Nolan, his retribution is coming up, but without his ult, that's fine. That means he can't really get in and out as effectively. But when they're rushing it down, that's where it gets scary.
Gonzo ले लेगा लग रहा है total.
That's a flicker from Owen. No Crimson Beacon left for XYang.
बोला ना, Gonzo ले लेगा.
The objective yet again. Falcons are now trying to go in. Kyle also using the Tempest of Blade. Super Marco joining in the fight, and they already have taken out 3 members of Guangzhou.
And that's a huge mistake coming out from GZG. Falcons take advantage of the fact that they were just too close together. 3 people got caught in the snare of the globules. The damage is good coming in from Recall. Oh, Super Marco, is he gonna burn to death? Okay, he's fine, he's fine.
Yeah, that was close though. And at least Falcons get a bit more space, because it felt like earlier they had to work hard for this space, and they had to juggle between switching lanes here and there just so they could really find some more objectives across the map. But
भाई अगर मैं स्ट्रीम पे सो गया ना तो तुम लोग ही मेरे को उठाओगे.
That was the second turtle that Guangzhou have already secured. They've at least gotten a bit more map control.
And now the question is whether or not they've developed enough of a lead. And whatever they had before instantly dissipated in one singular fight. I love the fact that Haji is immediately going for that Wishing Lantern. It's perfect for getting rid of these annoying pokers like Mei, who wants to be in his face, or maybe even Modi, who again hasn't really been able to participate as much as we would like
कुछ
to
भी
see.
करो, घंटी विंटी या कुछ भी बजाओ,
Run the
बजा सकते हैं लाइक अनसब्सक्राइब करके सब्सक्राइब करो तो फिर शायद से घंटी बजेगा वो, या तुम कुछ उज्ज्वल है ना, उज्ज्वल भेजने का, वो भी तुम बेच के घंटी बजा सकते हो। देखो मैं बजा के दिखाता हूँ, एक ज्वेल बेच के दिखाता हूँ, समोसा बेचता हूँ। अभी देखो आवाज आएगा। ऐसा
This is such a statement you're seeing from Guangzhou, especially recall 5-1-2 on the Nolan, when in fact it was a pick who was chosen last. You thought it was just some sort of pick that they were forced to pick up, but the Tempest of Blade just being forced out, and now Guangzhou just confidently standing in front of Team Falcons.
Yeah, this is going to be a really awkward position for Falcons because again,
8-9 minutes हो गए।
earlier stages now they're highly dependent on Kyle to finish up a lot of these fights, or at the very least,
उसका पैसा लगता है। नहीं, उसका पैसा नहीं लगता, फ्री है वो ज्वेल। लाइक तुम्हें शायद से तुम कितना स्ट्रीम देखते हो उसके ऊपर शायद से तुम्हें मिलता है, मेरे को भी नहीं पता तुम्हें कैसा मिलता है। ज्वेल से कुछ बेनिफिट्स होता है? नहीं पता नहीं भाई, मैं बस ऐसे स्पैम कर रहा हूँ, मेरे को भी नहीं पता। मेरे पास जितना भी है मैं कुछ की स्ट्रीम में देख के ऐसे दे देता हूँ, पता नहीं क्या कर रहा है वो।
That's going to be the Malefic gun purchase here. Now Super Marco has the range to start hurting people from afar. Question is, are they going to be able to get into the pit? Because Guangzhou, they've got a really good control around it. Oh,
Gwen goes in, flickers in, but it gets bursted, and now the Salmon Force has a response to from Sai. They're just flushing Falcons out of this Lord pit, and they're taking control. Black Shoes too.
ज्वेल अवेलेबल, बट अभी कुछ ज्वेल फ्री नहीं है। हाँ तो तुम वो 2 वाला जो रहता है ना एकदम सबसे चीप, वैसा भी तुम बेच सकते हो, सबसे चीप है वो। 2 रुपए 2 ज्वेल वाला, उसके ऊपर लाइक 100 रुपए वाला है, 700 वाला है, ऐसा समथिंग होता है। 350 100 रुपया 1000 रुपए 1500 1600, अभी तक 1600 ही मैंने देखा सबसे ज्यादा महंगा। ये हेडफोन्स 3600, रॉकस्टार का 7800, अरे ये क्या है, स्टील स्लैश 12000, ये सी सेट 22500, सबसे महंगा यही है।
Moment. Yeah, he tried a little too hard. Modi, unfortunately, making the mistake walking into the fight without the vengeance. And that stun from Super Marco is such an effective tool, if not at least the mini stuns from both Clap and Ogwin. At this stage, Falcons, based on the items that they have, can really start pressing the advantage when it comes down to structures.
Oh, fortunately, Haji got to quickly press on that Black Shoes. May, though, looking in danger and will go down in the hands of Team Falcons. As X-King only had to Crimson Beacon out, and the Lord is still up.
They don't have an answer to Ogwin right now. Blue can kind of do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't get one shot, can ruin somebody's day. Ooh, look at the damage! Recall getting blasted from halfway across the map.
And the Black Shoes are back for Haji. If in case Guangzhou actually forced that fight, but they're not really going to do so. They just focused on evening out majority of their resources across the board. That's going to be all out. Turrets already taken down, and in the blink of an eye, you're already seeing a 5k gold lead in their hands.
Now, let's talk about how they're getting this, right? Before this, barely nothing. A lot of team fights, keeping it simple, kinda even. GZG, mega lead in terms of kill score, but doesn't have that 5k lead like Falcons have right now with a singular kill. And a lot of this is about time efficiency. With GZG's movements, they're sticking together. Notice, top quadrant, all 5 of them are there. Nobody's dealing with that bot wave. And that's why Falcons' overall macro is more efficient gold-wise in comparison to GZG.
Yep, that's why even if you thought things were kind of slowing down, that was just Falcons playing their game. And now it's going to be Modi versus
ले रहे भाई,
Now that you see them grouped up, this is exactly how they want to utilize this lineup.
Yeah, and it's great because again, the one combination people don't think about is the shred specifically from Flap.
Yep.
If Flap and Marco work together, no matter how tanky you are, they're going to cut your armor in half, if not more, now that he has the Malefic gun.
Okay, conceal. Could there be another flicker play? And there you go, May! Barely surviving this. Winter Crown already forced out, and the flicker too, but they just want that base turret. Guangzhou are not gonna force the chase.
No, they can't. They can't afford to. Unfortunately for Guangzhou Gaming,
मुझे नींद आ रहा है.
Sai is
मेरा आंखें अपने आप बंद हो रहा है. मैं ये मैच होने के बाद थोड़ा 2 मिनट के लिए मैं आंखें बंद कर लूंगा. नेक्स्ट मैच के लिए थोड़ा वेट करूंगा मैं. तब तक तुम चैट करते रहो, मैं देखते ही रहूंगा.
Because at this point, the only heroes from Guangzhou who maybe can go for some backline plays are just really Recall and Modi.
Sorry.
Or unless Xing just really wants to go full commit and Crimson Beacon in and they just all jump on Super Marco. But will that be worth it? Because at this point, again, the shred you mentioned, the armor just going down as soon as you approach these heroes who could deal massive damage and penetration. And not to mention an objective too coming up just in a bit.
Yeah, this is particularly tough. I will admit that at least for Guangzhou Gaming, they made sure that Haji slowed down. But now we're already in the later stages of this game. Slowing Haji down is not possible. He hurts.
Yep. And look at just how well they're guarding majority of the map right now. Guangzhou still pushing forward. Recall though, is about to show himself up top, and that might be enough room for Falcons to be a bit more aggressive with bursting down this objective.
Oh, it looks like they're trying to sell this fight.
Oh, Ogwin and Flap trying to zone out the members as Falcons just secure this objective, but Ogwin still finds one. Do they want to push through with this fight though? Haji providing damage, and it's enough. Super Marco's already called a killing spree, and Kyle on the back lines, finding Xing as they take out 3. It's just Modi and Recall. There goes the fracture, but
Dancing around and they know they've got an end game angle. Unfortunately for GZG, the biggest problem with their composition is they don't have the best wave clear. They have to commit
ये मेरे साइड से प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
a lot of bombs to make it happen.
And now they surprised with yet another flicker, and Modi could not tank the damage anymore. It's gonna be a near wipeout for Guangzhou Gaming as Recall's the only one left. He's trying to defend, but he can't. And Team Falcons with a 10K gold lead. Close out game number 1.
That was clean. I gotta admit, there were moments there in the early stages that I was worried for Team Falcons, but they show their experience every single time. If you're looking for the most efficient map team for Golden EXP, these are the boys you need to look at.
They were untouchable, at least for the first
और 1 hour बाकी है भाई ट्रू रिपर्स का मैच के लिए. अभी एक और मैच होएगा. अगर इसमें अगर सामने वाली Guangzhou गेमिंग जीत गए तो फिर एक लास्ट मैच होएगा. अदरवाइज इस पे ही खत्म.
Well, I thought it would be a little bit more, to be fair, because these are like overwhelming odds with the Dairothon as well as Esme, and the patience from at least Haji for taking so much damage from Mei. You can see that in these clips, it's always Mei who's in your face in the early stages of the game, but it didn't tilt them, and they made sure to say, you know what? You're gonna man-to-man defense. We're gonna play your game. We're just gonna play it better.
Yeah, let's just go macro from this point onwards. Everything that they did was macro. And yes, Guangzhou, I think they were winning out
ट्रू रिपर्स का सोच रहा हूँ मैं भाई. वो माइक्रो पिक करते हैं, मैक्रो नहीं है.
On the map, but we don't really see them convert it into much. Like, they didn't really get as much map control afterward. They didn't really get to rotate into or convert it into more structures. Oh, that's us. Yeah, surprised of everything that's happening too, but that, I guess, just goes to show how, interestingly, Falcons just really turned things around in this game.
Yeah, it is great. It is great overall, but the question is, what is going to happen in game number 2? We're going to be throwing it back to the desk and see what they think about this.
Thank you, Gideon Brigida. Great cast on game 1. Falcons, PH find a way to get the win, and it was a win indeed. They dominated later on in that game, but it wasn't domination early on. You saw Guangzhou find a way to kind of surprise.
ऐसा नहीं.
surprised them in the game. It never felt like it was an insurmountable issue going up against Guangzhou LaFell. Falcons always seemed like they were in it.
I mean, like, I would say that is something that Guangzhou has to look forward to after this, because it's clear that they do have the mechanics, but how do they extend the lead? That is what makes you into a good team, into a great team. How do you make a 200-goal lead into 2,000, right? So I feel like they got very excited, getting a few kills, especially around those objectives. But one of the clips we saw earlier was how the Harry was willing to die to get the kill over to the Brody. It would have been great because knowing that Brody was going to recall anyway, right? If he stays, he's going to die. So instead of sacrificing yourself,
guys wait करो मैं आ रहा हूँ
get the turret, and
2 मिनट में जरा सा power nap लेके आता हूँ
have to look out for, because there was a lot of wasted opportunity where they 100% should have gotten more on the map, but they just don't have that experience just yet.
Those little moments, 54,000 and 43,000 gold. It wasn't that way, but it became clear that Falcons were going to take the lead of this game. Ogwin caused a lot of thoughts to be centered around him and how he can't believe it, that SpongeBob skin coming in. It's so funny.
Patrick is amazing.
I was like, excuse me? What's going on? I thought glue was being played. But obviously caused a lot of attention, and that was one of the game plans. Didn't work out on a few of the dives, but after that, really forced Guangzhou Gaming to play around him.
Yeah, all this game, I feel like Opens is going to play the distracting game, right? He went for the classic itemization, though, of the glowing one and the cursed helmet, and that's why he was so squishy at the start. Every time he went slam, slam, pass, pass, it would either be I get the mount or I die straight up, right? So he ended up being a diversion so that the rest of the team can actually get a few of these picks here and there. And for the most part, it worked out because Kyle on the Assassin, on the Ling, was sent into these side lanes to farm up so well. That was also one of the reasons why they were able to keep the gold lead from skyrocketing away from Guangzhou Gaming.
How much of this is just a style? Because, you know, we had Gideon break down why this gold lead was starting to happen, and he was pointing out that that side lane was not being farmed and that Guangzhou were just grouping up. They wanted to take fights like that. They wanted to roam all 5 on all sides of the map. Is that something they can afford to do against Falcons?
Honestly, no. I feel like you can split the map. Maybe you go for a 3-2 formation, because we saw wherever Recall is, wherever the Nolan is, they can either get a kill or make the opponents low enough so that they have to back. There was few ganks onto Flap where I feel like, okay, you got Flap, and now what, right? You got to or get those objectives. So I feel like that's just something that you have to understand, right? You know that Recall can give you the advantage. So what are you going to do with that advantage? Because against
थोड़ा सा मैं पैर लंबा करके बैठा था इधर साइड पे थोड़ा सा फोन उंगली करते हुए
if you give them time, especially up against a Ling, once Kyle got that Blade of Despair, then that was it. The damage coming in from the Ling was just too much for them to handle.
You have to, again, remember that that's the reason he went for just pure damage at the start, right? Very unorthodox Ling build, just going rushing BOD, but it's because you already have physical shred, you already have consistent damage from the Tyroth, and then the Brody, and then the Lilia as well. So it was just a mix of damage, constantly going at it. He just wanted to go for those last hits, and that's why a couple of times you saw some surprise moments where I think Xing just got
वामोस ने एकदम क्लियर खत्म कर दिया था ये लोग बहुत टाइम ले रहे हैं
ability, one defined blade. So it's the small things, and I agree. There were a lot of throws from Guangzhou Gaming when they were ahead, forcing in mid. I remember diving onto Haji for some reason. May dove in, lost, died there, and completely lost control on the map.
You know, another star, I think, moment, or had a couple of moments from Guangzhou Gaming was Nolan. Nolan actually had a pretty good, he was 5-1 for most of that game. Last person alive, defending the base, tried to make something happen, but couldn't. LaFell, you know, he's an important part of Guangzhou Gaming's strategy if they want to win this.
I gotta say, so far, looking at that previous game, the draft might change how this will look like, but it does seem that if there's anything that Guangzhou wants to exploit, it's the front lines. Take down Ogwen as well as take down Flap. Because the thing is, once those are gone, you should hope that the discipline for Falcons PH to respect the damage coming in and not force a defense. Try to use that, because in that earlier fight, I just don't like them sacrificing themselves for nothing.
Yeah, I agree. The sacrifices, definitely, they got to fix a lot of those. But I think going back to the Nolan pick, I feel like in this position, it doesn't matter how well the Nolan plays at the end of the day. Because that pick in itself was already forced out, right? We saw all the assassins banned out. Fanny Hirara in the first phase, the Ling first picked, and then the Hayabusa taken out in the second phase, where then you are left to play either utility jungle, which will already be countered by the Lilia, the glue, and shredded down by the Dyroth, or you go for an assassin, which can clear fast, can get an early snowball, but will ultimately amount to nothing. Because again, in that game, Nolan, you're up against a Lilia, Black Shoes instantly. You're up against a Brody that can stun you and lock you down. And then a Ling who literally is the counter to the Nolan. It's tough.
Day late and $1 short sometimes for that last pick. And I think obviously Guangzhou Gaming trying to pull out, it could be a rabbit out of the hat. They might need more than that. Might need a tank out of the hat to have enough firepower against Falcons, because they came to play. There was no doubt that these players want to show up like we know they can on this global stage. MSC looking for one winner for that $1 million prize pool. Falcons on their way to be it. One more win that will put themselves in a strong position in this group with a 2-0 start. But of course, Guangzhou Gaming trying to come back and claw their way to make it a best of 3 and force that final third game. But Falcons have done seem to be probably the winner for game 2.
I don't know if Mirko agrees, but I was hoping for much more coming in from Falcons here, because yes, they win, but even as analysts, we're like, interesting. It's not gonna be enough.
Pretty please. क्या अभी भी गेम ही चल रहा है या हो गया?
Was Hitler really a painter?
हाँ देख रही है.
They've shown that they are strong, but there
I mean,
are
I'm curious.
you need a statement game to show
Was
that
it?
you are far above and beyond the competition. Right.
No, Nipsey, if this game Guangxing wins...
Here, we gotta fix this before we get to the grand finals. Because personally for me...
What the...
और कौन कर रहा है? ये अपना Ziven.
Because at this point, it's not about beating Guangzhou, it's about getting that momentum, that tempo.
भाई मैं अभी देख रहा हूँ राहुल गांधी लाइव हो रहा है भाई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस 2026 जुलाई.
इसका भाई अलग चल रहा है. इसमें तो राहुल गांधी आ गया. गाइस शेयर कर दो स्ट्रीम. ये देखो यहाँ पर रायन है, यहाँ पर रायन एमएलबी भी है. देखो स्ट्रीम भी शेयर कर दो करके.
There's so many times where in a tournament they would look weak early on, but then they would just adapt and improve as time passes by and as the tournament goes around. So I think that's another, this should be another example of that. Falcons PH, TLP.
भाई रायन और रेयान दोनों साथ में
Gauging out what the meta really is, and they'll still be going for weirder picks. And then later on, we'll have a much more, we'll have a better understanding on the meta.
Same as Navi in MWI. But yeah, I feel like in terms of the meta, I think it's flexible. It's really just about, I guess, the micro and macro, knowing when to go in and out. Because Darov is not a hero that's in the meta a lot. So it's one of those where you kind of punish yourself. You know, interestingly
स्ट्रीम शेयर कर दो.
MOBAs have this
कौन सा ब्रो?
sense of one
तुम्हें दिख नहीं रहा है क्या स्ट्रीम? क्या शेयर?
you can't deal anything with, that could change your entire game. Do you feel that that's available at least in this meta right now where
और सब्सक्राइब Ziven पास टाइम.
भाई इस बर्तन ने पूरा खराब कर दिया भाई.
from a team like Guangzhou
कपड़े
Gaming? We can't deal with that. We got 5 good heroes, but we cannot deal with those 2 once they get going. Or is it more of the fact that you're kind of needing to draft this lineup that
कौन सा स्ट्रीम शेयर करना है
you
forever?
to be successful from the very beginning, and then having
Bro, he's watching
members of that final pick complement it.
Yeah.
वो मेरा स्ट्रीम देख रहा है क्या forever?
That one pick can just be like, all right, we're done. But that's a very rare case, especially on an international stage. So where we'll have that would be usually in the lane.
नहीं but वो भी तो स्ट्रीम कर रहा था.
But then that's where the others come in and help her out.
हाँ भाई मैं बस भाई मैं स्ट्रीम तो कर ही रहा हूँ साथ में. अभी के लिए वो बातें चल रही है ना, इसलिए मैं तुम्हारा स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ.
मैं इंस्टा में शेयर करता हूँ. ब्रॉल अभी थोड़ा बाद में खेलेंगे यार. टीम इंडिया के मैच के बाद देखता हूँ.
शायद जो Ziven ओपन किया रहेगा मेरा अभी लाइव स्ट्रीम, तो उससे मेरा मैसेज मिल गया रहेगा. अगर नहीं मिला तो थोड़ा सा रिवाइंड कर लो.
There's literally nothing you can do. We've had teams where you have so much crowd control but 0 damage, so you're just fighting for 2 to 3 minutes and nothing happens. So that's also a balance we have to see in the drafts.
When you have a team that is so good at being aggressive, do you try to match that and say there is no version of Peel that we can provide that's going to stop them? So the best chance is actually try.
You might have to just double down on Peel, right? And right now, I think for Guangzhou Gaming, the route is double down on meta. Because again, they had a pretty good composition from the start of the game. They had tempo, they had the snowball, but unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize on the leads because they didn't have any pick that could deal with Kyle on the link, constantly clearing those side lanes, right? So again,
broken balls dangerous grass है. Okay.
with any of those picks, you kind of like forced to group up. That's why we were talking about the Moskov. I think the Moskov, just that one pick added into that kind of composition, and they'll be pretty good.
Yeah. Dangerous grass picked up for the map. How does that change things, LaFell, if at all?
Well, it really helps out a team that really wants to be aggressive, and it forces you to never autopilot because you're playing a normal map, you know where the bushes are, but sometimes it just disappears in your brain that there's a bush in front of you, you just forget about it.
Oh, man. Goodbye to Assassins, I'm guessing here. Fanny, Ling, both banned. I believe the Hirara should be coming out next.
Yep, and we have a fun fact here. Sunday, formerly known as Ahao, was the world champion in a different MOBA. And will his winning formerly held Gonzo Gaming pull off an upset today? I mean, like, it was pretty good at the early. But again, it's all about utilizing the advantages that you have.
मैंने शायद से बराबर रख दिया इस बार मैंने ऐसे देखा नहीं मैंने मिस्टिव डायरेक्ट रख दिया ऊपर वेट अभी भी बराबर नहीं हुआ ओके अभी बराबर है
has given us a little bit of a different look here as we see our bands start to come out for Game 2, Falcons versus Guangzhou Gaming.
Yeah, back again to that point though, hey, I've seen a lot of different coaches come in from different MOBAs, and it's always a clear template that they bring into the team, right? Early games, great. They have these templates where this is where you need to group up. This is how you get prio over your laner. This is how you get prio over the map itself. But then it's the mid and late game where we get to see a little bit of that question mark. And it's because compared to other MOBAs, this is a lot faster, like you pointed out, Rain Day. And because it's a lot faster, it's almost like they're coming into it with the mindset of, all right, we're going from Gear 1 into 2, 3, constantly.
To request a game coming soon against world champions. Bye, I slept at 5 and woke up to 8. भाई मैं खुद 1:30 बजे सोया और कितना 6:30 बजे से कुछ उठा हूँ दोपहर को सोएगा नहीं भाई सोने का नहीं अभी से दोपहर को सोएगा तो रात को नींद नहीं आता और फिर सुबह फिर रिटर्न उठना रहता है मेरे को
your price is just gonna skyrocket. So
shout outs to V.
Shout outs to V. And this is why honestly we're going into a game where teams that have incredible mechanics as well as good coaches try to end the game as fast as possible, because I would say after 10-12 minutes it can get chaotic, and that's where the point surprises happens. And Hirara first pick here for Guangzhou, and now an early Akai as well as the Eudora.
Oh god.
We're getting spicy over here. Rara finally let through, and Eudora back again for the 3rd out of 4 games.
मोदी ने भाई पिक किया है हिरारा.
Yeah, that's why Falcons were.
हिरारा हमेशा बैन होता था लेकिन इस बार पिक हुआ है. Let's see इनका कैसा होता है हिरारा. क्योंकि देखो हिरारा का डैमेज बहुत बड़े कम है, मोबिलिटी ज्यादा है, इम्यून भी ज्यादा है, वो क्या स्किल वेस्ट करा सकते हैं एनिमीज का, लेकिन डैमेज का
But the Akai works when it's still against the Hirara.
It's
just so difficult for the Hirara to walk onto these neutral objectives. So, Guangzhou Gaming, I think they got to build for a strong side goal.
Yeah, and also just to note for the fans watching, just because a hero got nerfed doesn't mean it's unusable, right? Akai is still very strong. It's still a top pick in the jungle. It's just not as oppressive during wildcards and basically during wildcards, because during MWI it's already been nerfed. Ooh. So now Guangzhou answer with the Claude as well as the Eve. And now
मैं फोन को 1 सेकंड हटा था क्योंकि मेरे को भी ड्राफ्ट देखना है.
I think so.
Yeah.
I like it more than the Akai jungle, not gonna lie. I agree with you, it's not entirely out of the meta in the jungle, but I prefer it to be somewhere else, especially considering right now it's all about having those fast clearing jungles, and Akai
अरे वही मैं भी देख रहा हूँ यूडोरा क्यों पिक हो रहा है.
The Barats gets banned out. Very interesting.
Why so?
Okay, so I've also seen this in scrims. The Barats is usually an answer to the Arlet or the Paquito. So I think Falcons might actually be eyeing an Arlet here, knowing that, again, they already have an Akai. It's very good to stop that. The Brody gets banned out by Guangzhou Gaming, another pick that can actually bully the Claude, but
he's tough, but God better.
Eve, you're already kind of thinking it should
God भाई वो तो हर चीज के लिए अच्छा है, रैंक के लिए अच्छा है, टूर्नामेंट के लिए भी अच्छा है.
Yeah, so it looks like Falcons trying to set up for
crowd control मतलब उसका अच्छा है ना, AoE डैमेज है ना अच्छा.
Clint has been banned out as well. So for Guangzhou, I would say their opening is pretty solid, but they still need someone to be a proper frontline. If possible, push the Eudora away so that it doesn't become a problem for either the Claude or the Hirara, because they got a lot of damage coming in from Guangzhou, but I feel like if one of those pieces is missing, it's gonna be a bit awkward.
Lane pressure with Moskov, able to have that global rotate to join.
किसी ने वो देखा क्या, like Free Fire का जो अपना इंडियन का जो चल रहा था, किसने किसने तो किया था, श्रीमान लेजेंड ने किया था या स्नैक्स ने किया पता नहीं। वो टीममेट आपस में बातचीत करते ना, वो लाइक वो ऑडियो लीक हो गया था, लाइक पूरा पूरा लोगों को सुनाई दे रहा था। नहीं मेरे को भी इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है, लेकिन वो क्या है, वो उन लोग के मैं देखता हूँ ना श्रीमान लेजेंड, उन लोग वो सारे लाइक ऐसे 12 के या गॉड लाइक ऐसे क्रिएटर्स होते हैं, तो वो लाइक बीजेएमआई मोस्टली खेलते, तो उनका क्या था, वो को स्ट्रीम कर रहे थे वैसे ही, उसमें लाइक पूरा एफएफ की जो प्लेयर खेला था ना, उनका सारा लाइक वॉइस पूरा लीक हो गया था, लाइक गालियां विलियां दे रहे एक दूसरे को, पूरा ओपोनेंट को ये बोलते कि ये वैसा वैसा, लाइक पूरा सब चीज है, और ये पूरा इंटरनेशनल में सुनाई दे रहा है उनका आवाज। वो कौन सी टीम बोल रहे हैं, अज्जू भाई की टीम, टोटल गेमिंग का टीम, स्पोर्ट टीम आवाज ऐसा बोल रहे थे।
things and some playmaking potential.
At least for this matchup, looks like just more damage, right? A good offense is a good defense. So
मेरी टीम में आती है तो हक देती है, और अगेंस्ट में आती है तो पार देती है, फाड़ देती है, सॉरी वही हिरारा भाई।
is usually an answer to the Sora in lane.
And at this point, why would they? Whatever works last game could work again. Confidence for Team
भाई, लेकिन ऐसा अलाउड नहीं है कि किसी का वॉइस ऐसा लीक करने का, लेकिन इन लोग ने ऐसे कैसे EWC से कैसा गलती हुआ।
And Brigida join us for game 2.
Thanks so much, Rain Day. Let's jump right into this. We are ready for battle, of course, but right now it's about trying to figure out how to get underneath the skin of each of our competitors here. And so far, currently at match point, Team Falcons who are leading that charge. We want to see how GZG is going to try and turn this around.
And I agree. I would want to see more from Team Falcons as well. It was already brought up by our panelists. Initially, I think heading into this tournament, you were really expecting them to be one of the cleanest, but game one, GZG pushed them to the limits by just a little bit. So this time around, though, things seem to be pretty different, draft-wise especially.
GG भाई will have
here by Kyle, able to take
भाई
the starting
who will win
take at least one of these
G2G।
camps. This does mean that it's going to be a bit of a delay. However, we're going to see Recall here going to try and contest this. It's dangerous stuff, and
भाई G नहीं है वो, GZ है वो, कौन सा
into the right position to see it happen.
Yeah,
GZ
somehow equalizing the advantage in the early game, given that Kyle did take away one green cap. But a quick look onto the emblems as well. There seems to be the mid duo taking that PYT.
Interesting stuff, but at the same time, I'm liking the way that Falcons are actually playing this right now. Flap gonna take a bit of damage here. What's that? I felt like that was a kill angle.
Yeah, if it weren't for Oakwood.
Yeah, but even then, I think that should have been a solo kill, right? Empower jab into auto attack would have been like more than enough to take him out here. But now,
अरे हिरारा,
did not expect that, but
ये मेरे साइड से नहीं है भाई, देखो मैं हिल सकता हूँ।
who actually picked up first blood. They find Haji in exchange of Xyang, but it's a double kill now for Kyle, and it seems like they got the better trade.
A much better trade, in a matter of fact. It may understood again. This Grok can be a game changer. The problem is that it's very timing based, right? You have to maintain control over tempo. It's not a fight on a dime type hero. You really have to kind of set the plays and really find the right angles. At the same time,
हिरारा मार के भी मर गई है।
Whoa, all right. So we know that Kyle's on top side.
Okay, and now you know, the Modi's just holding this bush. We're seeing dangerous grass in a while, and now it's Falcon starting it up. But Recall and the rest of the members are gonna be here too. Flap trying to look for an angle. It's not gonna go in for the setup just yet, and there you go. But it's still Recall actually winning out on the retry battle. Placing to it, already committed here by side. SOD will not connect, but Oakland still goes in for the knockups, and the flicker from Flap! They still actually find X-King, but they might just get traded out here. Fortunately, the heavy spin will keep them safe. The knockups, however, close call.
बचाया भाई अकाई ने, अकाई खुद भी बचा और इसको भी बचाया सोरा को।
Both knew we're about to hit level 4. Just give me the right timing. I just need to reveal one extra person. The tech charge alongside with a heavy spin, life-changing spells, and now you get to see how these compositions actually want to play the game now, right? Falcons, understandably, hey, even though it's a skirmish, we can't risk losing these big spells before the most most important fight. But look at Kyle, repathing down towards the purple side, knowing that Hirara is on the orange buff side.
Yeah, I think the only small win really that we could really consider from that was the fact that Recall still got the objective. Other than that, the team fight, the post-turtle takes seem to have really favored Falcons, especially as Recall has lost on so much resources at this point already. Fortunately,
वो लेट गेम देख सकते हैं, अर्ली गेम पे अपन बता नहीं सकते क्रॉक बेकार है कि नहीं. जो भी होएगा 8 मिनट पे होएगा, 8 मिनट के बाद.
If he gets on top of Xing, it might just be over. It doesn't reveal him, but he's gonna walk through. Good check, good game sense.
Yep, they're not they could not afford to lose out on any more. At least Modi, I think, would be communicating every single time he feels that Flap isn't within the area. Another gold grab. I think that's the second time Super Marco stole it away from Guangzhou.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Committing it all just for these small advantages. That's what separates the boys from the men. Oh, CY's in so much trouble.
Okay, there's a Purify still, but he still gets caught in the heavy spin nonetheless. The damage from Haji is going to be enough. The question is, does Ogwen get out of this? He might just, but not with the real world manipulation being laid down.
That's actually incredible. That's actually incredible for Falcons. No RWM. They get to technically contest this for free, but can they do it right now? Flap misses everything.
Yep, he doesn't get to find a setup, and still Guangzhou will be the one securing this objective. Kyle will not make it as he just focuses on this green camp, but that's knowing that they didn't have the real world, and now Guangzhou might get more. They might just find
hurry.
Fortunately, is
मर गया finally.
Kill. Now they're gonna go for the chase. It's Mei and Xing trying to get back under their turrets. Another barrier laid down, and the flicker to get out.
Oh, this is ridiculous. That fork lightning. Ogwen. Oh no, wait. Does he have? Okay, he does have body slam, but CY chasing this really isn't gonna get much until he gets that Trinity build. But my goodness, getting to see the fork lightning being spammed like what 3 times? I know that they changed the cooldowns to it so that you can like chain it together much easier than last time, where you needed to be like level 11, level 10 around there to get it consistently. But now here at level 7, I mean, Haji is doing it consistently too.
Yeah, and at least for Falcons, despite what happened earlier on, they didn't really lose the advantage. Like, they still have the advantage in their hands nonetheless, despite Flap slipping up on that setup and them actually not being able to contest for the objective. And maybe that's one thing Guangzhou can just really try to capitalize on. The fact that even if the Akai is on the other side, the way that they just get in and out of these fights and still have these utilities to really rely on, such as the tech charge and real-world manipulation, might just give them the upper hand.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I think GCG, they got the mechanics, and I think they also have great communication with each of their members, but I think Falcons is much better at just playing patient, and honestly, super tactical.
भाई damage देगा
They find themselves under the real world manipulation, but they're not gonna fight under that anymore. So that's just resources burned again from the side of Guangzhou pre-turtle.
And here I was complimenting GZG about, great communication, and yet, they could have, I don't know, used their ults at the same time, or find the engagement a little bit sooner, but that's fine. It happens, especially in high-stakes games, and especially when you're playing against a team like Falcon. You know they've got plenty of history.
Yeah, Kyle shows up here in mid, and Ogwen will be at least positioning here in the turtle. But Guangzhou have a lot.
मैं ट्रू रिपर्स का मैं पहले ही बोल रहा हूँ, असुना खेलेगा तो देखो हीरोज में मेज में ना वो या तो कदिता ले सकता है या तो वो ईव या वाईवी जो भी है वो उसे लेगा वो ऐसे ऐसे हीरोज लेगा वो या तो वैलेंटीना लेगा.
And this seems like a repeat of game number 1, where it's not Kyle going to the other side of the map, but instead it's just Super Marco at this point.
Only naturally, right? Because when you have the access to the SOD, being able to close that distance with the rest of your team on neutral objectives is sort of the point. But I think at this stage, Super Marco, he's probably going to start rotating after clearing this bot side, rotate over to mid, and then immediately, oh wait, actually, does he need to? Nah, he doesn't need to. The Lord is going to spawn on that top side. He's staying down bot.
Oh, but half HP. Guangzhou Gaming have been really good in terms of these pokes and back and forths as well, not really granting the massive advantage to Falcons despite the slight sloppiness, I'd say, especially pre-objectives. But at least they're somehow grouping together and making sure that they somehow, at least, the next team fight we see, get to communicate and layer their skills better.
Yeah, I'm noticing that GCG, like the gold lead isn't too far away from the Falcons, right? You can play a little disrespectful, but I've noticed that they don't really invade, do they? They just sit around the river a lot of the time. Thanks for bringing up the items, because I am curious to see how far along the track they are. Chastised Pauldron already purchased by May, and now that the rest of the Falcons are looking to get this tier 2 side, we're just a little bit of gold off before Super Marco is actually able to complete the Trinity. DHS and he's done.
Yeah, I think the only time we really got to see them invade was when May was on the Hilda, and it was just May as the Hilda. Like there wasn't really help that came from the other members as much, and that's naturally what you expect. But this time, on the Grok and Eve, it seems to be a bit different in terms of their gameplay, or maybe Falcons too are just overwhelmingly good in controlling the map.
Maybe, but I think the Falcons need to recognize that, hey, GZG are really good at chasing you down, so they cannot take that initial impact. If it's too much damage and they back away, it's just as good as a wipeout. So I think that Falcons are being extra precautious on the way that they need to maneuver around these fights, knowing that the tech charge is probably their best form of counter engage, and the real world manipulation, it's a box. So you gotta start thinking about angles.
Just blocking off the entries for Open at this point, forcing the recall for Super Marco just to get here. But now Modi all alone. How did it end up like this? There were just 3 members surrounding him at that point, and he was all alone. Now GZG are down 1. Recall shows up. Flap trying to keep him in check. May still has the ultimate, but Open uses his first. And now Falcons are just gonna go for Hero. Super Marco's here to help. Sai using the Blazing Duet to get away, but the SOD is gonna land. Super Marco goes in. Flap 2 helping him make or get some kills.
मेरे साइड पे काम कर रहा हूँ मैं.
Pushing GZG out as they focus on the objective.
That has to be one of the biggest whiffs of all time. Zipper, don't put up the replay on that one. I swear to God. Recall dying there? Like, why would you use your iframes to try and bail? Like, you can't stop the spin. That's the problem with a heavy spin. You can't stop it. Oh! Doesn't have enough damage.
Yeah.
But sure, boy, was that flashy. That looked cool.
It was cool. And they got tier 2 turrets out of that too. Unfortunately, you have to take a look at the replay.
God damn it, Zipper! I mean, just look at Recall, right? There's no reason for him to actually dash into this to get the extra little bit of damage. If they wanted to do something earlier, it's got to be the RWM. The order was wrong, and unfortunately for Recall, he should have known. Don't go into the heavy spin. You can't cancel it out as easy as you think it can.
Yep. And now they have to deal with the Lord, who is still up, by the way, marching down bot as Falcons will just try to focus out on the other remaining outer turrets. And Recall shows up yet again in this spot. Fortunately has the iframes, but now it's Falcons winning out big. It's a 5k gold lead all over again. At least they have holy shields, 'cause earlier when they had this Lord, their holy shields were already down.
But still, it's pretty good. GCG, if they can just clear out these... Oh, the conceal.
Oh, Flap's gonna go in, does find one. Real world manipulation used as a response though. Kyle's just gonna focus on X-Ying! Deadly Magic definitely gonna take him downside. Doesn't have enough damage with the Blazing Duet just yet, but Recall will finish the job. They find one in exchange of 2. Kyle being chased by Modi, but the is not enough. Super Marco goes in! SOD threatens them and they cannot chase after Kyle anymore. Modi though! Can they actually do this?
Almost. Okay, they outplays it! He gets the power, but still dies in the end. The KDA machine says no!
Wow, Ogun picked up an Immortality too. Were they expecting the team fight to last a bit longer than it should have? Another Deadly Magic onto May. But this is gonna be a crop, so they're not gonna take him down.
Yeah, typical Paquito things, am I right? You know, it's just like Suyo when you're just about to use your singles for the immos, right? It
थोड़ा सा बैक हो गया ये अपने आप बीच में रुकता है ना.
Like they've got good damage here. I am curious to see what they have. Thank you for the item, Zipper. 3 already done. Malefic Gun on the way through. Winds of Nature, good purchase here for Super Marco. They understand that it's going to be up to the Blazing Duet to kind of make up for the lack of damage.
Yeah, so we see that how surprisingly Modi lasted a bit longer than we thought, apart from the fact that, yeah, Haji's skills were mostly on cooldown, I'd say, but this is looking really devastating. The damage that you can expect from Kyle is really massive, and now Etsy gets caught by Flap once again. It's just Flap doing all of this pressure onto the
Now
back
I'll
lines,
get
and he
it.
surprisingly
Why you
nearly
do
took
that?
him down.
Ads,
May will get
ads
XP
आते
for
ही
this, but
रहिए.
Kyle trying to go for the chase in the back lines too. GZG now have left Recall all alone again.
अरे भाई क्या बचा है सोरा.
Literally 1 HP in the crowd's going wild for this one. Wasn't expecting them to survive, expecting at least a 2-for-1 trade, and then you get denied even that. An 8K gold lead as Falcons have taken this mid game all the way to the late and are looking to punch a hole straight through GZG.
Yep, it's just Kyle on the Lord. No threat whatsoever from the side of GZG. At least Sai can still hold on to this Purify later on for this upcoming siege, but it's looking scary. The way or the ways that Falcons can just attempt to go in for a dive.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Modi though. Although the build is a little more defensive, not looking to
फैल्कन का गोल डिफरेंस देखो 8.6k का हो गया डिफरेंस लीड पे है फैल्कन अभी तो वो भी गाएगा मोदी अरे बचा
His name and he nearly went down.
Don't worry, if it's not for Modi, it's May who's going to block the damage. They're working in tandem with each other.
They have to at this point because they're the only ones that GZG could really rely on when it comes to the all-out team fights. Kyle is gonna hold this bush. Recall has no idea, and the Lord is gonna march down here as well. They get this turret for free, and now Oakland goes in. Already down half HP though, so you gotta respect the damage coming from GZG.
They're dancing around this and they understand, man, the waves are not exactly in the best position, and unfortunately, in comparison to Guangzhou's Gaming's lineup, it's a lot harder to get the siege down.
Oh, Recall goes in. Oakland already very low.
They don't know.
They don't know. They don't know.
Gonna back away from this.
Yeah, because the Purify was still up too, even if he went for the tech charge there.
I'm realizing, I thought they got rid of the eye. Or maybe this is like a spectator thing.
Oh, yeah.
That we get to see the eye, but they don't.
Yeah.
This is nice. This is a little quality of life change that we've been asking for that now being implemented onto our, at least for our observers.
Did they take out the eye or just the delay when you see?
It is the delay on the eye as well, but even so, let's see where this is going to lead to, because right now Falcons have been bouncing back and forth between top side and bottom side just to get every buff underneath the sun.
Okay,
अरे रेड buff मिल गया पांडा को.
There, but the damage from side too, spreading down over to bases. Immortality already popped. The setup from Flap, catching two with the follow-up damage coming in from Kyle. They're definitely gonna take out more. Modi falls first. The iframes are not gonna keep Recall safe as Super Marco ends it from the sides.
Let's go भाई, गेम ही खत्म हो गया.
To come crashing in the base.
A chop to the neck, trying to break the neck now, trying to go for the throat. Seeing, what can he do? What do they have access to? They could try, no, not even the RWM is accessible. And Falcons will close this game out with a clean 2-0
Let's go.
against Guangzhou Gaming.
With the wipeout at that to end
ये भी clean sweep था.
Falcons were just everywhere.
और 15 मिनट में चालू होगा भाई ट्रू रिपर्स का मैच.
Set up for Guangzhou. They had to worry about all these backlines, these surprises that had to come in from Team Falcons.
But this is a learning experience. It really comes down to the little things in the game that slowly add up. I wouldn't say that this is a complete
अभी लोग खेलेंगे लूजर ब्रैकेट पे.
but a huge learning experience for what is to come later in this group.
Yeah, the fact that Falcons haven't had the cleanest of games in their debut here in MSC already goes to show.
लोग सामने से स्माइल कर रहे हैं लेकिन अंदर ही अंदर हमें हराया करके.
Match.
It's some good stuff and a very good showing so far, as our second series of the day has been exciting just to see what our professionals are pushing the meta towards and what they've been experimenting. And I kind of like it because now they're showing multiple flex picks and even though we're going on this
party watch
Kronos opportunities for other teams to say, hey,
in DC.
this could be a drafting technique we can utilize.
How long have we
DC पे कर सकते हैं ऐसा कुछ नहीं. आवाज का थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम होएगा लाइक.
MSC where the Eudora seems to be
ज़्यादा आएगा कम आएगा या तुम्हारे साइड में अगर ज़्यादा आवाज बज रहा है तो वो भी आवाज सुनाई देगा.
Picks you're so used to seeing in certain roles as well, the direct counters, the draft
देखता हूँ क्या
sequences.
चल रहा है.
There's just so much to
वॉच पार्टी पे प्रीति प्लेस भी है अभी. जैसे EWC डाल रहा ना, एक तो मेरा चैनल पॉप हो रहा सबसे पहले लाइक ऊपर टॉप में इंडिया से, इन लोग के बाद फिर इन लोग बाकी तुम दो जन मेरे साथ, फिर ये पेज आ रहा है. इसका तो उल्टा पहला आना चाहिए लेकिन फिर भी ये उधर ही अटका है. मे भी मेरे पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से ऐसा दिखा रहा है क्या पता नहीं. बीजेएमआई का भी स्टार्ट हो गया है।
VC gonna roll into Shipyard proper. Try to figure out if anybody's in here. Genji has a player close. It's Bean and somebody else over there with him. Looks like D as they went into a 2-2, but they're gonna drive away from this. Don't want to give Vicious Esports an opportunity.
इसमें भी नावी है।
Find a free pick or something like that, or maybe they're just
नावी, Falcon,
even D on his own.
Genesis,
So while we're looking at what's going on with the circle,
Genesis ही है ना वो? पता नहीं।
the river that turns
Vitality.
into the dried river, that's a big core component of this circle going down into the south.
Not
and the
Chronos,
territory
bro.
that's just going to be to the west of that.
It's Con
That's also
Esports
incredibly
in
hot.
Discord.
We don't know how the circles are going to pop because remember
Con?
these are the new circles. For all we know, we could go back
Con
over
कौन है?
west of Shipyard just because. Why not? Really, Super is the only squad that's playing over there right now. I dare you to cross that bridge next to Shipyard. It's not going to feel good, and I don't think that they're going to go that route. But we've got a lot of late rotators down to the southwest where we can see Full Sense about to make their move. Anyone's Legend's going to be very close to them. Sharper is going to be back behind that. Even Shadow down there is... A lot of squads are like, nah, man, I don't even want to go center on this one. I'm just waiting for Circle 2.
Well, this is what I'm a little worried about for Gen G, is D's all on his own. He needs to get the heck out of here, man. He is getting surrounded. He's going to have to do some damage.
This is a very interesting push coming out from VC. They see an opportunity. They abandon Shipyard. They go for the hillside, get themselves a decent spot. D's going to be playing the other side of it for now, but this is pretty vulnerable, specifically with 17. Hearing this firefight, they're also moving in pretty close. So the longer this goes in, I like this. A side rat coming in from Gen G on the side flank of it. D is going to go down. Is this going to pull Gen G off of it? No, they're going to commit. Bean gets down, duck by.
Well, they have to at this point. I mean, D was dead to rights if they didn't get there quick, and being able to at least buy a little bit of extra time. Tycon will at least take the point for now. VC has established themselves. They've got their position taken, and Gen G
63 alive. अरे भाई साहब ये जल्दी खत्म भी नहीं होएगा मैच इसके।
They wanted to go for D, see if they can maybe get him out. Yes, they have a high ground.
Thank you sa mga pumunta sa venue tsaka sa mga sumusuporta sa amin dyan online. Sana supportahan nyo kami next match.
He said thank you to everybody who came down to the from us here with the post-match winner interview. Throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Rose. Some time with Super Marco.
अरे नहीं
You could hear him. They were elated to see him moving on. 2024 Grand Finalists in Team Falcons, back again to try to claim the title and fill out that trophy cabinet. I'm Rain Day, joining you back here on the studio panel with Mirko and LaFell to close out our second series of the day. Mirko, it was all Falcons all the way. They did do some different things.
एक Falcon हारा तो दूसरा Falcon जीता.
But it was the same result. Just pretty much a team that seems like it can go far in this tournament right now versus a team that's still trying to figure out how they want to succeed in the meta.
I think it's the same again, right? We saw the early game, we saw the template. When it was still template, early to mid game, they know what to do. They know exactly where to position themselves. They know when to gank, how to get prio. But once it gets to a stage where they have to be a little bit more creative, when it's hands off for the coach, when it's no longer template, they're lost. They don't know what to do. They don't know where to rotate. And I really feel like in this game especially, a bit naive a couple of times, you know, walking past some of these bushes. May not opening up for CY. Dude, CY, that one moment where the Claude walked out through the bush, I was like, oh my God, why is the roamer not opening up?
Marco, this is why I see in dangerous grass, it catches you whenever you autopilot, because I play as a roamer, and sometimes especially I'm colorblind. Dude, I'm colorblind, right?
These are issues, right?
I mean, like, these are issues.
Yeah,
like,
real issues.
There are things that make you overthink. Like, for example, even questions, right? Players are struggling going up against Eterna, and now Rose, even Super Marco's like, I did not get this in PR training. They didn't tell me what to do when they asked about the skins, right? Look at his face. He looked more scared in that interview than in games like, oh my God, what do I answer about the skins?
She wouldn't let him go either.
She wouldn't let him. She's
I
like,
know Rose now. She's not. She's pushing. Yeah, why? Say that again.
Exactly.
A little louder, please.
So here's the thing, right? In game, I feel like quite a lot of players have been investing a lot of time in trying to establish the meta and all this kind of thing, sometimes to the point where you overlook certain aspects. And that's why Dangerous Grass is something that I really look forward to.
नहीं भाई कुछ सेंड मत करो, मैं ऐसे देखने नहीं वाला अभी.
Just disappears from your mind. I don't know what they call it in science. but it's probably no glass in your face.
Maybe. You know, maybe it's like wearing a watch where you kind of
The
stop
time has
feeling
arrived.
it.
वही time आ चुका है 2 रिपर्स के लिए. रुको मैं थोड़ा सा घटा देता हूँ. कान थोड़ा सा sweaty हो गया एक तो.
15-minute game. I'm struggling to try to figure out a question to ask you guys that could have an answer to support Guangzhou Gaming or a team on this back foot so far moving forward, because it just seems like there's total control over our leading teams here.
Absolutely. You know, Falcons PH, not only do they have control in the mid to late game, but I feel like in the drafts as well. And now this I think brings it back to our questions that we had in the draft. Why not Arlet? Why not Phobius? Why did you go for the Sora? And mainly, they needed a second setter. I think in the XP lane and in the roam departments now, we're going to be seeing a lot more CC heavy heroes.
अब होगा भाई Vitality versus True Rippers.
To open up for the other damage dealers, right? And I think that's what Guangzhou Gaming lacked. Yeah. They went for Yves, they went for Hirara, they went for Claude, and then the Paquito. So it's like, who do you want to carry? Who do you want to initiate? At that point, it was Made doing everything. Opening up, initiating, peeling. Everybody else was trying to deal damage, and when everybody else is doing, you know, individual tasks, you don't play together as a unit.
Although I do have to say, I like what I saw coming in from Guangzhou Gaming. I feel like those are mistakes that is very much fixable, right? Yeah. Look at other teams play, get some bits here and there, maybe 1 or 2 scrims, and I feel like they will catch up very
ज़्यादा मतलब ये है, इसको मैं हर टूर्नामेंट में देखा बड़े-बड़े कास्टिंग करते हुए, लेकिन इतना एक्सपीरियंस है इसके लिए.
As well as how you move around the map, which is a lot, but hey, we're playing for $1 million in the champion slot, so you just gotta go all out, because everyone here is going all out.
It's very difficult to be a team that goes the entire way in a tournament this big and never loses. And so what that means is getting comfortable with taking a big lesson after your loss is going to be important. In fact, maybe necessary to go all the way. And Guangzhou Gaming, and when you look at Team Vamos going up against Team Falcons Meta, there were lessons that were applied to both of those teams. If you guys now were taking different roles, so we're going to be switching out our talent for our next series. What are the lessons that you've learned so far? What are your takeaways after seeing 2 series as we kicked off MSC?
I still think it's a draft. I still think it's how do you look at it in the draft, right? In match number 1, it really just feels like they were leaning too much on identity. They didn't really respect the meta. In match number 2, it's more on the side of, all right, we know the meta. We want to go for damage, but it's just too much, and we don't have anything else to fill in the gaps of the composition.
So in terms of the draft, looks like Eudora as well as Ling is going to be very, very prioritized, but also looking at the game so far, the mistakes is going to be magnified by quite a lot, because Vamos, they saw 1 mistake where Falcons made, and then they just roll with it. Same as Falcons here. They saw 1 or 2 mistakes coming in from Guangzhou, and then they roll with it. That's why even in the interview just now, Super Marco was like, they capitalize on our mistakes, but eventually we waited for them to make a mistake, and then we capitalize. So I completely agree with Mirko. The draft is going to be very important, where you can get wins and loses just based off the draft, but also try to minimize those mistakes, because they just make it super big.
A great heads up from 2 guys who talk MLBB for a living. Now let's talk about what's coming up next. For those who are sitting back, relaxing, not doing any work and just enjoying, unless you're, trying to be a co-streamer. If that's the case, then you're scanning that QR code and trying to start your stream up. Team Vitality and True Rippers.
Let's
this
go.
Is a true matchup
True
right
Rippers versus Team Vitality.
And Team Vitality representing in France. Here in the hometown of Paris, France. This is going to be a big one. Team Spirit and Ignite Gaming following up afterwards as well. Make sure if you think you know who is going to take the lead and win those series, you get your pick'ems in. That's right. You go to esportsworldcup.com/play. You'll have a chance to let us know if you can tell the future in MLBB. And if you can't tell the future and you just want to deal with the present, well, right now there's a
I sacrificed my sleep for their match.
You've been seeing a few teases.
भाई मैं भी सोया, मैं भी नींद में ही था मैं.
Boy Guile, maybe some Ryu. It's Street Fighter and MLBB.
मैं भी नींद में ही था, फिर बाद में मैं उठ के भी मैच देख रहा हूँ. मैं भी सो नहीं सकता स्ट्रीम पे.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
इसका ये ब्लैक वाला वर्जन अच्छा लगता है, ये ब्लैक और ये वो वाइट वाला, बाकी कलर इतना खास नहीं है, लाइक लड़कियों का कलर है वो।
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
ये भी बहुत महंगा महंगा ही रहेगा इसका, ये वेबकैम।
16 of the best MLBB teams from across the world have traveled to Paris, France for a chance at $1 million and raising the trophy, cementing themselves in MLBB history, and hopefully a little bit of glory for whoever they're representing. This one is a big one because we've got hometown Team Vitality going up against Indonesia. Incredible stories here to kick off our third series of the day, and I want to welcome you back to our studio.
Indonesia?
My name is Rain Day. I'll be your
Hey,
host
India,
here throughout
na?
these 2 weeks of MLBB action at EWC. And of course, I'm joined by some amazing faces who know this game and you know very well also. Rinmar and Trex. Rinmar, it's great to have you here, man. You've been watching these first couple of series. I mean, we've had some great games so far and some strong moments from teams that are clear competitors here.
Yeah, I love what we've seen from the meta. Trex and I were talking about it behind the scenes and on the way here. We were expecting excitement and unpredictability, and we got that.
It is exactly what we've got. We've seen things like Eudora pop up. The Ling is back. So many. I mean, we saw Brody earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, overall, we're at a place right now where the meta can go just about anywhere, and we are literally just getting started.
One of the great things about this kind of conversation too is the global aspect of these matchups. And sometimes you don't get to see these regions go toe to toe. Now we get a chance to do so. And it is our Crunchyroll story of the day that we are going to bring up for this third series because it's India's international debut versus hometown heroes. Rinmar, talk to me about the impact both of these teams have in terms of their fan bases, in terms of this matchup.
Oh, of course. So with True Rippers carrying the pride of an entire region, finally getting representation in Mobile Legends Bang Bang international tournaments, I'm so excited to see them in action. It's going to be a tough one. It is David versus Goliath. It is, who's that guy who rolled up a stone over and over again? It's going to feel that way.
Atlas?
Was it Atlas? Yeah, Sisyphus? I don't know.
He holds Atlas is the one who holds the world, and that's what India's going to have to do today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're the hometown of Team Vitality, but I'm excited for them, and I'm so happy for India to finally be here. Welcome to International MLBB.
I mean, Trex, it's hard not to talk about some of the
भाई
bigger
बहुत ज़्यादा बात कर रहे हैं, लक्ष्य मैच पे आ जाओ.
You mentioned Eudora, but I mean, really for Indonesia, how big is this moment?
This is huge, right? They are. I feel like they're coming
देखो
to a place.
भाई
Not
टू
just a
रिपर्स
place
आ गए
of,
पहले
we
ही,
know how strong
बैठ गए
Indonesia
लोग.
is. But Vitality in general, it's the Cinderella story. What were they? I think they were 6th or they were 5th place coming into playoffs.
Yeah.
Have a lower bracket run, take the championship, and now they're sitting here on the stage of MSC, welcoming India with open arms, ready for this first match of today. I mean, it's a big day for them. And it's a big tournament for them because if they can get great standing in this tournament,
India getting seat after 9 years. भाई yes sir, 9 साल बाद इंडिया को फाइनली रिकॉग्निशन मिल रहा है.
both dreams and contenders. It's not just about getting here, Rimar. It's about what can you do when you get here. Both these teams now have their work grounded in terms of, can we get a win? Can we jump out to a strong
इसका
start?
आउटकम तो हम
So
सबको
much of
पता
how you
है.
begin a tournament like
ए
this
भाई
can
रेयान
give you the
ये
confidence
यान
going
से
forward
फिर
to
उसके पीछे
Yeah, and
किमी.
for True Rippers walking to the stage, I'm pretty sure they understand the magnitude of the series they're going to be going up against, the competitors across them. But it's good for True Rippers that, yes, they're also representing India. But then they also have two Indonesian imports with them. They have
Brother, I
Rehansha
called
Indians,
India.
who both came from Indonesia's development leagues. They're hungry to prove themselves alongside players in the region.
भाई इंडिया को इंडोनेशिया बोल दिया. हाँ वही तो मैंने भी कभी कभी का मैंने बोल दिया इंडिया को इंडोनेशिया बोल दिया वो. फास्टर्स भाई बहुत क्रेजी है. काइल इन द क्या है? काइल भी है ना. हाँ वो काइल ने अपना नेम चेंज किया गार्सियास कर दिया है.
to speak with Team Vitality's Moreno to talk about what they were feeling heading into today's series.
I'm now with Moreno, the maestro, for his upcoming match. We're going to talk to him before we get into it. Moreno, you're coming here with so many fans and, you know, expectations from the Indonesian fans. How does that feel for you?
A bit heavy, but I just enjoy it as a team. I don't feel the pressure was so high, even though a little high, but I'm just enjoying because
Just
it's
enjoy.
our first time to go to international as a main five and as a champion also in our region. That's why we go here with our confidence.
He had to slip that in as champions from the region. And, you know, Moreno, honestly, despite you guys being champions, it looks like the popularity, you know, out there from the viewers, it looks like they're still in favor of Onyx. How does that feel for you?
To be honest, I don't really care, but it's just a fully statement for
Bro,
me.
vocabulary
You guys cannot
सिर्फ
underestimate
वो
us
एक वर्ड ही भाई को
because,
पता है.
our team.
मैं बोलना नहीं चाहता लेकिन मैं कभी से नोटिस कर रहा हूँ.
We can do better here.
Beautiful, beautiful. Don't underestimate them. So, coming into your next matchup, you're up against True Rippers.
Yeah.
What do you think about the team?
I think
True Rippers भी लाइक अभी बताता है तेरे को. इंडोनेशिया बोला ना, इंडोनेशिया का गेम प्ले देख. अरे इंडोनेशिया के है ना दो बंदे, इयान से और दूसरा बंदा है, एक और एक है.
we as a team just respect
दो जन
them,
है इंडियन ये True Rippers में.
just beat them.
Okay, respect, but they want to beat them.
Yeah.
So, I'm
Let's
assuming
go.
you have enough
भाई
data
True
on them,
Rippers,
right?
not True Rivers.
Did you get to watch their matches?
I think, to be honest, no lah. I think they more data for,
But they are representing
from
India
us,
at the end, bro. वही.
Sorry. Maksudnya,
Yeah, you're right.
maksudnya,
They have more information on you
Yeah.
compared to you on them.
Yes.
Yes,
Maksudnya itu,
yes. Is that a challenge for you? Do you think that's going to be a disadvantage?
might be, but yeah, like what I said, we don't care. We just focus on our team.
All right. Last question. Any messages to True Rippers?
Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun.
Okay, good luck and have fun. That's Moreno. Back to you guys.
Moreno, the maestro, representing Team Vitality, MPL Season 17 champions, the first for the organization. Trex, your thoughts on the fact that he knows his opponents have more on them than they do on their opponents, and he's okay with that.
I mean, he has to be okay with it.
Let's go, भाई.
He has to come into this prepared,
अभी.
but there still always has to be a level of respect for these new teams coming in.
Ian's किधर है भाई?
These new regions coming in.
Ian's
That's where
किधर
the
है?
upsets happen.
गायब.
That's where the chaos can start. And my question is, you know, the question on my mind is, can True Rippers be that underdog that come in and kind of flip the table a little bit today?
Yeah, and I think the team
सब नर्वस है भाई. नर्वस तो हो गई भाई. अचानक से तुम्हारी पहले से तुम्हारी इंग्लिश एकदम कच्ची है और अचानक से तुम्हें सब पूछने लगेगा तो और कच्चा हो जाएगा.
The staff are there, the players are there, and in True Rippers, it's 5 or 6 dudes with the dream and hopes of an entire region who was just begging to finally make it here, and here they are.
One of the things about the story of, you know, Indonesia and this representation finally with True Rippers is that you get to highlight stories you haven't been able to highlight before. One of them that's top of mind today is
अरे इंडोनेशिया नहीं है भाई, इंडिया है भाई. इंडिया बोलना, इंडोनेशिया बोलते जा रहे बार बार.
Sensei Kimmy, who the region refers to him as. You talk about the impact of winning $1 million. Somebody like that in the position that they're in could help a lot of people, but it's going to be earned as well. And we had a chance for Eterna to sit down and talk with one of the members of True Rippers about how today is going to go.
And we're now with Asuna from True Rippers. Such a fresh face. How are you feeling?
Hello. Yeah, I'm feeling good, I think, guys.
You're feeling good? Feeling excited?
Excited, a bit nervous also, but yeah, that's it.
So are you more nervous about playing or being here on the interview with me?
Think about this interview.
About this, is it me? Is it me or is it the interview? It's not me, right?
It's the camera and
okay.
I'm just nervous about the camera.
Okay, he's nervous about the camera, but he's not nervous about the game because it's going to be very exciting. You are you are the first representative from India coming into MSC. The fans are going crazy about you. Does that add pressure to you or motivate you more?
It's more like motivating because I think I got all the fans who supports us, like don't doubt us much. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. What do they usually say to you?
Like they always support us, that they don't care about the result or anything. They just say that it's first time for India. Just do your best for everyone.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Shout out to all the Indian fans out there. Coming up next, obviously, you're going to be up against Team Vitality. I think they are crowned as one of the favorites, and you're a bit of an underdog here in this matchup. What do you think about that?
We'll see that, but yeah, it's a little bit nervous to like play against them, but yeah, we are prepared though.
Prepared. You have a lot of data on them?
What?
Do you have a lot of data on them?
Yeah, we have done many
research.
Watch their games and everything, read their drafts, and our coach is doing everything really good. Yeah.
Okay. So you can beat them?
Of course we can try. We'll try our best.
Right. अरे भाई हाँ
You
बोल
have a
भाई.
message to Team Vitality now?
I think just good luck, guys. We'll be there.
Okay, good luck, but you will beat them.
We'll be there.
Awesome. Awesome energy. Thank you so much once again. And back to you guys.
भाई smile देख बंदे की.
The man was nervous, Eterna, and you made him answer the question 5 times in a row. You know, you could have let him off easy, but no, if you're with Eterna or Rose, you're going down in an interview. That's all I got to say. You're losing the interview. You are not getting out easy. Fellas, I mean, that is kind of the cool part about this because they said, we don't really
What if they pick
expect to
Eudora
win.
Nana
We're happy we're
भाई?
here. We know our fans are happy we're here, and I think that's good, but it kind of also, does it help relieve some tension knowing that what we do is hopefully like a bonus, like
नहीं होएगा
in
ऐसा.
the idea of like house money, like we don't really have too much to lose because we're already here.
Yeah, definitely. It was a statement just making it here in the first place. Growing up, my parents never told me, hey, you have to win this spelling bee. Hey, you gotta win this tryout or whatever. Just do your best, son. And look where I am now.
Yeah, nowhere near a spelling bee.
Yeah, but you know, I made it someplace, you know.
Trex, what about you?
I mean, I feel like, yes, you come in without any worry. We've seen a lot of teams on their last breath knowing that it doesn't matter whether they go home or not, do some great things before.
Yeah.
भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई. इसने बोला है ना कि इसकी टीम ने like कोच ने पूरा रिसर्च किया है तो what if इंडिया जीत सकती है एमएससी. हार्ड तो रहेगा, ऐसा नहीं कि इजी रहेगा क्योंकि हमने कभी देखा नहीं है ना इनको इंटरनेशनल स्टेज में ऐसा खेलते हुए, इसलिए हमें पता नहीं कैसा खेलेंगे ये लोग.
Is the pressure going to be on? Are they going to be nervous like they're talking to Eterna? You know, exactly how are they going to walk out there? And that's going to be, you know, this game 1 is huge on how we see True Rippers for the rest of this event.
It's going to be interesting. The winner of this plays the winner of Team Falcons PH and Guangzhou Gaming, which we just witnessed. The loser plays the loser of that game. So a lot of information being gathered and a lot of information now that we will find out soon. If you think you know better than us or you want to try to get ahead of the guests, make sure to join our esportsworldcup.com/play pick'ems. You can scan the QR code. Let us know who you think is going to be taking the win here. Before we head into opening up with these teams, just kind of some final thoughts. Again, are you feeling like this is going to be another 2-0 on the day? Do you think there's a chance with True Rippers? Just excited to see what's going to happen.
This feels like one of the setups of many great Indian films. You know what? I am maybe one of those people thinking True Rippers gets a game, shocks the world, but Vitality still comes back and reminds them who they are. 2-1.
I'm an underdog guy from an underdog region.
Yeah.
I want to see True Rippers go out there and rip some things up. So hopefully we see it.
True
Hopefully they put
Rippers
up a
will
fight.
rip
Maybe even
Vitality.
take the series.
I
भाई
like it,
कुछ भी
man.
हो
It's
सकता है.
rare that Americas are an underdog here, but MLBB has just made it happen. Trex and I looking back, you know, we got nice to a little bit, but he left us, you know, with the Philippines. Like, we're losing people here. Guys, if you think, again, you know, make sure to get your pick'ems in. It is an amazing story. The hometown of Team Vitality going up against the new representation from Indonesia.
अरे इंडिया है भाई.
Who takes the cake?
इंडिया है भाई. उसको भगा दिया यहाँ
Oh
से.
my, that match too was an amazing match to watch because if we recall correctly, Milosh, Guangzhou Gaming was in the
कितनी बार ये
lead
बोल
in
रहे
game
इंडोनेशिया से.
number
इंडिया
one,
इंडिया बोलने नहीं
and
होते क्या?
suddenly Team Falcons PH was like, nah, we're gonna clean sweep this.
I'm sad to say this, but the experience won out. Of course, you want to cheer for an underdog, but in this one, it was not meant to be. The beauty of it is, though, underdog stories and dark horses in general do not end with us here in our group stage, especially not on day one, as we've crossed the halfway point. We're on the way to game 3, and this one on its own has a huge story to tell, I know, for a lot of fans out there.
Yes, sir. So, mentioning a match treat, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the hometown heroes, Team Vitality. This is a team that trusted the process with a championship that took years in the making. As the hometown heroes make their MSC at EWC debut, their resilience will be tested.
Big day for Vitality and their fans also here joining us in the arena. Today's
Up
only
the
day
volume.
1, and
Okay.
you can notice SC26 though. The game cannot begin, especially not without the dark horses awaiting in the corner. Let's welcome them, please. True Rippers!
Let's go.
The torchbearers have arrived. And from viewers to participants, the inaugural ML Masters champions step onto the international MLBB stage for the very first time. Will their in-your-face aggression be the winning factor? My friends, we are about to find out.
भाई नर्वस तो है बहुत ये.
Big moment for them, big moment for India also here. First time participating internationally, Rose. There's a lot of pressure.
Yes, definitely. But I feel like this match will ultimately be very exciting because, like I've mentioned, both teams are debuting in EWC. A lot of fun picks to go around that, I'm sure of.
Very much so. So, my friends, please, you may go place your keys. Team captains, please go ahead. True Rippers, Vitality, place your keys in their positions. Take your seat. And remember to shake hands at captains because it's all about friendship and love before we get into the server itself. And there it is. Respect between our two team captains. And it's time for us to get into it. Who can take this matchup? Vitality, True Rippers. We'll break it all down on the desk before we get into game.
Thank you, Milosh and Rose. A big moment for India's first debut here at MSC. And of course, when you look at Vitality, these guys have an incredible sense of, I think, confidence going into this one, but we'll see if that confidence is going to be earned, Rinmar.
Yeah, I think it's great here that for True Rippers going up against a confident team like Team Vitality, their styles aren't so different in the sense of both of them are just going to be looking for aggression. At the center of the map, they love to make sure they get to build advantage, and True Rippers is very familiar with that. Maybe through that angle, they could find a way to slowly
Just
chip away at
not too
Vitality.
bad.
I mean, yeah, be ready to go toe-to-toe. Maybe take advantage even the aggression.
Yeah.
A lot
कुछ
of
नहीं
times
भाई,
you see the more
refresh कर
veteran
लो,
teams,
refresh कर
teams
लो,
that
आ
have been doing this
जाएगा.
longer, try to push in, try to bring that to your face. And if True Rippers are ready for that, maybe build a composition that can kind of absorb that
Guys.
initial shock. They're for
सुंदर
that,
के
maybe
लिए
build a
देखा मैंने.
composition and try to bring that to
ये रिडीम कोड है गाइस. ये कोड जाके तुम डाल लो इन गेम के अंदर. तुम्हें कुछ डायमंड्स मिलेगा आई गेस. निकाल लेता हूँ मैं.
your face. And if True Rippers are ready for
of the draft, which is where Mirko previously was saying a lot of these games have been won and lost.
Yeah, when it comes to how True Rippers played in their Master Series, they love to make sure that they have an EXP laner that can get out of lane relatively quickly, go into the river, and try to build some advantage there through the roam and
Rewind करो, rewind
and then
करो.
just continuously
कोड के लिए थोड़ा सा rewind करो तुम्हें मिल जाएगा.
opponent with, hey, well, how come you're not laning? This is the laning phase. You should be taking more time with your minions. Suddenly they're not, because they know they can get leads through making sure that their jungler is safe and even more dominant compared to the opposing jungler.
Pushing out the space with the XP lane, and obviously the jungler has more room to roam. Same idea for you, Trex, or what is, if you're at Vitality, don't know as much about True Rippers, how are you drafting to make sure you don't fall into that trap?
I think you play your game. I think it's harder to say in draft right now, just because of how sporadic everything's been, the new picks. We're going to see exactly how it goes. We do have Flying Clouds coming in as the map choice, but I think in terms of gameplay, they have to just come in confident in what they're going to do and be ready for any surprises that True Rippers might bring. And that's where I think draft is key, because that's where new regions coming into MSC, coming into MLBB, you start to see things get a little crazy. Maybe a surprise pick, maybe a cheese pick, maybe a comfort pick for one of the players that no one is expecting.
MSC at EWC26 makes history for India and True Rippers as they represent the region for the first time in an international MLBB tournament. In many ways, guys, it's a chance to measure how far this region has come. This is the first draft that they will be able to make, and obviously bans coming out initially, Trex, to get us started.
Yeah, we got a Freya ban from the side of True Rippers, Jushin, Phoveus on the side of Vitality. Nothing too crazy. The Harara coming off from True Rippers as well. We haven't seen the Harara get picked up. It's pretty much been on the ban field so far, right?
Yeah. Question now is if the Fanny ban is going to be showing up here. We were talking about it. Fanny getting banned out more consistently so far in our matches today has changed the picture of the drafts compared to MWI just a few days ago. So that's an interesting element now compared to our previous tournament here at EWC. You mentioned Vitality wanting to play their game, and True Rippers are reading into it. They're checking them really well. They've denied the Freya, and they've even banned out the Guinevere here, which in the jungle for Eons could have been an option to mess up what Vitality likes to do. Vitality likes that aggression, and we know Guinevere as one of the best stoppers in the game through the jungle.
It could also show something in the hands of maybe Vitality wanting to be one of the first teams today to possibly go utility jungle, maybe pick up something like the Fred, maybe pick up something that we haven't been seeing too much of that the Guinevere can go well against.
Will it become history
first
or
pick
will it
on the
remain
gun,
mystery?
Vitality. First pick hasn't really been prying anything major. It's been all over the place, right?
Yeah. Been very mixed up. Today we've seen heroes such as Ling get rushed, but we saw this earlier in Vamos versus Falcons. Yeah, the Atlas getting picked up, opening a chance for True Rippers to pick up a Valentina as their response, similar to what we saw earlier in Vamos versus Falcons Game 1.
We saw the Eudora picked up second as well. The Ling also a character that had been hero that's been prioritized. And there's the Ling as well.
Yeah, the Ling has been on fire along with the Eudora. Probably the two hot picks of the day.
Are you on the Eudora train? I mean, do you see the...
At this point,
how can you not be?
I mean, it's honestly insane. I'm sure everyone else has been telling you already, but the fact that Eudora is in the meta right now is unheard of. This is... Because the kit, there's no flicker, there's no movement. My only worry about the Eudora and how in the future it could fall off, again, you can't really get the Purify on the Eudora. You have to go for flicker because she doesn't have any type of dash in her kit. Going up against something like the Atlas, there is danger there, right? There's high CC. So how does Vitality counter the Eudora? Maybe that's the answer. High crowd control, and that's the same answer to the Ling, right?
Add more dashes as well. You mentioned crowd control and anything with an Atlas getting rushes in first pick paired up with high crowd control for the jungle. A solid kit in the mid laner who's a mix of crowd control and a lot of mobility through the Valentina. I'm already thinking no matter what Rahansha, excuse me, not Rahansha, but Asuna decides to pick up as a battle spell here, it's not going to be a fun time for the Eudora. True Rippers, one thing they could have worked on a little bit more, and
सही में
hopefully they
डिगी
did
विगी ऐसा
leading
मत
into
उठाओ
this
कोई
day,
अच्छा
is
उठाओ
that their priorities in the team
okay,
fighting, not
nice.
leaving their backliners a little bit too
Carry
much.
भी ठीक है.
Sometimes their frontliners and their
But
jugglers
Asuna?
are diving way too deep that their formation gets broken easily. Hopefully they fix that, because Vitality's formation, it's all dive, all aggro, baby.
GZG had a couple of moments in that last game, which they will end up playing. The loser of
swap
this will end
करेंगे
up
लग रहा है.
playing. Where the
रेयान
May was
शॉर
pretty
असुना
isolated.
आपस में
Now,
swap
granted,
कर
they were
लेंगे.
going up against a Moskov that could take those isolated fights and kind of surprise you. But that's something that obviously you would think True Rippers are trying to avoid. So just a composition that they can team fight with, but also not get caught out.
I'm liking True Ripper's draft right now. I think it's clean, and I'm not crazy about the Valentina pick, honestly, this early on from Vitality.
Why not?
You still get the stiff arm of the stun from the Eudora. Yes, you have the dashes, but you're not CC immune when you're dashing in on that Valentina.
True.
You don't really have a good ult to steal right now. Yes, you could take the Eudora or something like that, but really the big win with Valentina is looking for these high utility ults, big crowd control ults, something like when you're up against the Farza or the Yve or something of that nature. Earlier today, we did see the Yve go against the Eudora. Don't think it won. Pretty sure it lost earlier still. But I kind of like that answer. Beat it with range, beat it with some sort of control. Vitality, yes, it's a solid draft, but I don't know. True Rippers is looking good for me right now.
Ooh, I feel like the Valentina came out because Vitality is probably expecting that the best options to get the EXP lane for Ian's Rehansha later on would be something along the lines of Yuzhong, Arlott, not Arlott, Lapu Lapu, Alice, meaning that's 3 best options for True Rippers. That's easy steal of ultimates for the Valentina. That's why you see heroes such as the Esmeralda, the Uranus taken away, that if you're left with EXP laners as your best in the pool, who have high impact ultimates, then the Valentina pick certainly looks better. But I get your point, where right now it seems like Valentina might struggle early.
So what do we see from True Rippers? Do they go for something not as high utility, something that's as much to steal? They go for the Alice.
There we go.
Clean pick. A little bit of crowd control to help kind of support the team of True Rippers. On the side of Vitality, they still need a gold laner. Do we see something like the Harith come in here? Is that a possibility? Decent dashes to possibly escape the Ling?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Let's see if they'll be comfortable enough with fighting under the AoE of the Ling and the Alice. Emon could make it work, but I think to be safer, they'd need something with a little bit more range. Even just playing it safe with the Claude wouldn't be such a terrible thing, but I think Emon, one thing he might be saying is like, hey, but if I go in and the Eudora still has her stun up, I'm wasting my Purify. So he said, you know what? All right, I'll give it a crack. Let's try it out.
And the Paquito as well to close out this draft. One last pick here for True Rippers. You said you like their draft, Trex, but now you've seen the completion of Vitality's draft. What does True Rippers need to pick up here if they're going to keep you in favor of what they've done?
Need a big roamer, right? We need a big... Do we go big crowd control? We've seen the Minotaur get picked up, but then you give something over to that Valentina, which we've kind of worried about. Oh, wow. Now that's actually... You're not giving too much over to the Valentina. You have some dash to the back line. You have some possibilities. I mean, it's still... You already have nice crowd control with the Alice, so this could be workable.
Yeah, with the conceptually high diving composition that you're up against, Badang loves going up against those guys. Yeah, you get that stiff arm. You get that stiff arm up.
Well, those are the set matchups here so far. And it's 2 drafts that put MPL Indonesia winners up against India's best here in True Rippers.
अभी बराबर इंडिया बोल
रही है. Chance at a performance where that trophy in the middle is at stake. $1 million prize pool, but this is just the beginning of that uphill battle. It is going to be True Rippers versus Team Vitality. Let's kick it over to your casters to start game 1.
Thank you so much to Rain Day, and we are officially about to start this debut series from India's finest up against the Indonesian champions Team Vitality. And it seems like we've solidified the Eudora in the meta so far, at least here in day 1 together with the Ling.
That they did. Brigida already an early flicker being burned out by Asuna, but that's fine. You know, that's what you got that for. This is usually what we see in the early game anyway. Some pressure in the mid lane. You want to go ahead and burn out some battle spells, or if you can essentially get a first blood, that'd be great. Let's go ahead and take a look, though, at the emblem setup so far. Again, Ling has been hyper scaling throughout today alone, day one. Paired up with Eudora works so well because you can set things up, but I love the Badang pick. As you can see, even the emblems that is rolling here for Kimmy, like you've just got good movement speed, good setup potential. Speaking of Kimmy right now,
nice.
Too much, burning his own flicker, first blood to Vitality.
I mean, the Badang is a really great pickup if you're just really looking to disrupt, if you want to interrupt whatever engages the opponents might do against you. But in those kinds of scenarios where they're just all going in at the same time, it's tough. Oh!
Lilia,
purple buff. They're gonna force this fight, it looks like, anyway. Early on, Kimmy picks up a kill, some revenge now for True Rippers. They say, get out of my jungle.
And the difference is...
nice.
Kimmy's not alone.
Yeah, Kimmy's not alone.
Kimmy had help there, so with that fist break at least landing and catching multiple opponents, then there was a better punish that you got to see from True Rippers this time around. Handing them over the very slight advantage you're seeing, but that's not a start that you'd want for a Ling jungler, because you really just wanted to interrupt his farming. You don't want him to get those early kills, but now you somehow got him involved in the early skirmishes this game.
Oh, okay. Maestro's up something. Moreno's got his own Tempest Blades. Turtle's gonna be up first objective, but I think True Rippers wants to go ahead and just take their time with this. They know positioning is in their favor. You got half health on your jungler. Ians doesn't want to take this fight just yet.
Valentina बस वो अपना blade ही मार पाएगी ना Link का वो वैसा गोल घूम नहीं पाएगा ना जब अपना ult मारा हवा में गई फिर नीचे आया फिर उसके आगे तो कुछ नहीं होगा.
There it is. There's a Throne of Ruin already used. Tempest Blades comes down too. They'll just go for the fight. Moreno uses his own, and now Niall will lock down in there. Emon comes through with a blazing duet. Couple bodies drop in over here into this fight, but the fight for the turtle looks like it's going to go over to Vitality.
That was too much crowd control from Team Vitality, and we were just highlighting the impact of Akai. The objective fight. Oh, wait!
He's 1 HP. Oh, Moreno's around the corner, goes in with the flicker to capitalize another kill.
That's a massive win you get to see from Team Vitality, taking the objective and multiple kills across the board against True Rippers. Asuna will be here though. I don't think they will get to find any trades from this rotation that you're seeing. But Vitality are just so quick to convert. They're just so proactive across the map, winning it out. And now you see how much gold they've secured for Eman, which you would assume is not going to be the best possible matchup, considering that he is up against a carry, who, by the way, is also a Master Assassin.
Yeah, wanted to basically go 1v1 in that lane, try to get the upper hand for Garcia, but you know, this is one of the cases, right? When you build this kind of composition, that's supposed to snowball, and especially for your Ling, again, if you get delayed, then the whole team's affected to an extent, right? And you're talking about 2,000 gold lead. It's nothing too crazy. It's still early on in the game. But my main concern here, Brigida, is that next turtle that comes up. True Rippers definitely wants to get in a better position when it comes to actually taking the objective. And it seems like Team Vitality is just willing to go ahead and force a fight, you know, try to get the upper hand in terms of fight.
Yeah, because I like that they're confident. They try to position themselves first, but hold on, Garcia's all alone here.
Oh, Garcia's got no flicker too. You're just not going to be able to escape this. An easy pickup there as it goes over to Emon, plus the damage on the turret. Asuna too late to the fight.
All right, so this time around, going back to what we were talking about, True Rippers, at least they do make some attempts. They try to position themselves early on. They have the slight advantage because, again, they do have their very own sources of crowd control. But the thing is, I feel like Kimmy is starting to become a much vulnerable target for Vitality because they have much more crowd control. Hold on, though, Ganail.
Okay, I was going to say, what are they up to? They get the flicker out, though, from Garcia. So, again, a battle spell used. It just came off cooldown, and now you're not going to have it. Plus, your tier 1 turret goes down in that gold lane.
How much gold has he possibly
lost
in that moment? And how much has went over to the hands of Eman, who's now 201 and who took all these energy shields from that turret down bottom? It's Vitality clearly having the advantage here in this upcoming objective. Asuna couldn't even go anywhere close, not even Kimmy, because I feel like they're really playing from behind. And this is an objective that they are going to give up. No
दो टर्टल ले लिए, fights में भी आगे है लोग.
Trades across the map. If True Rippers are now forced to play reactive against Team Vitality.
Yeah, they kind of have no choice here at this point, Brigida. They gotta either potentially look for an all-out play, but so far it's just been responding to what Team Vitality is doing. Rahansha too, 1v3, gonna get thrown back away from the turret, burns the flicker too, and goes down anyway. That's just how much of a lead Vitality has right now against True Rippers.
Well, I'm not sure why they went back as well. It was possibly trying to take their attention for a much longer time since, well...
Against True Rippers down anyway, gonna get thrown back.
देख इधर आया, किधर फेंक रहा है ये? आगे आगे फेंकने का छोड़ के, यहाँ पर करने का छोड़ के ये पीछे क्यों कर रहा है?
Choose the fight. No, they're just going to push into the jungle further.
That is not the easiest target to catch if you are True Rippers. Going up against or trying to lock down the Claude on a Purify with the BMI, with only just the Badang to rely on for crowd control. So not even Asuna could come close. Garcia!
Oh, Garcia! Just not having a good time in this game. A fatal links once again. It's Kimmy, the target. Emon's in the area, but it's a double for Nile. And this is the thing, Vitality just choosing their targets at leisure. This is the problem for True Rippers. They don't really have an answer to this tempo that's been set by Vitality.
Yep, wherever Eman is, that lane is just so active. You draw him a couple moments ago down bottom, and now it's already the tier 1 going down. And you see him up top, and now even that goes down. And Rihansha could barely survive this. Ian goes in though.
Goes in, comes Blades, but you want to get out of there. Shogun's right here. He's charged up, goes in with 1-2 punch, and will take out Asuna under it. But can Kimmy get a kill? Convert it over? No, he can't. So it's again just True Rippers scrambling, looking for anything across the map. They're going to lose a tier 1 turret. This turtle, 3 for 3, should go over to Vitality unless they just wait it out for that Lord to come through.
Yeah, and they could no longer anticipate the angles from which Vitality are actually coming from. Shogun isn't being checked at all. He's just free to go in for these very aggressive plays, even 1v1, considering the amount of lead that's already in their hands. It's 5K. I feel like a majority of it is in the hands of Eman as well, by the way, but you haven't seen the Blazing do it in action just yet too. So that just adds to multiple layers of the threats that you have to think about when you're going up against Team Vitality. True Rippers, at this point, is it really just counter-engage that they can rely on? Because they have the Badang, they have the Alice, they have set up potential, but their scaling is just mostly gonna take some time.
Yeah, Shogun doing what he wants to do here up on this bottom side.
वो मार देगा
He has
वो.
to go ahead and survive. Half health. He's actually going to go use the Retribution. Lord's already taken too. Tempest of Blades used. Shogun might get caught. Does have to burn the
वो निकल
flicker.
जाएगा.
And he's able to escape. Even with the conceal, here comes the rest of Vitality though to counter punch. There's the lockdown from Nile, their own version of Tempest of Blades, but from Moreno and fighting under the turret with Emon blazing to it, shooting everywhere he wants to, and now Rahansha as well. They'll clean up. Rahansha can't do anything but just watch the team get decimated under these turrets. He can't escape, trying to get away with the gleam, and just barely will survive.
And that's the damage from the Blazing Duet that we've been talking about so much has been forced out of True Rippers in just that single fight without even the Lord by their side. Now they pop the Holy Shields down bot, and the Lord will get a much easier access to their base turrets. True Rippers, they're falling behind significantly. That 5K gold lead we've been talking about earlier has now doubled the amount, and Finn goes in once again.
Devastating here on the defense. Kimmy gone in an instant, as well as their turret. Lord is still up here. Conceal going to be used. Finn off the off angle. Emon's going to jump in with the Blazing Duet, firing off on Garcia and Rahansha. Gleam there, trying to escape. Thrown a Ruin used as well, and now here comes the Tempest of Blades. Can they turn it around? A kill's picked up, but Emon will just fire on the base.
Yeah,
as Vitality will take game 1.
The Lord has not been dealt with, and True Rippers lost sight of how important it is. They were unable to defend, and Team Vitality with such a clean performance from the laning all the way to the late game, if it was even the late game, took this game away from True Rippers in a very dominant fashion.
No late game inside in that one, Brigida. Under 10 minutes for that game 1. You know, Vitality, again, it's their own journey from all the way through Indonesia, the professional league there, up to this point now. here for MSC, and you could see it in game one against a team who's also new on this stage, this international stage. You know, this is something that can be looked at as a big lesson learned for True Rippers, but if you break it down, it's one of the things where there's so many things, so many boxes that True Rippers have to check off here. I mean, from the get-go, as we look at the highlights here from SDC, you can see how this all started. There was an attempt off of this of, you know, get up our jungle, but then they kind of lost track of the map and, you know, keeping Garcia basically covered. I mean, Garcia a lot of times didn't have even a chance, you know, to survive in that gold lane.
I think this just poses multiple questions for True Rippers in terms of that game and the approach that they really want to go for. The lineup, you could see that they probably want to just go for counter engage or maybe a bit more of the punish quote-unquote attempt when it comes to playing against a team like Team Vitality. There are just so many dives. They have multiple ways to also respond, but at the same time, they were just, it came to a point where they were just too behind that they couldn't even respond anymore, and they were just constantly run over by Team Vitality. And there's just so much that we have to talk about in regards to what they have to do to get back in this series. So let's leave it to the panel as we throw it back over together with Raid Day.
Thank you so much, Brigitte and Naisu. I mean, what do they need to do to get back in this series? My goodness, I might be like, you know, trying to figure out theory of relativity before Einstein took a stab at it, because it could be a little bit of an unsolvable problem right now. The fastest game we have seen so far, true dominance from Team Vitality, and True Rippers just trying to stay engaged, but it was a tempo problem.
Yeah, it was a huge gap in experience and skill overall. You saw them, they're great with the counter punch at the start. They were able to punish the aggressive start of Team Vitality, but it was that first turtle that we were talking about behind the scenes where you really saw, it's like, man, if only they just held on to some key skills to wait for Vitality's counter go, maybe that could have been better, but now they just went all in.
Yeah, I think what we wanted to see from them was what we saw in that very first counterplay that they had. They kind of let Vitality come to them. They got a quick play against it. There was one other point where they were able to do the same thing when Vitality was up in that top lane and they went for play on the bottom and got a tower. But outside of that, they were just scrambling. It was always chasing after whatever Vitality was doing, following Vitality's tempo instead of setting their own, and falling into just about every trap that Vitality wanted them to.
And it's really hard for a team to come into a position like this and try to set the tone, trying to set the stage when you know that the stage has been occupied by teams who have been there, done that, and are on their way to try to repeat. And so you coming in as a newer team and with a big representation of India on your back, how do you have the confidence to do that? And I think we saw in the interview that maybe they didn't right now, but maybe this game will show them that if you don't bring the confidence, it's going to be a fast exit.
Yeah, I feel like with them having the thought of, you know, there's no pressure on us, and then trying to find that confidence, it felt like they were overcompensating with just the wrong timing of where they're going in the map or what play that they're trying to make specifically. So pro players in MLBB have already spoken so many times before where because they were at this certain mindset, they didn't realize they were overlooking something. Whether it's when they use their skill or when the opponent has used their skill, they've lost track of that. And I feel like that's sort of what happened with True Rippers.
I think there's hesitation there. You're kind of going, yeah, okay. What did happen with True Rippers then?
A lot happened. I don't know if they just weren't mentally ready for this game. I think when a game goes like that, when a game ends in under 10 minutes, there's not a whole lot to say.
No, there's not.
You walked in, you played wrong. I think at this point, we need another game before I can really say maybe they just weren't ready for this. Maybe there's still a lot on the table that they need to perfect. The draft looked good. This is these are playable picks.
Level
we saw
15
very similar drafts from earlier teams that won. So the draft wasn't exactly the problem. I think it was coming into that game, there was a lot of small issues, not having vision on Shogun when he got that big play from them. Their mid lane, Eudora just walking off on her own, no one checking bushes, they were split up. Vitality was running out as a unit. TRX, everyone was kind of doing their own thing.
I do think with Team Vitality, though, the difference maybe in Series 2 that I've noticed, and Rinmar, I want your thoughts on this. Team Falcons PH had a pretty similar level of, when the game was over, dominating across GZG. However, they did lose that early game, and they were down for like 5 minutes before they clawed back. Team Vitality looked like they stepped on the gas and they never let go. Does that signal a little bit of the strength of what this team might be bringing to the overall conversation to you, or is it more about just what True Rippers are allowing them to do?
I feel like it's more of what True Rippers are allowing them to do. The most glaring play for me was with that first turtle was they fought way too hard, way too early, not even respecting the fact that the Paquito was on its way to join the fight. Once the Paquito of Shogun showed up, it was pretty much over. They wanted to get some early little trades of health, but then that just ended up punishing Kimmy on the Badang even more. And once they lost Kimmy on the Badang, once Shogun joined in the Paquito, the math does not math damage-wise. The team with the Paquito will out-damage you in the early game.
To extend on that point even more, if Vitality was up against possibly certain other teams, or when we see some of these top regional teams go up against each other, even with an 8K gold lead, you might not try to go for a base end at 8 minutes, right? You might take the inhibitors, play it safe, and back off. Especially when we saw the Ling come in and get a kill. They didn't care. They're like, we know. I know that he was being kind of nice in the interview, but Vitality was very confident that we are going to get the better of them. They were kicking down doors. They were running in base, even after losing a member. You'll see it later on in this tournament. A lot of teams won't be that aggressive if they feel like the match is even.
And I think that probably tells us a little bit more. It's kind of like show, don't tell when you talk about film. It's in the same way, it's like they were kind of showing that they didn't really respect True Ripper's defense at this moment in time. Doesn't mean that they can't show us something better. And I think that's what True Ripper's task is now, to go in and say, listen, not a lot to learn. We lost completely. They dominated completely. They feel like they can do it again. So how do we now start working a strategy back to give us some hope? And if I look at you, I mean, what would you think? Is there an answer?
All right, maybe if I was coaching this team, I'd have to talk to my roamer and mid laner real quick. I'll take a quick talk with Kimmy and Asuna. You mentioned a great point earlier where it felt like at times they weren't connected. Like they both wanted to do different things at different times just so that they could regain some sense of control in the map. I think it's best to start there. And then Rahansha, I feel like Rahansha's doing all right. We mentioned the early EXP lane exits to help your side of the river. He was able to achieve that, but it always starts with a roam mid trio. Roam, mid, jungle, how well are they rotating together? We focus on that.
I agree. I mean, I think right now, and that's the problem that we're seeing from the side of True Rippers, some of that rotation was off. There was a few times that I'm looking, and the one fight that they did win, it was on, right? All three, the jungler, we saw the big setup from the Badang. After that, once we started seeing Vitality attack those off lanes, it was either Eudora coming down to bot by herself with Badang somewhere else on the map. It was all of them caught up on that top lane, split up from the rest of the group. Repeatedly, Vitality was running 4-1 once we got into that mid game, to whereas on the side of True Rippers, it was like 2 at top, 1 in mid, 1 at bottom, Ling's over trying to clear lanes. There just seemed to be, there wasn't much glue holding them together throughout that game. And when you're losing that bad, sometimes it's better to just sacrifice the arm to keep the body, right? Let that bottom tier 3 go and group up to defend the rest of your team. Let a couple towers go to not lose 2 or 3 members, and that's where True Rippers started to fall there.
Yeah, you can hope that this is maybe just a feeler game, right? Maybe this is just something they were needing to get out of their system, get the nerves out as well. It is a big deal, and going into this next draft, they can hopefully do something similar, but it also like raises a bigger question for me, because we look at like Eudora and Ling coming out. I mean, to the meta for today, you could say perfect 1-2. Yet when you get a good draft and you still perform like that, Rinmar, is it more of a conversation like, do we even try to like hit meta that well if we're not comfortable on how we're playing it? Do we try to get more of these comfort picks for us so that we feel good on our heroes?
Well, from a coach's perspective, you'd want to be able to tell your players at least one good thing to latch on to. It's like, and that thing is right now, it's like, hey guys, our drafts are all right. You guys were able to handle that early game response really well. Let's just fix this and this and this. Hey, the three of you talk
भाई
a little
लास्ट
bit
टाइम
more.
जो
You
गलती किया
start from
सेम गलती
somewhere.
वापस रिपीट
Yeah, I
नहीं
mean,
होना चाहिए भाई
in
इनका
reality, maybe we're being a little harsh on True Rippers, right? It is day one. I've seen a lot of teams come in day one, mess up, come back day two without all those jitters. This is their first time on a stage like this. This is their first time against a team like this. And yes, you can do well in scrims or you can do bad in scrims, but nothing prepares you for getting on that stage and facing up against a champion of some of the top regions in the world. Because yes, you're right, they had a good draft. And everything we're saying came down to small bad decisions. And one of the big things that small bad decisions comes from is nerves, is pressure, is the comms are off, everyone's shutting down. So I think at this point, the best thing we can say for True Rippers is, just pull it together, guys. Just pull it together.
It's a big deal. I mean, you talk about MPL, obviously Indonesia, and winners of that and Team Vitality. But one of the things with regions, especially, and we know this in the Americas, Trex, where you don't have as many representatives, you don't have the highest quality of competition. You have a few stars that maybe make it and you put all your hope on. That is tough for a region to develop because you don't have the same level of day in, day out, high level competitors. And so you got to say, yes, we have to look at this maybe through a different lens. Everyone at home still rooting for True Rippers. If you come in, everyone in the crowd waiting to see what's going on, a stare down. I like it. Just saying, I'm not looking away. Neither should you.
Man didn't blink.
He did not blink. He 1 to him, 0 to the cameraman.
Ice cold.
Ice cold. What's cooler than being cool?
Ice cold.
All right.
Yeah, True Rippers, I mean, the energy is, we got to do something different. There is not much to talk about for that one. And you know, I think that can be disappointing, but it also can, you know, set up a conversation here. And that's why I try to give you guys the hard questions. I'm not going to take the E equals MC squared. I want you to look at these drafts and say, can you do any better? What can you do? Can you make it difficult for Team Vitality?
I was looking at their bans, and honestly, their bans are great. They took out the Freya because of the Phobia's first ban by Vitality. It was the sensible choice to take out the Freya for True Rippers. They banned the Hirara and the Marcel. I wouldn't even hate on the Badang pick because we saw the potential of it. As tricky as it could have been to run, early on we saw that glimpse of, oh, so this is what this lineup could have done. Oh, this is what they look like when they're together. I think one thing that went really well for Vitality is, besides Finn getting his comfort pick in the Atlas, Niall's timing with the Akai on the every heavy spin was great. He wasn't always using it to engage. Most of the times he was using it to play defensively. All right, thanks True Rippers for using all of your skills. Let me punish you with my heavy spin, and then there's no way you can get away. So Vitality did a lot of things right.
I think True Rippers maybe came into that game one. You know, you see the Ling get picked up. You see the Adora. It's an aggressive lineup, right? To whereas Vitality, they took the utility jungle. They took the slight slow play. They had aggressive EXP laners. I think True Rippers maybe came in thinking, maybe we can beat them in the micro. Maybe you come from a region like that, and you see it the same with NA. You see it with a lot of, you know, outer regions in a sense. Great micro. They want to go for those team fights. They want to meet you face to face because that's what we're good at. We're good at brawling. Maybe Vitality needs to take the slower play in game number 2.
चालू हो गया हाँ भाई चालू हो गया आवाज नहीं आ रही गॉड अरे वो बंद किया था मैंने आवाज
We try to slow things down in that first 4 minutes.
I'm all right with that too. Weirdly enough, there's a certain level of speed in taking it slow sometimes, where going nice and easy, then suddenly going for the surprise, you put the pedal to the metal, next thing you know, your opponents are wondering, wait, you weren't like this for the first 5 minutes, where is this impact suddenly coming from, where is all of this momentum coming from? And teams that aren't used to going up against teams like that will almost always get surprised by it, and similar to what we saw in game number 1, get run over.
Dangerous Grass, our map choice. It was Flying Clouds in previous game 1, so we'll have a little bit more cover towards that base and some of the areas on the map. See how that can help either slow it down or speed it up with those surprise moments Renmar was talking about.
Heroes like Hilda always doing well in Dangerous Grass. Some of those more on-the-ground assassins instead of things like Ling, that can kind of really take advantage of the extra hiding spots, right? So this time, True Rippers will be on the blue side. First pick We saw the Atlas get picked first last game. We've seen the Atlas get first picked before.
Yeah.
It's probably been one of the more popular first picks. You don't reveal your hand too much.
ये कास्टर का आवाज सुनना नहीं देना चाहिए इन लोग को। ये लोग कंफ्यूज कर रहे हैं ताकि ये लोग एटलस वो सब बैन करे करके।
In its Rippers.
Yeah, considering that they banned out the Valentina, I feel like that's exactly what they're setting up for, unless they have another pick in mind. If they suddenly swerve us all and pick an old surprise first pick and the juice in just because they want to take it away from Moreno, because this Valentina ban could be two ways, either because they want to set up an Atlas, or they saw Moreno and the Valentina said, I don't want any more of that. But then are they more into that mindset of taking away some of Moreno's best picks? One of them being the juice in. Hopefully it's not that, and hopefully they're setting up for the Atlas.
They ban out the Ling. So Jushin's still open. But with the Ling gone, you do at least take away some of that aggression. But we haven't, Vitality doesn't need the Ling, honestly.
Yeah.
They've already shown, we can beat you with the Akai, and we get the swing back. So if they do take the Atlas on the side of True Rippers, Vitality still gets Akai, Jushin, something like that. So Vitality looking good on the swing back with the 2 picks from Red.
If it is Akai Zushin and they go Atlas first, what do True Rippers respond to make it difficult for Akai to have the same level of impact they had last game?
Oh,
that's
more of an execution question now. You're going to be able to poke it, constantly take away its health. A lot of the great impact that Nile had was because True Rippers already used their dashes or already used their skills that could stop the Akai. So a little bit more on the timing within the game itself.
So in that question, is it just also prioritizing if this is our weakness, we're getting caught out? Heroes that have a little bit more mobility or have more abilities to deal with CC and still stay in the fight and be relevant?
Yeah, that could work too, but then again, it's like, how are they going to use it? How are they going to use all those tools that they have? If their timing is off, it's going to go to waste.
Honestly, first pick Jushin. Jushin's able to kite away from the Akai if Vitality wants to go for it. I know we were kind of like yelling about it, but then you still get the Atlas on the side of Vitality, but you pick up Purify on the Jushin, and then you can kind of play around. They end up going for the Atlas, so there it is.
Yeah.
We talked about Moreno on the Jushin. Do we think it's a definite lock, Remar?
Oh, if they do, that's gonna be a bit of an ego pick. An ego in the good way. It's like, it's that Vitality ego. It's like, I know we're better than you. Let me show you some of our old favorite tactics of like packing a sprint on this juice in, giving it a Sky Piercer, and then suddenly it's just gonna go crazy because you gave it way too many kills early on. I could see them doing that, honestly.
2 picks coming up for Vitality. Atlas taken away this time for True Rippers, who start with that. Let's see what Vitality do to respond.
With the way that Vitality won last game, they could also completely steer it away. And Harara was left open, so we are going to get to see some aggression on the jungle of Vitality. As their second pick, Selena, this is exactly what I said. After winning game 1, we could see them take a complete left turn and kind of switch things up here.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't the juicing, but this definitely goes into that school of thought of, yeah, let me just show you how much better I am than you. That's a hell of a pick. You do not see Selena come out this early. This is coming from a team that, oh wait, no, I just realized Coach Panda is with Team Vitality. The last time we saw him in the MSC stage, he wasn't able to fly out, but that was the meta of Atlas at Rome. Selena was one of the picks he wanted to pick up because at least you could set up some traps so that you could get vision. Now, this is surprising to me because the Uranus is one of the responses to the Selena in the sense of, all right, go ahead and waste your Abyssal Arrow onto me so you have a strong front line. But then they pick up a Yi Sun Shin. This requires them also getting a strong fighter type in the gold, because if they go double carries, it might be too greedy.
Freya's not open.
Yeah.
They could go for... Call me crazy, but they could go for something like a Ruby Gold.
You're crazy, but that's good.
But honestly, the Harara wants to dash in, the Selena wants to dash in. Something that can stiff arm those heroes that want to get up close and personal. It works great along with the YSS. If you want to see at least a fighter in the gold, something bulky in the gold, it could be an option for sure. Belleric gets picked up by the side of Vitality. This is a roamer we've had our eyes on. Is this a first showing so far today? We haven't seen the Belleric yet, I don't think.
So far today, yeah, it's been banned, surprisingly enough, yeah. It's gotten banned out more. Oof. What are they going to pick up at the gold? Actually, that's just my biggest question right now for True Rippers. What are you picking up at the gold lane?
Unless they swap YSS to gold.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, unless they really go a little bit back into the meta and then suddenly bring back YSS in the gold lane.
They have the option. They have the option.
They have the option, all right. They have the option.
We'll see Sun Chen, the last pick for True Rippers so far. We've got 2 more to go. As Belleric selected.
God, I'm not used to seeing that face there. I was like, who's that?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Still getting used
Lord
to
Ban,
the portrait.
okay.
Yeah.
Getting used to seeing that hero anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly. We usually see it in our rankings.
Wait, that's a hero?
Suddenly, it's a meta pick in MSC. Who would have thought? 2026, everyone.
Earlier we said fire sometimes needs to be fought with fire. Sometimes you need to cool it down and try to go the opposite direction. In this case, fast game, fast win for Team Vitality. Do True Rippers try to match that pace and out slug them, or is this better if True Rippers trying to find a lineup that just survives and just builds towards seeing more gameplay?
It depends on whether they believe they just played bad last game.
Right.
Or if they truly think that Vitality's a little bit better.
What do you believe they think?
We're gonna find out.
We'll find out. We don't need to find out for you to believe.
I mean, I don't know yet.
Do you think they see it as a mismatch?
I think they drafted very well last game, right?
Okay.
Like I said, I agree with their draft last game. So coming into game 2, whereas it all nerves last game, right?
Yeah.
That's tough, man. That's tough. I already said that I think they should slow play this game. I don't think they should come in thinking we can just go all out. You're up against Indonesia, which is known as a brawly region. They're great at micro mechanics. They're great at going toe-to-toe, especially with regions like this. They're kind of the stoppers for other brawly regions. Don't get me wrong, Vitality have great macro, but they are ready to headbutt with you a bit. So I don't know if that's the direction True Rippers should go, but hey, they might take it there. They got a YSS right now, so they kind of have to.
Yeah.
Yes, YSS.
Aerith, gold. If they decide to go for like a fighter
Obsidian
in the gold,
coming, nice
they
pick. Aerith versus YSS.
firepower. Ruby gold, and then they're gonna turtle it out and just hold the fort down for their YSS with the Selena around, with the Herrera around. That's gonna be a tough ask unless True Rippers are gonna surprise us with a pick here. But no, they'll play it stable. They'll go for a double carry.
GORD, okay.
A GORD in the mid. Greedy lineup, but they have the damage.
Maybe that's what they felt. I mean, it seemed like the tempo was they wanted to counter engage,
GORD,
right?
ठीक
So
है.
there was a lot of understanding that they were going to brawl. The choke comes out,
जो
and we were going to deal with
करेगा.
the brawl. Maybe they felt they didn't have
Moscow
enough
RSA.
damage to properly punish the counter engage from Team Vitality. So a different, but I think clear approach, Renmar, and what True Rippers wants to do in game 2.
Yeah, you can see the idea there. It's just with Uranus games, it's always really good or really bad because your EXP laner doesn't have strong crowd control, but the rest of them do. So the crowd control is there somewhat.
To an extent, yes, you have some crowd control with the Moskov, but again, like, it's more defensive crowd control. And my big worry for True Rippers right now is with how they lacked crowd control last time, they were easily able to get dived on. It's looking very similar.
All
Bro,
right, well,
notice
game
something?
2, will it spell
क्या,
another
क्या?
sub 10-minute win for
Okay,
Team Vitality?
okay.
Or will True Rippers be able to
Yeah.
even up the series? Let's send it over to Naisu and Brigitte for game 2.
True Rippers cannot let this end sub 10, and they have to find a way back into the series in order for us to get into a game number 3. But Team Vitality, they just came into this with a Selena mid, very similar to what we've been seeing from their women's division, but also a Belleric XP lane.
Belleric XP, man. I mean, we've been seeing so much of Belleric the past few weeks that, you know, it's like, oh yeah, he's gonna go in the XP. There's an arrow landing, Moreno. Okay, Asuna at least holding on to that flicker. Nice little stun with the projectile. Has that damage on Finn too, but will be okay. This is one thing I have to say though too. Yeah, Belleric in the XP, he's running the Revitalize, and so just as the panel mentioned, you know, over in the studio, they said they like to fight. Indonesia loves to fight, and now they can extend them even further. An arrow's gonna land, you're thrown in the air, you have nowhere to go. First blood in the hands of the Maestro.
Yep, the Belleric and DXP lane, I think we are yet to see a successful game from, but the Selena has been very 50-50. We all know for a fact that it has been. In this scenario though, it's been one of the more successful Selena games as she gets 2 consecutive kills in a row.
Brigitte, they said it. You know, this is an ego pick. The fact that Selena was brought up that early in the draft, and now you've gotten yourselves 2 kills. You know exactly why it was picked up that early in the draft. So this is a problem that True Ripper is going to have to deal with now for the rest of the game.
Yeah, because you have to worry about you being spotted out and you having to evade all these abyssal arrows that have so far always been connecting towards the right targets for Moreno. So it's really becoming a statement right here. The Eagle pick is working wonders for them, if ever it is, because the rotations have been completely disrupted for True Rippers. You don't even see them confidently take control nor show up in the river. Just look at how Shogun is holding down all these bushes and making sure that they keep every single member of True Rippers in check.
Let's see what happens here. Again, playing on this map too. Dangerous grass, extra bushes to work with. They're going to force out the rest of the members of True Rippers here for this fight. Now I'm shocked they're going to use too. They're going to come in for the lockdown, and SOD already thrown out. Good kill on Nile. This is what True Rippers need to be able to go ahead and secure themselves to an objective. They have all the room to work with right now as ES will secure the turtle. Fight's going to break out. There's the gush. And True Rippers, they've awoken in game 2.
One of the tankiest members extending that fight, actually leading to an advantage for True Rippers right there. I don't think Nile nor the rest of Team Vitality had enough damage to just take down this Uranus, this Rehansha who's been just standing in the way for so long. Even Kimmy just baiting out some of their attention and taking in majority of the damage too, eventually allowing them to get access to Nile. So this is maybe one of the potential workarounds for this draft, is just really sustaining everything as much as you can, because mostly the damage is gonna come, yes, from Moreno. Like the burst damage, in terms of burst, it's really just gonna come from Moreno at this point and Nile. But as long as you get to tank everything, then maybe there could be a way around this for True Rippers.
Yeah, that way is their tanky front line. Vision used. There's a whole combo for Finn. Another kill picked up here for True Rippers.
True Rippers are starting to be a lot more active than you expected them to be. A really great setup on that Fatal Links, as you've seen, but Rehansha too, the way that he's been moving around, I think it's really big help.
And SOD, again, Suna with a pickup kill. Next one, looking for more in the mid lane. Arrow thrown out. Finn joining the fight. Has a flicker, but doesn't want to risk it, so they just disengage for now. Vitality now in this position where they're second guessing some of these engages against True Rippers, and that's exactly where they want to find themselves currently, because it's just, you don't want to give too much over, right? This GORD, we've seen it before. There's a reason why the GORD has really picked up in the meta. You get a couple kills going on him. That Mystic Gush is a great zoning tool, but it's also obviously a big damage tool. And that's something they have to watch out for, because not only are you working around abyssal arrows for Vitality, the potential for a pickoff with a kick from the Cho, but even True Rippers, this composition has its strengths, and one of them is that amount of synergy that comes with the ultimates plus that gush.
Which is really interesting, because it seems like True Rippers are the ones who are going for the more brawly plays and team fights from this point onwards, but they're setting up for this objective. Shogun finally going to be part of this team fight. They haven't seen the Beleric just yet. Oh, but Finn misses that flicker!
Yep, not the setup they were looking for. Down into the Rapid Dryad to be able to pick up one. Shogun
nice.
Emon under the Zombie Force. They're still going to be firing off, and if Finn falls again here too. True Rippers fighting Vitality, and Emon trying to get away, but will not be able to escape Ransha. True Rippers.
If you want to fight brawls, if you want to go all out on team fights, then True Rippers are doing exactly just that. They're playing around Ian, they're playing around Asuna. And even if you wanted, or we wanted to point out the fact that maybe this wouldn't be, oh, hold on, Jans. Yeah, he cannot go down like that. Just as True Rippers were already getting the advantage. But going back, this seems to be a very straightforward approach for True Rippers, but it's working out for them really well. I guess we're starting to feel the demands of hope.
Oh, he's gonna go for the kill too. Went in for the kick. He's able to get enough health back. And Finn is the one to get punished. A misstep there from Finn.
Yep, so maybe we are starting to feel the demands of how skill shot based or how mechanically dependent these compositions are for the Team Vitality. You really have to layer them out really well. It has to follow a certain sequence, whereas True Rippers can just be in your face. They could just create space, and they could just allow their damage dealer to do their thing. Team Vitality seems to be a bit more precise in terms of the team fight approach.
3.9 के lead पे है.
He tries to get away, pop the Purify too. An engagement in the mid lane. Zaman Force already dropped down. There's the Gush on Finn trying to escape. An SOD thrown out as well. The Revitalize though helps the fight as they fight back, but Shogun goes down. A arrow thrown out, and now Finn looking for more. They re-engage once more. Nile not able to capitalize on a kill unless he can go back into this fight. He looks for the moment. He goes in under the turret, able to pick up a double kill for Nile. Looking for potentially more. And again, he has the Sky Piercer, so that's 2 stacks.
And they've somewhat turned things around here for Team Vitality, at least for now. They're already able to lessen the lead, but Nile is still being chased by Rehansha here. Okay, we'll get the objective, but Rehansha.
Can he escape? Yep. He's going to be fine again. This Uranus very strong, and he's had a solid game so far. Again, 3-0-4. He is the bulwark for the team currently, but Vitality shows some fight in them. You know, off of that exchange in the mid lane, plus an objective, they slowly make a baby step in the right direction, but still, True Rippers up amidst it all. Nice little Rapid Triad there, used up. Garcia will be able to survive, though. Good thing for some backup up on the other side of the map. They're going to be going and once again on Ian's. He falls. Top turret. Kimmy could be next. He gets taunted with Shogun. He tries to get away. Popping the conceal, but Emon won't let it happen as he takes down Kimmy.
So much happening all over the map. I might want to take a look at the items right now. I am really eager to see what builds have they been picking up, especially for Cho and Balearic, and it seems like they're just going for tank.
Yeah.
But despite that, you could really feel how much pressure they're actually able to put onto the opponents, how much they're able to actually maybe get out of True Rippers, but I would want to see more, especially from Finn. Maybe a more accurate way of the dragon and targeting from Team Vitality, and that, even if it wasn't a kick, was a really good one.
Would you call that accurate? I mean, he got the flicker out, right?
He somehow got the flicker out, and I think that's his win for Team Vitality.
That's one of those things, though, with a Cho, you know, across him, you don't know sometimes if they're going to full commit to it or not. Sometimes you're like, hey, it's better a flicker than a death, you know? So that is burned from Asuna, but still, nonetheless, still alive and still in charge, at least for now. Barely for True Rippers. Again, they got a turret up ahead of Vitality, plus a little bit of a gold to work with. But this Lord coming up in 10 seconds will tell us a whole lot of where this game is going.
And by the way, it has always been here in mid. Majority of the action has been here in mid. I feel like Team Vitality, for one, because of how frequent the fights have been happening in mid, Vitality have somewhat taken advantage of that. They've been doing things on other parts of the map, which has really lessened the lead, but Kimmy...
There's a kick right on the mark. They're going to take out Kimmy after the Fatal Links is used, but he's gone. SOD thrown out, now in the disengage for Vitality, so they're going to take an advantage of it. True Rippers will take down the tier 1 in mid, even down a member. Now they're going to potentially get set up around this Lord pit here.
Okay, so True Rippers, despite what we were pointing out, just really wanted that tier 1 in mid perhaps, but Finn, does he find another one?
Oh, Finn wants to go.
Hurry, why is this spinning?
They're going to force the fight once again in the mid as Ians is taken out. And now next, the taunt comes through as Rehansha falls. And now with multiple down for True Rippers, Lord for the taking here for Team Vitality.
It was just sheer damage, sheer aggression from Team Vitality to equalize this scenario in this game. Shogun might just get caught here with the Fatal Link.
The
damage is not enough.
The damage is not enough. The Revitalize is all you need. Kimmy trying to get away, but
it's
a double for Nile again.
And they will take that tier 1 away from True Rippers just the same. Now the lead, which was in the hands of True Rippers for the longest time, is now over to Vitality, and they also have a Lord. It's been 10 minutes of somewhat team fights happening in mid, skirmishes and scrambles happening here and there, but now it's Vitality who somewhat still have the better grasp of the macro and are now pushing True Rippers to defend for now.
It seems so quick for the momentum to shift over in favor of Team Vitality. Off of a lot of forced fights or, you know, these skirmishes happening in the mid lane. You can see the stacks here too for Nile. He's got that 44 on the Sky Piercer, and that's deadly to deal with, because the way that we've seen the Hirara played is just kind of in and out. You're utilizing the iframes that you have. You have that good amount of damage. You can kind of weave in and out of fights. And now that you have multiple stacks in this way, you're a big threat to the rest of True Rippers.
Yeah, at least for True Rippers, they have decent wave clear. They were also able to at least take control of that top lane, so they don't feel as much pressure in terms of the synced up waves crashing. But there goes a Mountain Shocker. They have an idea of where Team Vitality currently are, but they're not going to focus on a fight just yet. But there are flickers in Team Vitality's hands, so they might have to watch out for that.
Again, a play could be made here by Finn. A BOD was just picked up by Nile as well.
Perfect
Finn,
fish
right
cam.
there in the mid. Not sure if he's going to commit to it. Doesn't.
Welcome,
just
other
yet.
fight.
Again,
Welcome to
Kimmy
the
waiting for
stream.
that flicker to be available so that he could potentially set something up. I'd love to see this, all this time that Garcia has had to go ahead and farm up on the Mozkov, to go ahead and turn the tide with a great SOD or, some initiation from the fight from True Rippers, because they've got that potential. They just got to go ahead and get the upper hand. Let's take a quick look at the items here.
Yep. They already have the damage. That's the Trinity already built in here for Garcia, and he also has just locked in the Rose Gold Meteor. So even if Lee, let's say, unfortunately gets to take that Abyssal Arrow, he could probably survive an additional hit or two. But that's the thing, True Rippers, I like how they're being very careful about this. They didn't want to force a fight, especially with down to Garcia in range for the Wrath of Dryad.
Wrath of Dryad used. Kimmy can't get away, and there's the setup they were looking for, right on target. As Asuna is gone, 2 down for True Rippers. And it was these arrows, once again, from Moreno that just brought Kimmy low enough for them to collapse down. Just like they'll collapse on the tier 2 turret. There's a push up top from Garcia. But the base turret and mid's going to be worked on here. The minions will be cleared out. Lord is coming up. Team Vitality will make their way.
They're pretty much left with no choice. I like how they're at least getting trades, though. This is different from game number 1. Garcia goes back in, though.
And Garcia joins after that, throwing that SOT.
Yeah.
True Rippers will be able to go ahead and hold up on this front side. It looks like they want to go ahead and at least stall out Team Vitality. The rest of the team is up here. Could they potentially take this Lord? They got to dance around these Abyssal Arrows. Nile joined the fight now too. They're going to be going looking for a potential final ready for the Lord. Everything already thrown out. Moreno's gone. Lord secured though by Nile. The fight still breaking out. Finally goes down. True Rippers trying to win the fight here. They might have lost the Lord, but they can take more with them. They're going to go for Shogun. They get the stun. It's a double for Garcia.
And that's when Finn couldn't even land. The stuns wasn't even able to just
bottom.
kick Ian's out of the way to secure the objective. Let's take a look at that replay, because I feel like there was a clear attempt, at least from Finn, to just deny the retribution from Ian's here. He was just trying to chase after him, and he did not successfully do so. But the knockoff, the damage, the slight damage just came from that team fight, which was a really messy team fight at that. It helped so much in terms of how Vitality were able to just win the objective, and that is what really matters at this point. At least they're not able to hand over the complete advantage to True Rippers, but nonetheless, True Rippers were actually able to somewhat balance out that fight. It's not a huge loss despite them not getting the objective.
It was really good usage of the tools they had at hand. True Rippers, I mean, Eons as well, being able to avoid what Finn was trying to do. Those little micro decisions around the Lord, staying alive, being able to get being able to stay alive. Even if they lost the Lord, it's still potentially to turn around because the key members stayed alive here. Garcia being one of them, and it's so important. Again, his spacing, his positioning on the Mozkov. He's done a phenomenal job not dying, utilizing his Purify when he needs to. But now you got to be the guy to also turn these fights in your favor. And there's a whole lot they can do off the Fatal Links. The Conceal's going to be used, scouting out a potential target. They won't find it just yet, though.
Yeah, and even the entries through the SOD, I think, have been really great for Garcia. It's not like he just goes in and puts himself in a very dangerous position. It's more calculated timing that we're actually seeing from him. Let's look at the goal distribution so far, and even in terms of
EWC का
scaling.
इंडिया से बस True Ripper गया है.
Doing great, matching Eman in the gold lane. And the last time we checked, he was actually ahead in terms of goals, so it's really great. But that's a Purify.
Yep, Purify used. They're going to go for the re-engage here. They're going to disengage for now, and Arrow's going to be able to land. They're going to force it anyway. Fatal Links into the Mystic Gush. Moreno off the off angle. Going to be looking for more. Immortality going to be popped from Kimmy. A projectile thrown out, but it's a double for Nile. They're able to go ahead and pick up 2, expending a lot of battle spells, and SOD just thrown out, not going to connect though.
Oh, iframes, the iframes! Ian's gonna find the kill!
Finn on the hunt, he goes in with a flicker. There's the kick they're looking for, right into the hands of Niall. Another kill picked up. Team Vitality, what more can they take at this point?
3 members taken down, and they also took that orange buff. To answer your question, they're just really focusing now on resources because we're about to see a Lord spawning in 6 seconds. But let's take a look. That was a clear counter engage. They had all the reasons to do this simply because they already had information. Ian's was all alone. They could go for the chase.
भाई मेरे हिसाब से मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता. हमें पता है Vitality जीतेगी, but अपन इंडिया को सपोर्ट करते, True Reapers को ही सपोर्ट करेंगे.
Are we actually going to wait for an entire minute though? Because the evolved Lord will take an entire minute. It seems like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Lord secured. Now at this point again, it's Breeder in that situation, right? Backs against the wall. So I don't want to count them out though.
Yep.
Even with that Lord secured, Team Vitality will have to kind of take their time going into this fight because of the nature of the composition. A lot of times, like you said, they're playing around the arrows. They're sort of also waiting to see what Kimmy decides to do with that Fatal Links, because they have to avoid that combo, that Wombo combo we've been seeing so much of. Fatal Links, Mystic Gush, and keeping tabs on Garcia. So with this Lord approaching the base, let's see how True Rippers want to defend against it.
Yeah, it's already full item builds for both gold laners, for all damage dealers. I think Niall's just locking in his last, and he decides to switch it up and pick up a Winter Crown to complete his build, so there could be more creative angles from this point onwards.
Comes the Lord charging into the mid turret. Fatal Links was already used too. They'll force it anyways. Utilize the damage from True Rippers. They're gonna chase down Niall. He's got an immortality, but he's trying to get away. Good use of the conceal.
Nice.
Garcia will come through, and they still escape, only losing Iman in that fight. It's 1 base turret down, that mid one barely alive. They should be able to clear it out, even with that charged up minion. But wow, we have to take a look at the replay.
That could have been the play of the game if only Garcia was able to find the kills. But looking at the replay right now, you have to respect the wave clear. You have to respect the damage that Garcia and Asuna are actually able to output at this point in time. The way that Vitality have actually somewhat lined up in that particular sequence really favored the damage dealers here from the side of True Rippers, and now they've completely turned things around. They're the ones who are approaching the base.
Oh, they go in. Fatal Links used. Mystic Gush already expended. Emon back for the fight. Kimmy's gone, and now they're going to get chased down in the mid lane. An arrow's going to land on Asuna. They're going to follow through as Asuna falls, but Garcia is unleashing once again. Comes through clutch for True Rippers to send Vitality back to the base.
The double marksman setup is still here. Moreno, does he want to take that off?
No, what are you doing? He went for it, and he gets punished anyway.
That was 2 late game marksmen you were potentially going to go up against with the Abyssal Arrow nor the trap not landing. It was a very difficult spot for Moreno at that point. But this was the engage that changed everything. It was that Fatal Links combo, making sure that they found the targets, but I think this was also a sequence of miscalculations from Team Vitality as well. Finn once again did not really land that flicker. At the same time, the entries from Moreno and Niall weren't really in accordance to what they wanted to do, and now we see Ian's falling just before the Lord.
Yep. That's a solo kill right there. That's unfortunate timing as the Lord is up. This was the replay, so Niall knew where to go, and he can win that fight. You, as the hero, especially with the stacks, you can win that fight. Now this Lord, an evolved, mind you, will go over to Team Vitality because the jungler is not available for True Rippers.
So much has been happening here, but it's Team Vitality still being able to take this Lord freely from the hands of True Rippers. So they're just waiting, and they wanted to spawn at a certain moment in time here in this game. As they take away all the remaining buffs from True Rippers. Ian will take some time to get back in this game, but you're looking at an 80 stacks Sky Piercer. You just cannot allow yourself to get too low on HP at this point.
Yep, that's big stacks right there, Niall. This is what, you know, was starting to happen throughout the course of the game, and that's why he's such a threat, because not only do you do that much damage, You know, even on these tankier heroes like this, look at what's going on for Kimmy already. Immortality going to be popped. They're going to force the fight anyway. A Mystic Gush will come down. Shogun's going to be the trade to the 1-for-1. Re-engage, trying to fight this out. So great choice for True Rippers. Now they have to defend, though. They have to be able to go and defend this beefed up Lord. These waves all pushing in on all fronts.
Yeah.
अरे नहीं नहीं तू है भाई तू है तो मॉडरेटर ही है
took
तो
down
हटाया
their
नहीं
main front line. At least Shogun's gone, but now
Once again, Winter Crown going to be used. Can't withstand it. There's the kick. They're coming in to clean up. Lord's still up. They're going to work on the base here. All they have to do is lock it down. Team Vitality will take a little bit of their time, but they'll win the series in a sweep.
it took them a while, but Team Vitality still are able to end the series 2-0. There were attempts here and there. You saw how they wanted to definitely fight back. It was highlight after highlight that you got to see, especially from Garcia, especially from Asuna, and occasionally from Ian's too, but it was just too tough of a task when they had to go in against the team fights, against the micro mechanics of Team Vitality when it mattered the most.
Sure.
And now they will have to go down to the lower bracket, but you know what's next for Team Vitality? They have another intense matchup awaiting.
नहीं भाई इस बार अच्छा खेला था एमएम ने गार्सिया ने एक भी बार मारा नहीं वो पूरा अच्छा खेल रहा था वो लोग टैंक को पकड़ रहे थे पूरा ज्यादा करके एटलस को ये मैच अच्छा था वैसे बेटर फायदे से तो
a bit more of what True Rippers are capable of. Again, this first match on the international stage here for them is a tough one, but this looked a lot more promising than what we saw in game one against a team, you know, like Team Vitality, who has gone through so much through the past year and everything else. And, you know, there's definitely maybe some nerves at play here for True Rippers that they just kind of have to shake off because the idea, the concept is there. It's just, again, some mistakes really build up. And eventually those mistakes might cost you an entire game or a series.
And that's on top of the fact that they had a really scaling lineup.
Yeah.
The damage that you had to await for a Yi Sun-shin and a Moskov definitely took their time. But Asuna, Rehansha, they were pretty much able to hold it out long enough for them to become a real threat against Team Vitality. Like there were moments like this where you weren't really sure if Team Vitality still could have just closed it out, because even approaching the base, even the Lord Sieges haven't been as clean. They had to deal with massive amounts of wave clear, but the moment they were able to take out at least one, everything else followed. And now we get to hear from our winners. So let's throw it over to the stage and talk to Emma.
Thank you very much, my friends. Eman and Team Vitality victorious. What a huge performance for you and the team. But first, we got to talk about it. Game one, super fast. Game two, the comeback over the comeback and the comeback. Can you talk to me about how the game has flowed so far?
In game one, we just connect to each other and trust each other and believe in ourselves. Yeah.
And game two, it almost slipped away.
Yeah, in game two, we just need to know our win con in game two so we can get a comeback. Yeah, just like that.
Well, look, MSC 2022, you ended up winning it all. How important is it for you to be back on this main stage, especially now with Vitality in front of the hometown crew, with more and more audience coming as the event proceeds?
I'm so grateful because here in Paris, Vitality is you know, hometown, and just a little bit pressure, because you know, Vitality is a strong contender also in all games.
Very much so, not just here in MLB, but also, I mean, already we saw it in MWI, but thank you very much. Next up, you're playing against Falcons PH. It's a tough game. Anything you'd like to say to them for that game?
Just good luck and have fun. We give each other our best for tomorrow.
Very much so. Thank you very much then, Eman. That's it. Team Vitality victorious in their game. What a matchup for them. Very stressful in some ways, but still, we'll leave it to our desk to break it down.
Thank you, Milos. Team Vitality get the win 2-0, but it was anything but a similar matchup. After Game 1's sub 10-minute win, Vitality had to go the distance, almost a 20-minute back-and-forth game with tons of threats that True Rippers were able to provide. It was Vitality who would eventually find their way, but it was a great effort from True Rippers in Game 2. I think something they'll be able to hang their hats high on as they get ready for their game against GZG, the losers of that previous matchup from Team Falcons PH. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Randy. I'm joined by Redmar and Trex here to break down the action. In Game 2, that was, I think, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think a much better performance from True Rippers.
Hell yeah, it was a much better performance. I loved what I saw from True Rippers. And I think that was a game that Vitality and True Rippers needed to have this early on. For True Rippers, something they could really latch onto as a confidence check for them. It's like, hey guys, champions of Indonesia, we did this. Meanwhile, for Team Vitality, it's that sense of like, hey guys, we're the champions of Indonesia. We need to work on this. I know they're a great team, but I know they're also looking at this as a confidence check for them. It's like, hey guys, champions of Indonesia.
अभी ये भी इंडोनेशिया बोल रहा है.
We did this. Meanwhile, for Team Vitality,
अभी ये भी इंडिया को इंडोनेशिया बोल रहा है. भाई ये मारो पकड़ के इन लोगों को. इंडिया बोलने नहीं आता
There were
क्या?
some plays there that weren't just micro. There were some plays there that weren't just macro. I mean, they brought the full package that game. Still fell a little short. Still made some mistakes. Still maybe overextended at times.
Adarsh भाई, thank you for samosa.
But still, I think in
गार्सिया
that
भाई
little
ये
bracket,
गेम में ये अच्छा खेला भाई. एक भी बार मारा नहीं. इसका असिस्ट भी 10 थे, किल्स भी 5 समथिंग था.
they could be a dominating force for
ये भी
sure
अच्छा ही खेला
if they
था.
can bring
गॉड और
what we
एमएम.
saw in that game.
इसको तो भी मार रहे थे ये, लेकिन बहुत सर्वाइव किया.
Much better overall game in that game too than we had seen. And comparing, let's say the people who did not win, the GZG versus Team Falcons, who they'll face GZG. They had a lot of identity in this game.
Oh yeah.
And I think that is maybe a direction
और
they
भी तो
would
टीम
want to
थी
head
जो
heading into
0
their
से
next
हारे थे.
matchup.
Yeah, I thought that because of the performance we saw from game number 1, going for this kind of lineup, double carries would have been way too greedy for them, but they made it work. Apparently, greed is good for them when it comes to their lineups. As long as you allow the Professor Kimmy to be able to get the
6-0-10 बेस्ट खेला था ये अकेले के पास 17 के गोल था.
Asuna being able to tandem with Kimmy really well, which was a main point we were making earlier, that as long as their tandem is together, then the rest of the map feels great for True Rippers, and it did.
And then even Garcia towards the end of that game was just on fire.
Man.
One of the best Moskov performances I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
And it seemed like every player had a moment. Even the Uranus for Hansa from early to mid was just unkillable for a time.
Yeah.
So now if they can all just be stars at the same exact time, instead of everyone having their own moment throughout the game, I think they can start putting some wins under their belt.
For sure.
So I'm excited to see how they play for the rest of these days to come.
How did this game evolve the tournament's meta so far? We've seen the Assassin approached as a high priority pick.
Yeah.
And we've seen similar first and second picks, including the Atlas being heavily prioritized for both the first picks on both teams. But Rimar, in your eyes, did we learn something here after seeing these two matchups that we'll take to the rest of the tournament?
I learned I have a new wish for this tournament, wherein something that we usually see at the start is they're willing to be more creative and kind of experimental. Hopefully that isn't just a group stage thing. I hope this continues all the way until knockouts, all the way up until the grand finals, where you see teams taking these risks. Was it risky and egotistic for them to lock in the Selena for Vitality early on? Yes, but it was a big impact for the team. Moreno was a monster on that Selena. But then True Rippers answered with a Uranus, with which you told me the streets have some info about.
I mean, yeah, Uranus is supposed to be a very good comfort pick for Rahansa there. And that also leads to what you were saying in a sense of, we're in a meta right now where comfort can sometimes be okay. There is not a set 10 heroes that everyone has to play. Even the YSS we kind of questioned, it did amazing. If you're able to pull it off, everything has a counter, right? Everything seems to kind of, you can go tit for tat. You can get a little outside of the box and still pull off wins. We saw it with the Selena there. I mean, overall, I think the meta's in a very
चलो
good
फिर
place right
ठीक
now,
है,
a place that
इधर
we
ही एंड
haven't
करते
seen
हैं।
it
मैं
in
पूरा मैच देखने
a
नहीं
long
वाला,
time.
मैं बस इतना ही
Group
करने
B
वाला था।
will have their matches tomorrow, but
एलिमिनेशन मैचेस, ये हमारा वो इसके पहले मैच जो हुआ था ना, फर्स्ट मैच उनके बीच में रहेगा ये। देन लूजर ब्रैकेट के तो यहाँ से हो गए, अभी ये दोनों में से जो भी हारेगा वो लूजर ब्रैकेट में इधर आएगा।
as I've said prior,
ये ग्रुप एक है, यहाँ से जो भी जीतेगा वो नेक्स्ट ग्रुप बी वाले के साथ में लड़ेगी।
we have Group A stage and send someone else into a decider match against either True Rippers and Guangzhou Gaming or Team Falcons Mena versus the winner of Ignite or Team Spirit.
टीम स्पिरिट जीतेगा, टीम स्पिरिट जीतेगा उस पे आगे का मैच में। मैं ऐसी प्रेडिक्शन बोल रहा हूँ, मेरा मैं देखा हूँ मैचेस।
True Rippers versus Guangzhou Gaming is going to be a tearjerker because for so long, ever since we saw China come into the scene, one of them are going home.
Yeah.
That's a tough match to have to watch right there.
Yeah, May was one of the first names we saw perform in an international tournament for MLB. And then now he's at the risk of, he cried when he won the qualification tournament because he's been wanting this for so long. To make it into the group stage, not just be stuck in the wild cards, but now instantly at the lower bracket up against a region that's been, again, desiring to be part of this scene.
मेरा हो गया घी खत्म, मैं जा रहा हूँ, चलता हूँ, बहुत हो गया मैचेस देख के। रिट्रैक्ट, ओके ब्रो, बाय 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 बाय। समोसा, बड़ा पाव, अरे